Right, we'll get back to it then. So, it's OpenTTD. USA colonizes the world, and it's starting with its southern neighbor. We have now annexed Mexico, and we get its juicy resources. Unfortunately, it doesn't really have many resources. It had something here, but I deleted it because it was a very egregiously claimed industry. I think it was Texan or something. Regardless though, Mexico's got some shoals, an all-important port here, as well as a fishing harbour. I suspect I'll be making use of some of the nice synergies here, even though it's not very far for things to travel. And on top of that, more industries and resources will spawn as time goes on. Hell, they're doing that across the world, much to my chagrin, but I have not figured out a way around this. I don't know how to stop the Florida dairy farms spawning in South America. But I'll just be deleting things as we come across them, if they are that egregious. So what are we going to do? Well, anywhere that we colonize, we must immediately fold into the Pax Americana logistical network. That means I can't, for example, suddenly go and start doing Brazil. For one, I haven't linked up Mexico, and for two, I'd need to bring Brazil in somehow. Probably boats over to New York. Well, not New York, Maryland's our main Pax port. Or through a large railway network that extends down this rather unscrupulous terrain. I mean, this doesn't look great, but it seems all the more beautiful for having railways down, so I do expect I'll have a proper railway network that extends all the way down to the Falklands? The mind boggles. Don't know if the Falklands can really justify having their own nation city. In any case, Mexico needs to be folded in. Can't talk around the issue anymore. I want it connected right up to the Arizona Bar, Grill, and Rooms Central. I cannot believe the amount of industry that spawned in Texas. You know, I have industry spawning on the absolute minimum. Where is it? Industry density minimal. It only gets lower by turning it off, and even so, Texas gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and now 9 around it. I have no idea. Jesus is taking the wheel when it comes to industry spawning. That was initial industries, not during the game. Is that so? Well, I have no idea how to slow down the industry spawning, but I don't want to turn it off. God forbid I have too many demands here. Right, I essentially want a line coming as straight down here as feasible to get into Mexico, given the positioning of this and this accursed steel mill that's in our way. I might even go under the steel mill just to get into Mexico. I think I'm going to make use of this side of Mexico. Kaboom. Let's flatten this out. I suspect it's going to be quite a busy line heading down here. I would want at least 6 tracks wide. Ideally, I'd want even more, truth be told, but I think I'll make do with this. Meaning I'd probably want a similarly large one over in Arizona. I can't believe Arizona is going to be the main connection south for America. I mean, it makes some sense, but just who can tell me all the things worth knowing about Arizona? I've never been. Which can be said for almost everywhere in America. Truth be told, the only places in America that I've been to are California and Florida. Oh god, drawing straight lines, not the easiest thing in the world. Of course, Mexico's name is getting in the way here. If I just have this completely straight, then it makes my life easier. So I want you over here, if possible, for the edge of it. I'm just going to place this so I know what I'm talking about. Can you be here? Especially if we flatten out the land a bit for you. Flatten out the land quite a bit and get it closer to Arizona. Well, Arizona proper. Would you mind being here and being part of the glorious Bar, Grill, and Rooms Central? Of course you would. So it's a pretty straight shot. This is still in the way, but I do need to connect you up. That means that there's a connection here. People can easily transfer over to this part of the station and make their way all the way across to Maryland if they so desire by train, and other places can and will be connected up through other means. I'll probably come back and redo the American rail network later on. I would love to have everything a lot neater, but at the moment it's all about squeezing as much money out of the Americans for as little infrastructure investment as possible. That comment wasn't meant to be quite as on the nose as I'm sure it came out. This run has nothing to do with real life. Anything that you think it does is purely your own projection. You know, it was pretty difficult not to just fire up this game last night when I came home. I was out having a drinking session / farewell party to some of my Swedish friends here, and I gotta say, it was pretty good. But I did come home, and what was it that prompted some thinking? I think it was Baron. Yeah, Baron mentioned how he wanted to contribute some map changes. I believe in Russia and in Canada. Yeah, Canada makes a lot of sense. Right, this is one that I don't want any bridges getting in the way, so a nice simple way up to you is ideal. I'm making this longer than it needs to be. It's my mistake, I'm too used to having length 7 trains. We're playing with length 5 trains for a difference. All things considered, it's probably better to go under than over limit speed, but it's coming out of a station anyway, so it's hardly a big deal. Oh, I don't need this extra little bit here anymore. Oh. I used to think, oh yeah, I need the extra space for signaling and whatnot, but that's no longer the case, because with this glorious JGR patch, we can have signals through tunnels and over bridges. Speaking of which, I swear I messed up signaling somewhere. He's thinking. I remember looking at the save once I was done and thinking, no, I completely messed up the signals somewhere. Probably here, there's no signals on the way out, completely slowing down trains that want to leave. So what the heck, I'll just give them these. Oh, you've already practically got one there. And I keep forgetting it goes over the bridges, need to start remembering that. Does Arizona have a water problem? Not really, they've got a lake that is probably frozen over here. Oh, maybe you mean real Arizona. Arizona sunk at Pearl Harbor, I assume that's the state, but I might be getting my history mixed up somehow. Right, thanks to this layout, I don't need to worry about you. This is all set up as a terminal. And away we go, straight here. That's not so straight here, because someone decided to put a pesky wee river right in our way. I can just have you do a... Ooh, didn't expect it to go up then down. My depth perception must be off. Really? Oh, maybe this is just down rather than up. Very rare for me to be using hotkeys in a game. The lengths that this game has driven me to. Feels good though. Feels very good. It's a little bit cumbersome because your hands are going all over the place. Well, that's my feeling for it at least. The hotkeys are all across the keyboard for this game. That is slightly egregious, that little bump there, but what we can do is... Oh, I figured I could put a little tunnel in, but I think it needs to be a little more like that to get a tunnel going. There we go. Not at all worth the cost, by the way, but I might leave it in anyway. Let's do a little bit of calculation to see if it's worth our time. We have infrastructure costs on, of course. Can't imagine playing without them. If we were to do a length of 2 rail, it would cost us 8892, 8893. So a couple bits of rail are actually more expensive than you might think. $170 dues a year. 2 length tunnel, on the other hand, 8892. 8899, a lot more expensive. Okay, you know what, that's very, very hard to justify. Farewell, I'm not made of money here. but someday I hope to be. We're going to put that American muscle to use. That's why I think terraforming is too powerful in this game. It should be much, much more expensive in upfront cost, in my humble and correct opinion. That's a little off, don't you think? Let's have you come straight in like so. There we go. Now we're going to come in here nicely and leave out nicely. However, bit of a problem. Mexico is going to be a partway station on our long, long run down to God knows how far. But at the moment I need it to be somewhere that the trains can turn around in, so what is a man to do? I could have them pop out and turn around. Really, they'd all be coming in this way and wanting to go back out that way. Probably wouldn't be too hard, just have them spin right around. Alternatively, I could have it so that they come out that way, but that's going to clog this up something fierce. So the answer is I don't know. I suspect my best bet is to simply have them come out like this, very temporary. And yes, this will be a temporary solution. Not a great one, I will happily admit. But we'll just delete this this little bit entirely once we're done, and all will assumedly be okay. So you come along here, you go down that way. Still feels a little wrong using my 3-length signals. I miss my 2-length signals, also it should not be doing that. I should just have one here, and one here, so it doesn't clog things up coming in. I don't care much about clogging on the way out, though. Alright, seems pretty good, although we will need bypasses for servicing our vehicles. Body boots. Usually better to have them coming out of the station so they don't have loads of speed by the time they want to go for their maintenance. And thinking about it, the landscape here is actually pretty well suited for it. Just gotta remember to poke it out a fair bit. Since they aren't very long trains, I can have this be fairly short, still get away with it all. Surely Jake would build Stanley over in the Falklands. We all love islands around here, no? I think Greenland is probably my best candidate for making a mega island. There we go. I like this little design for double maintenance shed. I just wish you could make it so that you can schedule maintenance in for a batch of them rather than a single one. So that's fine for them coming out. They won't have much speed here, and I should give them much and such over on this end. It's a little more iffy thanks to this. Might make use of it anyway. Ooh, maybe I won't. Maybe I won't. This is awkward, but workable. Guess I can have you be here. And then you just bridge your way over awkwardly. I'll just make it a suspension one because they're never going to have any real amount of speed. And then can we just squeeze our way in? Of course we can. Just say no to signaling. And then say yes to signaling. And then of course signal our way across. I feel like I'm making fewer and fewer. Ooh, Crubbins, can I not actually? There we go, there we go. I knew we could do it. I feel like I'm making fewer and fewer rookie mistakes. I'm sure there are plenty of mistakes still being made by me here, but it feels like I'm getting better. Right, how are we going to do this? I suppose I might as well just make the new vehicles each time. Heavens knows there might be new and exciting trains we put in. Oh, I was meant to go through and hide all the old-ass trains, but nope. Right, what are we looking for? I want the newest and greatest trains that we have here. Although these costs confuse and terrify me. General purpose and express. Can we have ones that aren't horrifically expensive, please? Ones that actually have a bit of power to them. Freight, general purpose express, but low reliability. I think we tried the Stag before and were let down by it. What are we using on our existing trains? It seems to be working fine. You there, what are you made of? Ooh, need to look into that passenger situation. You are an NA, tell me more. The 44010 Cutter seems to be working just fine for us. Yep, in that case we'll have you. And I have no idea how I made up the rest of the vehicles actually. Something to be said for just copying this over, but then I'd copy over a bunch of its other things. Actually I don't think it would matter much at all. Because I've already grouped it with packs, it shouldn't be a big deal. Alright, in that case just clone that train, but not control clone. And then our new friend here's job is to... No, I said job. Yeah, your job is not to have that. Instead, you simply go from Arizona to Mexico, and I want just 2 of... Whoa, what do you mean I'm out of money? Alright, nothing a little bit of a loan from China won't solve. We don't know what a China is, but we're going to go and make one. Have 2 of you, and I reckon that'll be fine. Get on out there. And while we're at it, we will use the automated timetabling, and it even knew to do that, because I cloned the train. Excellent. You're doing fine, Jake. The main thing I would say about train lines is that you have a bit of RCT inspiration still in there. Roller Coaster Tycoon inspiration. I love Roller Coaster Tycoon, though. And everyone should. Come to think of it, I haven't seen you play Roller Coaster Tycoon Engine. Practically cut from the same cloth with this game. Right. Lots of mail. Not mail. Lots of passengers, less so in California, but you have just got yourself there. That's a lot of people wanting to go to Cali as well, for very misled reasons. Regardless, I'm just going to clone 2 more of you and activate you to generate some dough. And with that, Mexico is going to be seen to. Slight problem is that Mexico doesn't get enough coverage here, but I am a cheap enough bugger to extend my reach and influence like so. And this will be, of course, Mexico Central. Got to try to keep in with the naming conventions. If I ever make a train station and I don't call it a Central, please yell at me until I do. Same with our plazas. They should be named... Oh well, we didn't pick up the city's naming convention for the plazas until the way in, so I think I saw that, yeah, Iowa... No? Oh, Iowa does have a plaza that is poorly named. Actually, poor Iowa is just poor in general. I didn't notice it before, but I wasn't actually giving them any packs at all. There's almost nothing to pax them with. Which is a little sad. I would like Iowa to grow a little bit. I think we can help them out there a little bit. Kind of tragic how little there is to do for these people, but... Can anyone give me some neat facts about Iowa? Hopefully it doesn't start with it's actually pronounced however you want to pronounce it. It's an I, an O, a W, and an A. Iowa. Wow, this is a little bit tragic. Just gonna give them some local packs right here. Cheapest and crappiest version, but at least it'll stimulate growth in the state. And I think our best bus is still the weird diesel bus. Oh no, we got coaches now. And it's even cheaper to run. It's cheaper, faster, oh, it has less capacity. You, on the other hand, have more capacity, but are more expensive. And I doubt there's going to be that many people to move around. But let's think for the future, shall we? Go there, then there. Off you trot. And we do the same for mail. Toot toot indeed. Not really sure I can justify the higher cost of this other one, but I'll have it anyway. Buy it, refit it, go from there. Actually, yeah, just take the same orders, that's cool. Just stimulate some growth in Iowa. Is it one of the empty cornfield states? Being a breadbasket is its own reward, you'd think. Very cool to see that road vehicles, the trams and the automobiles do interact with each other on the roads there. Right, do I have anything else that I immediately need to care about? How many did I put on this Mexico route? Just 2, I think, but 2 should surely suffice. You're waiting over there because you're waiting for the timetable stuff to work out. God, I love this automated thing. See that? You're waiting another couple of days so that the other train can be there in time. And that should give us some fine ratings whilst grabbing all these people who will surely suddenly want to start going to Mexico now that it's a possibility. That'll give Mexico all the growth it could need as well. There's nothing of redeeming value in Iowa. Well, surely there are people that choose to live there, right? Right? I like how easy it was to connect these 2 up. Easy because I knew how. Thinking back to my struggles when I started out playing this game, of trying to connect some of the places up. That's fine though, a bit more familiarity means you can get into the fun part of figuring out how to enlarge California Central for one. No one simply chooses to live in Iowa. Can't be that bad, can it? Right. I might as well start putting the Mexican resources to work. There are some fish here. There's a fishing harbor, which will process them into tuna or whatever. And a port. The port is good. Let's start with the food, shall we? Can I trap you in my port here? The answer is somewhat yes. Now you see me, now you don't. And once the sea reclaims, what's it? What is it? I need a better way of saying that. I will get myself a spunky little ship. Let's see, the California shoals barely produce any fish at all. So I need a very small, cheap, fast-moving thingamajigger here. What do we do? Introduction date for fish. That's really small. Don't we have some kind of like cargo capacity divided by running cost thing? 42 tons of cheap to move around fish, trawler. Sounds good to me. I want you to full load in California, drop it off in the docks, and all is well. And of course you are not timetabled. I do not automatically automate timetables because I think that's a poor choice for cargo vehicles. Maybe I'll change my tune when I want to actually share cargo, like engineering supplies that I want to go to lots of different places, but that remains to be seen. I will want a separate dock over on this side. These are nice and cheap to slam down, so I can just put them here, there, or anywhere. And the way I see it, this California hotel, or Hotel California, is only too happy to receive some food. Unless I want to take it even further up. Is there somewhere in Olympia that would be happy to take food? Interestingly enough, yes. I might give it to Olympia then. Well, in this case it's Washington, so Washington Docks makes a lot of sense. Ah, but what would make even more sense is linking you up with Olympia Plaza and renaming you to the Washington Docks. Which might get a little confusing, but not my problem. California's laying claim to a whole lot of the sea around here, aren't they? Put myself down some buoys so that people can figure out their way around here. Shouldn't be difficult though. So I want this food that's being made in California Fishing Harbor brought over to the Washington Dock. That, I suspect, I will want a somewhat larger ship for. 560 seems excessive though. Remember, we need this stuff moving at a reasonable rate. Food spoils nice and fast. We've got anything that's around the 100 area? Bearing in mind I also want it to have a good speed. The Island Trader. goes at a good rate. Ah, the lamp wick. I think I used that elsewhere. Alright, the lamp wick then. I want you to full load at California South. And along the way, stop at the California Boy. Then to the Washington Docks. And back again. I don't know if that's going to be too much or too little, because I don't know how long that journey takes. But if it's a month, then it should line up with the production of fish around here. Should, he says. And should make decent money, but you never know. I don't think this thing's going to make me very good money. Each journey being only worth $1,300. But your purpose is only to grab this food and really nothing else. Well, the fish, rather. Hopefully the real money will be made on the food. And if it turns out to be too few, I can just add another ship. I'm just not going to do that too early. Also, that money does flow in rather nicely, so I can immediately pay off my loan. All these quality of life features, it's pretty nice looking. The JGR patch is held together with duct... No, I don't think it's held together with duct tape and bubblegum at all. It seems to be very competently held together. Speaking of competence, I might have to show mine in making a little bit of a loop here. We have chemicals and engineering supplies produced by this port, which can be brought over to make gung-ho amounts of china clay. The lack of sand will hurt the glass works here, but it will get chemicals. I wonder if I could bring sand over to it anyway. There is a sand bank, so if I brought a sand bank to here, then I could rail it over. I have a feeling this is going to get a bit busier than I want it to. Okay, enough thinking. It's time for doing. I just worry that I actually want a 4-platform track thing here. It's not really level enough for that, but that's okay. We have the technology. Oh, that's hideous. Can we flatten it out a little differently? Oh, it's just getting worse and worse before it gets any better. Let the sea take back its rightful domain, and we'll work with whatever's left. Okay, I think this is agreeable. I love the way that nature just takes back its own. It's going to be a short and dedicated route here, which I'm not the biggest fan of, actually. I prefer things to be part of one larger network. But this is what we have, and this is what we'll get. Not a lot of space for cramming things in. I mean, I'd ideally like to do a very nice in and outy thing here, and there's nothing saying that I can't, is there? No, there certainly is not. Although this may be a little short. Well, my trains are length 5, so you'll be getting in there without blocking anything too much, I'm sure. Right, there we go. And then trains can come in and out of California East, and they need to head over to Arizona Sharp Street. What a name. Again, they need a bit of space to work with here. It's a very short distance, so I don't think this will make me that much money. But it will be fast. Plus, it's good to use the industries that we have here. Surely that's inherently good. Not entirely sure on the height level here. What I am sure about is that this is going to be a bit of a pain. I can't turn on these either, so we actually need to level you out a bit. I am So sorry. Terraforming lobby. I'm doing horrible things here. I should consider if I want this to actually ever go up this way. It does have engineering... well, not engineering supplies, you can eat those up, but it does have farming supplies. Heck, there's a farm right here. But I could boat those over to here. Yeah, let's not worry about it right now. Even though I was just saying it's good to use the supplies that we have. Ooh, that's a little wrong. Oh, that's very wrong. So this is why I wish terraforming was a bit more expensive or had a bit more thought put into it, or required a bit more thought put into it. Because currently right now I feel like I just flatten anything that offends me even slightly. There we go. That preserves a little bit of the soul of the region, I'm sure. I'm not terribly concerned about just slamming the maintenance on the side here, because I don't think it's going to be that busy a route. Can't have that there. No 90-degree turns allowed. Yes, I do abhor the 90-degree turns. That'll do nicely, though. Could have just done a tunnel. Possibly. It was very varied, the heights around here, though. Right, so how's this going to go? There's a lot of trains to be moving around, so let's just take it one step at a time. China Clay needs to go down to California East. So... crikey, what's our freight train that we use? What have we... Well, I haven't really been doing much freight, have I? Not by train, at least. What are you, then? You're another 10 Condor. Maybe I should try something a little different, though. It's just a short distance. It's not even going to get up to high speeds. You're the place that I should be making it, though, because it'll come in this way. Tell you what, I should do signaling before I think about any of this. Out you go, and along you go. And out you go, in you come. Like the game knows. Alright, that's agreeable. Except... it's missing here. So... in particular, this is for... China Clay? What do you mean I have no... oh, right, that's locomotive. I need cargo type here. China Clay. Apparently this is a freight train. Yeah, Diablo's a nice name, so why not? We'll have ourselves a Diablo locomotive and as much China Clay as we can. I want stuff that can reach 120 kilometers per hour. Oh, good grief. None of these randomized things, please. Alright, how about capacity? A product tanker. Doesn't reach that top speed, but I don't think it's going to reach that top speed anyway. A tanker full of clay. Acid tanker, product tanker. 30, 40. Well, let's just grab that and see how much we can fill it. Oh, there we can go. Can max the thing out. Here's the question, though. Would I not want it to switch over and bring back a full load? I don't know, I feel like I introduce a lot of problems when I start refitting my vehicles, especially with not very symmetric amounts of goods flowing. But on the other hand, maybe I should give it a go. So what can we have that can switch between China clay and engineering supplies? Is there even such a thing? Let's check engineering supplies. Thinking about it, these don't look like they'd be able to carry clay as well as those kinds of supplies. Oh, here we go. This'll happily take everything. Yeah, let's give it a go, shall we? Up you go to 5 length, and let's tell you to just go to Sharp Street and go to California East. At Sharp Street, I want you to refit for China clay. And at California East, I want you to refit for engineering supplies. Now, I don't know if that makes you drop off stuff, so I want to see you in action first. Even though the game's art style is ancient, I low-key love it, says Spreadsheet says no. And I dread to think what age one has to be to look at this and think that it looks ancient, but to each their own. Right, you didn't pick up anything, but that's because there was nothing there to pick up. What about it in California East? There was nothing to pick up. Now, you're going to pick up what little there was here. That's okay, it'll take a while for there to be actual amounts of it. And then, hopefully you drop it off. You do... maybe? I think you did. You made money, so you must have gotten rid of that. So yeah, you are dropping it off. And load it. Oh my goodness, they load and unload at the same time. Well, that's pretty convenient, isn't it? And that should keep a good rating around here. The rating could be... No, actually the rating would be struggling to be much better there, because the time passage isn't that far. Okay, excellent. It's certainly not going to max out the amount of engineering supplies that get transported, probably, but that just means they could be taken elsewhere. In that case, I would like to do the same for the Arizona Glassworks. It does concern me that this train is not making much money, though. Hardly any money at all. I should also be concerned at the lack of food here, or the lack of food pickup here. It's also going to hurt the ratings that you're not being seen to very often. So, dare I say I am actually going to clone you. How much money did you make on that last trip, though? You make good money, I like that. You'll make less money because I'm oversaturating this, but the shoals seem well seen to. And the better the rating here, the more food I get to pick up from the fishing harbour anyway, so that should be fine. Alright, in that case, chemicals and goods. Hopefully there is a chemicals and goods thing that I can set up here. So, to that extent, I'm just going to clone this train, but... well, come to think of it, weren't you able to take all sorts? That vehicle, that goods van, everything but... okay, it'll take chemicals and goods. That seems quite good. In that case, I just need to take your orders and change it for you to refit for goods. Actually, you know, I could just say refit for available cargo, but then they might take clay when I don't want to take clay. And here again, I want you to refit for chemicals. I gotta say, these port things are powerful. You'll have to forgive any pauses with the muting there. I was out for a fair few whiskies last night, so... whoa, what's that all about? Hopefully you are The one that's going for chemicals. Yeah, there we go. The other one's still bringing around the clay. As I said, I don't expect this to be making the big bucks, but it will see to the industries, and that should help them grow. This guy's gung-ho on the clay, so I might actually run into the position where I need more of you going. Your capacity isn't through the roof. How do you feel about Vicky 3? Haven't seen anything about it, friendly. I see. Well, there won't be any goods for you to pick up because they haven't had any chemicals delivered. But where's the chemicals? You don't appear to be coming here and bringing me the chemicals whatsoever. We've got the engineering supplies, but no chemical. There we go. Chemicals are starting to come. Excellent. But that's not enough. I want some sand over there. If I bring the sand and the chemicals, the glass work is going to have a greater amount of goods for me. Put down a wee boy here. Actually, I think I'm going to put it over here, because that way when it gets to here, it might want to go for a bit of maintenance. Same could be said on the way back, couldn't it? Alright, we'll have you right next to this thing then. So, sand. How much sand do you make? A lot of sand. Okay. Right, show me the sand. Yeah. Also, Vicky 3 comes out right as I'm settling in Austria, so I almost certainly won't be jumping on the game on release. I'm a little too burned to jump onto a Paradox game on release. Sand almost never goes off, so I don't mind using a fairly hefty vehicle for it. So I want you to go, fill up on sand entirely, and drop it off at a... Ooh, I don't even have a port here, but now I do. So I want you to go to the buoy, go to the port, and then back again. And I hate to say it, but I will want 2 of you, because it's a slow enough journey. Actually, if I'm going to have 2 of you, I'm pretty sure it's not going to take you the whole month. Ah, what the hell, let's have 2 of them. Creating a drunk ruckus before you leave, more or less. Well, a friend of mine started up his own bar, so wanted to go and help inaugurate it as well. It was also like, Jake, you've been saying you're going to leave Sweden for God knows how long. Are you actually going to do it? Well, yes, the ticket's booked now. Right, you require... Well, it says require food, but I don't think there's really any need to give it more, because it's already getting plenty of China clay. China clay alone... Yeah, God, that's plenty of the stuff. I want to keep a bit of an eye on this, make sure it's running well. Okay, I almost certainly need both of these doubled up on. So I'll do exactly that. Clone you, and off you go. We can be quite confident that this can handle it all. Ah, slight problem. They need to skip their order, or else they're going to be stuck here. Well, it says it's lost, but I'm pretty sure it's going to get unlost once it gets in there. There we go. Glad I kept that lost thing on there. Whoa, that's real income. I said these guys weren't going to be very profitable, but maybe just the sheer amount of goods that I'm having to move here will make up for that. Oh, I love to see it. Is there anything else I wanted to exploit around here? Yes, California Valley also brings in the fish, which will allow me to bring in more food. So, what I can do is have another... What was the make of the ship? It was the... Lamp wick steamer seems pretty good. So I'm going to make myself a couple of lamp wick steamers again. For not food, fish, the other F word. You know, unless there's something better coming out than a lamp wick. This one's got better speed. 42, 25. What about you? Well, you're 45 as well. You've got better capacity, but the California Valley doesn't make a lot of fish. So yeah, I do think a pair of lamp wicks would be better. Where's my lamp wick? Does a lamp wick not take fish? Maybe it doesn't. In that case, the speed on that trawler is kind of pathetic. But the running cost is so much better. Check that running cost, 301,000 a year versus 25. Yeah, I'm just having 2 of the Josephines, even if they are slower. Go there, stop by the boy on the way back, and drop off your food at California South, and then make your way back. I will clone you and activate both of you. Looks cool gam, says Langy. It's a very cool gam. It's the kind of game where you make your own fun, but that's something I'm perfectly capable of doing, I tell you what. Now these trains don't go particularly fast, it's not the greatest of terrain for them, but that's okay. Maybe it's not okay, they keep having to slow down for each other as well. I shouldn't have had this as bumpy as I do. But it's good to see the loading and unloading going well, and it's great to see that they're actually making profit. Speaking of which, is Mexico proving profitable for us? Mexico is proving staggeringly profitable already. Plenty of people want to go to and from. Let's see, where do Mexicans want to go anyway? We took an example size of 121 Mexicans, and they want to go to... only 18 of them actually want to go to Arizona. 31, oh god, they want to go to California? Thinking about it, I did see a fair few Mexican complexions in California, but the bulk of them actually want to go to New York, which surprises me a bit. That's funny because they have to go to Maryland, change onto a boat, and take a slightly convoluted route over to New York. The same New York that doesn't really seem to be growing much at all, despite the excellent coverage that the dock has. I guess it's just not excellent enough. Also, New York's layout is abysmal. Make sure they brought their immigration docks. Okay. Now, these small towns grow like weeds. That's good, but that's also because they're getting everything they need. When they start demanding fish and ore and sand and things, it'll be a little more tricky, because I'm quite certain they don't get that. They certainly produce the ore. I should have a quick look to make sure that all of my stations are running okay. I always want to check and see if that anywhere has not got too much waiting cargo. The Minnesota furnace, for example. Now it has no problems. The stamp and plate. Lots of goods that need to be brought over to Maryland. You know what? I think it's time for Operation Screw Maryland, and I know you all agree with me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cause a bit of a traffic hold-up, let these guys finish their business and get out of Maryland, and then we're going to do a bit of targeted Marylandscaping. Bye-bye, Maryland. Lose that as well. And it's time for me to flex my logistical muscles, so to speak. What about you? What about you? Get out of here. Don't worry, all those people that formerly lived in Maryland can find themselves a new home in, I don't know, Idaho. And then this was all part of the Maryland docks, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they are, because they need to be grabbing the goods from there. Okay. There were nowhere near enough vehicles getting served here, and it was causing a lot of backups, so we will solve that with this. They will go through, and then they will come out this away. At least whenever I can connect the road up, they'll go this away. And then we will unstop you. I want to be able to improve the amount of goods flowing through. Speaking of improve, I need to... You there, stop. Let me connect this up, and then carry on. And now they are going to filter in here, hopefully correctly. I still think there's a way to improve this. Does a waypoint have to be put on flat ground? Yeah, I don't know, there's all these vehicles in the way. Yes, flat land is required. Well, that's a bit of a bummer. I have an idea though. I have many ideas and this is one of them. I will move you back a bit. And yes, it's not connected because it's a bit of a shame that you need roads and rails and things to be free before you can do this kind of thing to it. There we go, the Maryland waypoint number 3. I will take your routes here, and I say before you go to the Maryland docks, I need you to go via the waypoint. That works for the goods trucks, the chemical trucks as well. Before you go to the Maryland docks, I need you to go via waypoint 3. And I think it's just goods and chemicals that do this route. But what I'm getting at is that there are too few goods being moved, and I need to improve the throughput for that. These guys already have a weird waypoint system that I'm not particularly proud of. But that doesn't change the fact that it's already there. Go to Missouri waypoint. Well, at least it segregates the goods from the chemicals, but who goes in through the other way? What do you guys do? Oh, you're the steel guys. Well, that's fine. At least it uses both sides of these. Still, though, these goods trucks, I need a lot more of them. There you are. And let's just go overkill. These things aren't exactly expensive. So now we bring the smog to Maryland, as if it wasn't already there enough already. And what was the... I had something here. I think that was part of Maryland Central, actually. Yeah, because Maryland Central's got actually a pretty pathetic range on it. Well, there you go. Now Maryland has much of itself covered for packs, and a thriving goods and chemicals industry. This is a mess that I don't have the spirit to tackle. At some point I will probably rip off all the horrible road network goods that we have flowing in America and replace it with a good high-speed railway. But for now, the road vehicles are quick and easy to do. So many trains, trucks and boats, but still no Zeppelin market. You really want a Zeppelin, Chumro? Pretty hard to justify given the prices of running an airport. Actually, I think an airport would set me back about 10 million a year. We don't really have 10 million a year to spare. Far from it. Right, was there anything else I wanted to do with you? We have all these farming supplies that aren't going anywhere. Can we get a decent farming loop going? The thing is, the distance isn't far, and that does pain me a bit. Wonder where that boat was hiding. You were going in for a bit of maintenance. You're picking up food, as you well need to. Yeah, getting those farming supplies, just the farming supplies themselves delivered somewhere would be good. You make livestock and milk, and there is a dairy right there. We'll turn it into food, but unless it goes the distance, it's hard to justify. Fruit and livestock. Well, those farming supplies gotta go somewhere. It would be really nice if Mexico had some more industry popping up here that could use that. But I am just leaving money on the shelf if I don't put this to use. So if we look at cargo payment rate for farming supplies, it's good, and it doesn't really start to degrade until a couple of months. Yeah, what the heck, we can give the Washington Dairy Farm some farming supplies. As I said, just leaving the money on the shelf otherwise is nay good. So we shall have a new ship for the farming supplies. Maximum speed on the island trader. Good, good capacity on it as well. So I want you to full load over here. I want you to go via California and off to the Washington docks. And back again. And I'll have 2 of you. Go. It's a hefty amount of farming supplies, but it seems awfully low compared to the other ones. I wonder if that's because it's not being used just yet. It's okay though, I'm confident it will get used and get decent money, no less. The question is, do I need another one? If you get all the way over there, and this guy is above 50... Whoa, okay, well that's good news. It's always nice to need more. Tells you there's more money to be made. You came back and didn't do anything. Are you actually doing it? Oh, I made a mistake with you. You are meant to unload all in California East. Please go back to California East. That sand wasn't actually getting transferred. And now they have the sand. Wait, did I actually have anybody set up to take that sand over? I have a sneaking suspicion that I did not. Okay, so let's have a dedicated sand hauler, because it is free money to bring it over there. It was the Diablo I was looking at, right? Yeah, let's get ourselves a Diablo, unless it's so much more expensive than the 10 Cador. No, it's not. It doesn't get particularly fast, but I don't think that's a big problem over such a short distance. Right, what do we have for hauling sand by train? Seems weird to haul sand by train, but what do I know? These wagons are all the same. Sand is probably a mineral, so let's just stack it up with mineral wagons. And your job is very simple. I want you to full load and then unload. The route's getting a bit busy with trains now, but that's why I put 4-lane stations at both ends. Is there a chance the track could bend? Not on your life, my Hindu friend. Although these can make some pretty snappy turns, can't they? Right, who's the sand man here? Are you bringing over the sand, and is it making actual money? 1 journey? A full journey, I might add. Made 20,000, but some of that sand was probably sitting around for a while. What does a fresher journey make you? 404... Wait, what? That sand must have been sitting for a long time. Either that, or... I suspect you don't actually make the money at all. Well, that remains to be seen. Let's have some sand come in for you. Yeah, it's actually being done at cost. That's okay though, your very existence helps out. Don't feel bad about it. Most of the money is made on the transfer here, but I wouldn't make any money on that at all if it wasn't able to reach its destination over at Sharp Street. So yeah, even though you're going to show up as making me a loss, the money is made on hauling the sand over by the boats. The very boats that I think I need more of. Yeah, you may have 420-ton capacity, but Washington Sandbank isn't going to be very happy if it doesn't get particularly good service here. So let's have another one. Do you think with the new RimWorld expansion, the baby blood harvesting economy will replace the wood economy? As long as the wood economy exists, it will be the most important economy in any game that has it. I will definitely be looking into that RimWorld expansion. That's just calling for a new long play. Well, long play doesn't even feel right when talking about RimWorld. RimWorld's a recurring stream around here. It is my favourite of the genre when it comes to that kind of game. Problem is all the mods are going to break, so I'm definitely going to be... Did Mexico shrink? Mexico lost about 150 people. This growth is so misleading. They love to tear down their own buildings before they even consider doing any real growth. Arizona as well is shrinking down. Why they gotta do that to me? I'm not seeing a lot of building diversity though. When we were playing on the temperate land, we saw a lot of very different buildings. Now some of them were ugly as sin, but at least it brought in some new things. I might have to find a mod that diversifies the building types in subarctic biomes here. All the cities look like Amsterdam. Well, it's apparently based on Canada, this biome. But yeah, needs to be investigated. Also, have I got the Texas Hotel part of my... I do have it covered. Okay, sweet. I make decent money moving packs around Texas, that's for sure. Okay, this is all well and good, and the money continues to pile up, but it needs to pile up more and more. I could just speed up, but is there any other money that we're leaving on the counter, or any city which is not currently growing? The way in which Washington grows is a little awkward. Well, not a little awkward, very awkward. It keeps sprawling out in one line. I don't want that. I want it to grid. Get some good American gridding going. Which sadly might mean getting rid of you. There you go. Try and grow around here, guys. Refitting you back in might be a little troublesome, but that's okay. There you go. Keeps going out and out, meaning it's people that I cannot actually see to. But you're not backing up on people, are you? Nope, and neither is Idaho. Those old crummy diesel buses doing me a world of good. Not many things infuriate Europeans quite like American city planning, because walkability equals bad, apparently. Apparently. I couldn't stomach that personally. Right, something that caught me unaware was my metro system. I thought it was very cool. I still think it's very cool. But it's running a hell of a loss. Now why is that? These things do cost an arm and a leg to run, and they're running empty. Madness, is it not? There should be good coverage of Montana. Even so, we're barely picking up half of the people here. I am confused by this, especially since... Oh, I thought there was a hotel here. There is not. Very strange. Why do people not want to use the metro? There's a big blank area here that we're not covering. Otherwise, though, we get most of the place. I suspect we actually need to enlarge these metros. Again, I'll just do it the cheap and cheerful way. This can all be part of the boneyard. And then the Great Falls can have that. You can be part of Missoula. And the bossman can go here. Hopefully that'll absorb more of the Montana people, but it can be hard to tell. I'm just surprised the metro was making me anti-money. Surprised and disgusted. There you go, let's help you out with some road building. It also helps make the metro feel like it's more underground, which I do think is very cool. The city layouts I have set to random, which I believe means that there are 4 different ways that they can build. This is the 2x2 square design. Oklahoma is using either the original or the improved road building. I don't know what the difference is between the two. Texas is also on the 2x2. Is anyone on the 3x3? Looks like Arkansas is using the 3x3 layout, which is probably the most efficient, most building to road ratio around. There's a lot of mechanics about how cities grow that I do not know myself. I'd like to look into it someday, but I'm just happy to see that it's growing nicely. Even with a modest coverage from its its train station. Could always be improved, but there's always room for improvement here. I've got a whole world to deal with, though. Need to keep my eye open for any industries, especially coastal industries I haven't tapped in, because those are easy enough to set up with boats. Very little thinking involved, which is my favourite kind of thinking. I mean, I might look at something like the glass dock, for example, which has more goods than I am taking care of. Simply done, though. I simply clone you. Wham. And I note that you make me decent money, so that's all the more reason to want you cloned. And what about the farming supplies that go up to Washington docks? Is that you? You fool load on food and bring it over. I trust the food is making money. It certainly is. But what about the Washington docks, guys? Well, the problem is that you return empty, but there's not really anything I'd want to bring back from you, is there? You're on gung-ho production. Not moving that livestock and milk is hurting me. There is a dairy right here. Tell me, Washington, are you interested in milk? They are, and they will want that milk real soon, so despite what I was saying, I should actually set up a milk moving service for Washington. Then the question is, where could the livestock go? Are they also interested in livestock? No. Does Idaho like livestock? Also no. Jinx, does no one like livestock around here? Idaho stockyard wants livestock. I could bring it over. The mind boggles. California like livestock, but they already get plenty of other goods. I could bring it even further. Hell, I could have a cheeky way that runs all the way across to some livestock market. Which I'm struggling to find, but this is exactly why we have a world map. Map of the world. Ignore the names here. Just show me where we can find industry for livestock. Disable all that and find me... what is it called again? What is it called? Fishing grounds, orchard, hotel, store, harbour... Stockyard, that's the one. All of these places will happily accept those. And the one that caught my eye was... where was that? Yeah, that was you. The Minnesota Stockyard. And they make food as well. Food that we further transport over to Michigan. So, that is a match made in heaven. Right, well, let's make it happen then. Washington Dairy Farm needs to go over to Washington Dairy. A very short journey, so I would like to use something that's quite short and sweet for it. Tram service would surely be sufficient. Just a little off there. It needs to be a little bit further in for that. Ah, actually, this would work rather nicely. Might clog up some vehicles coming in, though. Also, gotta remember that you make food, don't you? Don't you pick up food? No, you drop off food here, don't you? I tell you what, then. The dock workers that bring in the... they bring in the farm supplies, they return empty, don't they? They could return with food. Yes, they could. Alright, I'm going to set this up, and I'm going to take a swift water break. I'm already running through mine real fast. I'll be back in but a minute. Much better. I have no problem going long streams without food, but going without water would be unthinkable. I know there is no Panama Canal, however, we can very easily make one, but I won't be doing any landscaping on lands that I have not annexed yet, and all we've annexed is Mexico. Speaking of, if we go for the Central Americans, there are just too many joke nations here. I will probably just combine them all into, what was it called again? The United Republic of Central America or something like that. In the same way that I cannot reasonably fit Netherlands, Belgium and Luxembourg here, so I will probably just make Benelux. FRCA? Is that really it? I swear EU4 had one, something like the USPA? I don't know, I'll call it something like that. If you have a great idea for the name, then I'm all for it. Right, food, milk, livestock. Let's try and make this profitable. Can you actually go along here? Yeah, no, I figured as much. However, couldn't you go under here? Not really. Doesn't slope up enough for it. Could you bridge? No, because it's already elevated there, and you can't bridge over these guys either. Most awkward, thanks to the layout here. So, what's a man to do? I certainly want a straight shot coming along here. Trams do not like elevation, though. So actually, I might just take a different route. Well, they don't like trying to climb elevation, that much is for sure. You work here, so I can just make you do a turnaround for your pickups. Surely one area for picking up will be sufficient, but just in case it's not, we'll have the Idaho Meadows like so. I'll bridge over here so I don't get in your way. Then along we come to here. That's not too awkward. Don't suppose I could bring you down, could I? Nope. There we go. So they'll make a swift turnaround there and come on the way back. Easy peasy. They're going to be using that anyway, so if I extend this out, yeah, it would be bringing it down. Whoa, okay, we don't want any of that. Just have a sharp turn there. On top of that, I want my maintenance shack right there. Since it's on the corner, people are going to lose their speed anyway. And it's very simple. I would just like a milk runner. What about the food, though? Actually, the Washington docks covers that, so they can be shipped out without needing to be brought back by tram. So we can just bring whatever. I think I was using this refrigerated tram earlier. It carries the most milk, even though it's older. Ah, I see. This one might be more expensive and have lower capacity, but it can transfer, or rather it can move a lot more different things. Also, it's faster. Fast is good, but I suspect that capacity will work better for us. So, very simple. Grab all the milk you can there and bring it over to the dairy. And I'll probably want... yeah, 3 might be overkill, but we'll have 3 of you anyway. And then these guys that bring the farming supplies, that's food, not farming. Wait, food? That's funny because they bring food over to the Washington docks. I might need to make sure that at the Washington docks they only unload. Otherwise they won't, well, they might not do what I want them to do because they'll try and pick up more food, won't they? But if you're already doing a food run, where do you come from? Ah, from California South, so I wouldn't want you to just bring more food back here, would I? No, it would be alright if you went here. But I need to grab one of the farming supply ones anyway. You do farming supplies, right? That you do. Can you, at Washington Docks, refit for food. I didn't check to see if that's even possible for you, but surely you'll be okay. Island Trader. Can Island Trader even hold food? Refittable to food. Excellent. Alright, that should work rather nicely then. I haven't moved the livestock, but I will get that livestock hauled over to the Minnesota Horse Market. I just love the idea that we call it a dairy farm, but it's full of horses. I have every confidence that horse milk has been and continues to be consumed. Just not something I want to think that much about. Now you're already heading back, aren't you? I need to find one of your fellow farming supply buddies. And that won't be you, because you're running the fish. How's the fish in the California Valley? There's a lot of it, and it's not being moved enough. Nothing a couple more of you won't solve, though. Horse milk is extra horsepower. Horse milk allegedly tastes like nuts. It's been a long time since I just drank milk on its own. I do use milk, though. Mix it in with my porridge or have it with cereal. Cook with it too, but just sitting down drinking a glass of milk. Maybe if it was really good, like Jersey Gold Standard milk. You there, you've got the engineering supplies. I just want to, whenever I do one of these change at location things, I want to make sure it's actually working. So you drop it off, you switch for food. There was no food to collect. Oh, it's the wrong bleeding place, isn't it? The food goes here. Okay, if that's the case, then I need you to actually go to here. There we go, go to Washington Docks. Wait, there are two Washington Docks, that's confusing. Alright, well this one could be called the Washington Farming Docks. Mongolians used to make alcohol from horse milk, fermenting it in their saddlebags during a hard day's burning down Russia. Oh my, now that's money. However, you still didn't grab any food, even though there's food right there. What's your game? Oh, because you're a different one altogether. You are one of our food guys. You're gonna go over there, you're gonna grab the food, and hopefully make decent dosh bringing it back. Excellent. All the while that money keeps on piling up despite my investment into vehicles and infrastructure. I love to see it, but I'd love to see even more of it. Let's get these dairy horses over to the market so they can be turned into glue and other things that people will eat. How exactly do we bring him over there, though? Train is the best idea. It's a fair distance. Oh man, why does there have to be even more livestock? They could jump on this as well. Also, the idea of Idaho having its own hotel. Interesting. I could certainly make money shoving those passengers. However, moving these passengers doesn't contribute to town growth, so I think the best way to look at hotels is an easy way to dump food, alcohol, or, well, food or alcohol to a city. I can't just dump passengers because cargo dist settings ensure that passengers have needs and desires for where they want to go. Right, so it looks like the Meadows is just going to shoot out with a straight line over here that then arches up and over to that. Very simple, very easy, very about to be done. 5 length over here. I don't like using 5 length for... Whoa. I want 2 tracks here. I don't like using 5 length for freight. It just doesn't seem right. I mean, surely freight should be massively long. trains that are just packed with as many goods as possible. That's what makes sense to me. You know what? We haven't been using electrified rails whatsoever. Let's change that. I know electrified trains are much more expensive, but I like variety, so let's change you out. And let's have a very expensive electric track that will hopefully one day be used by other things. I see that there is a bit of Idaho in my way. What do we do with you, Idaho? I think this is one of those solutions that we can go through, actually, rather than cause too much hubbub for the populace. Even though tunnels are undoubtedly expensive. There. Yeah. You know what, I can just get rid of you and not even tunnel, can't I? There you go. I think it's recommended to do this when you're paused so that the game won't build things in your way. I did a lot of building while paused on the Hanseatic run, but something I feel is that oh, everything's completely gone rather than see-through. There we go. That's a bit better. Something I find is that it's quite nice to have the whole world living whilst you're busy engorging it with infrastructure. Plus, it's all about making the money here, whereas money was not much of a concern in the previous run, so if I have the game running while I do this, that's even more money just waiting to be piled up for me. Slight concern here, of course, because I want to get through this, and that's what bridging is for. However, you guys are getting in my way, so I will pause you, and nothing's coming the other way, so here I will pause. I think it needs to be a bit further out. Yes, I know you're lost, but you won't be lost for much longer. There we go, suspension should do fine. Can I get under that without issue? Yes, and more yes. And get back to work. I don't know how often vehicles recalculate their paths and whatnot, but it seems to be frequent enough that lost things don't remain lost forever. And back in, the horse market grows ever larger. I think I'll give myself a bit more space in case it does need to severely grow. Imagine needing 4 stations here, or 4 tracks on the station, just for all the horses that get processed. Yeah, imagine that. Working the farm, pulling carts and that, being milked whenever possible, and then ultimately your great award is being sent off to the chop shop. It's tragic, so try not to think about it too much. This is certainly going to need some servicing along the way. Servicing we can certainly do. But I think I'll just have my servicing done here-ish. I don't think it's going to be so frequent that this becomes a big issue. So I'll just have you pop out a little bit. And that should already be sufficient. That was the wrong way. There you go. So now we have vehicles that are... Oh, of course we have electric, don't we? We can actually get some decent speed going. The Hawking... Wait, a steam one? No. The Argus. The Argus kind of lacks the horsepower. But it is quite cheap. No, we should be looking for one that does freight. So in the end, I've built this electric line, and it's still just steam engines. Huh, maybe this was a bit of a mistake. What about the High Flyer? Oh, it's very weak. I guess we're not quite at the age of good electric engines, are we? Binder mouse? God, that's expensive. The hurly-burly. Hen horse, stoat. But the stoat doesn't have a lot of speed going for it, does it? Steam dominates until the 60s. Yeah, I have a feeling I've just built myself a very expensive line with nothing to make up for it. Oh, what the hell? How heavy could these horses really be? Let's try the Argus, shall we? It's comparable with the Diablo in terms of cost, but with no real advantage. I guess it's slightly faster if it gets up that speed. What the hell? Let's see how good you are then. We have a lot of livestock to move around here, and I need the livestock vans to be able to reach this high speed. So sort by maximum speed, and they're all really slow. Damn, the horse lobby's too strong for me. They're all incredibly slow, what a bummer. Small livestock wagons do 20 thingies of these each. Oh well, guess we're just piling up on these. Oof, awkward size, awkward size. Could I put in a goods van and drop out one of you? And there we go, 5.0. Very awkward, I don't like it at all, but it's what we have. Go and max fill up at the meadows for all of those juicy horses. Drop them off at market, back you come, and we're doubtlessly going to need at least 3 of you, because it's on gung-ho production. Horse wagons, they go faster when filled, more horsepower. I'm curious about the speed this thing's going to make. It maxes out at 96. Doesn't seem to be struggling with the hills at all, which is nice. Go in there, get full. It's taking a little bit of time initially, but that won't remain that case for long. We'll get more and more of the livestock as the rating goes up for it, and that's going to be a great rating in due time. So great that I'm tempted to build a statue of myself over in... Wait, it's Idaho Meadows, but Washington? Nonsense, we're not having any of this nonsense. This is the Washington Meadows. Why is it not linked with a farming dock? That's just daft. That doesn't really make any odds, does it? I wish it wouldn't warn me about can't find a path. I know you can't find a path. That's because these guys are filling up on the horses right now. Very slowly, I might add. Come on, you're in... Wait, you're in normal production? Shouldn't you be gung-ho? I bring you all those farming supplies. I do bring you those farming supplies, right? Why do we have all these... Oh god, I didn't tell you to switch to farming supplies here, did I? I did not. I need you to skip your way over to there. I need you to skip your way over to there. Alright, there we go then. You also need to skip your way over to there. I don't know if that's going to be too much or too little, but there we go. That should swing this back to gung-ho production of livestock and milk, which is going to be a lot of livestock and milk. Good thing we're ready for it. Are these guys actually making me money? That's not a long distance to bring any milk. Yeah, probably paying for the infrastructure at least. Programming failure leading to a deadlock. Yeah, 100% my programming failure as well. Okay, so we're wasting a lot of time with this livestock, and livestock really drops off in value. People don't like moldy old dead horse that much. So sadly our initial runs of this aren't going to be worth a lot of money, but once we get the farming supplies over at the docks, there we go, gung-ho production, vastly increased amount of livestock flowing out, there we go, bring in the real money. So this one broke even on that last journey, but these guys here, with those nice... Ooh, that's quite a distance to go. Nice speedy delivery of a high capacity amount of livestock. Show me the real money. I suppose one advantage of these smaller trains is that they can offload and unload, offload and load quicker. At least I choose to believe they will. That's quite a bit better. And these runs will improve, surely. The rating should be kept high because it's always has someone being seen to. I think Washington Meadows and Washington Farming Docks are technically in northern Oregon. Well, there wasn't really space to jam in all of the states of America, so I trimmed it down to 15. In my world, Oregon does not exist. They did not survive the Great Depression, which we're firmly out of right now because it's wartime. Nothing solved depression quite like a good old war. Don't get quite as much livestock here as I was expecting. Three trains might actually be overkill. Washington Square Mall, that is, lol. We also have Washington Mall here. Whatever works, right? That food is piling up, but that's probably just because the farming supply guys were taking their sweet time. God, I really don't like switching the goods. It makes it very hard to keep track of which vehicle is what. But I also don't like the idea that they spend 50% of their time running empty on the way back, so what's a man to do? Well, it's no big deal. Right, how you feeling there, Mexico City? You seem well tended to. I'm curious if any of my packs are suffering of... Well, what we have is the map of the world, which can very conveniently tell us anything that is over or under saturated. There's a lot of lines that it claims are unused. That just tells me that I have a lot of good services running on them. But what about passengers and mail? It's actually looking great. Almost saturated, so I've got just the right amount of vehicles running them. If we saw any yellow lines, we would know that we're in trouble. But no, we've got a very sensible network, a very profitable and sensible network. This guy actually hasn't made me that much money over his illustrious career, but then this guy comes in, same time, and he's made me 3 million, so maybe you just time it better. Oklahoma grows away, Missouri. Abe Simpson wouldn't recognize them as a state. The train of trucks. I'm going to assume there was a breakdown that caused something bad there. That is, well, it does eventually clear, so I'm not too worried about how backed up that is. Jake, my pipe is leaking. What's your advice? Stop the leak? Right, there's way too much steel here. And it's getting to the point where just adding more steel into this is just going to create more goods that need to flow. So where else will take steel? Actually, forget where steel is used. Tell me. Display the chain for steel, please. It only goes to metal workshops, so the question is, do we have another metal workshop to tweak that steel off to? Again, that's where Map of the World helps us out. Tell me about the steel. No, that's the wrong one. I need to actually be looking at this for the steel mills. There are only 3 steel mills in the world. No, wrong one. It's not steel mill. It goes to a metal workshop. The metal workshops, there are 11 of them in the world. They're plenty scattered around. And there seems to be a pretty well positioned one over on Best Coast. There's also one between Arizona and Mexico. Oh, there's one up in Alaska. If we colonized Alaska, we could get the steel up and over there for decent dough. But alas, no. Where was the metal workshop that I was seeing? Here we go, the California one. Are we a bad enough dude to trek that steel over to California's metal workshop? I think so. And I'm going to do it by road, because I haven't done much road vehicling here. And I'm going to set up a significantly better road thing. Now the thing is, you are going to potentially want some iron ore or coal. Do we have any over here? Would you look at that? We have a scrapyard in Arizona that would happily bring that stuff over. So, I think I'm going to actually make a bit of a dual purpose thing. So how's that going to work? Awkwardly, no doubt. Especially since there's this hill here. Tell you what, get out of here. Now, how are we thinking this? They're going to come in here. Maybe that's a bit overkill. How many are we looking at? Let's build this up first, shall we? Should I join you up with Minnesota Furnace? Yeah, it's disconnected, so there's no way they're going to accidentally go over there, but at the same time... there's a balanced output of steel, so I'm pretty sure that they'll grab what they can in terms of steel here. So it's not Minnesota Woods, this is Minnesota Furnace 3. Do I want 3? Do I want 4 of them? 4 might be overkill, but... oh, what the heck? Think big, right? Think American big. I want you one bit of poking out, and then back out down to the road. Same up here. And I didn't give you an extra one over there, but that's easily sorted. Now, this is where the fun comes in, surely. Yeah, there might be logic to this. Wait and see. Now I need to set up a similar thing over here. What makes this incredibly awkward is that it's hard to capture both of you. The snowy look of everything here doesn't help matters. I want one... well... yeah, so I want one place for delivering goods and another one for picking up scrap metal. I'd also need to deliver steel. Oh, what am I going to do with the goods, though? I haven't thought about that one at all, have I? The goods can be another question. Although goods are good money. Yeah, goods are good money, but we can puzzle that out later. Right now I'm thinking about that ore and that steel. In this regard... that's kind of the closest I can zing you in there, isn't it? Still called the horse market. But I need you all the way back here if I'm ever going to get that metal, so... I have a sneaking suspicion that what I could do is something like this. Don't worry, this design will come together. It has no choice. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing here, but we'll do it anyway. Okay. On top of that, we will need service and more service. I'm not a big believer in over-servicing or having too many service places for vehicles. Ignore this clog up, it's just your average American driving experience. Yeah, these should be fixed, but they're certainly not getting fixed right now. I wonder if I could fork it out even more here so we'd have more parallels for them to work with. Or if I'd just be creating more issues. Never mind, I'm sure I'm onto something good. I want waypoints. I want one here, and I want one here, and they are going to be separate ones. Montana waypoint 1 and 2. And waypoint here, and waypoint... I don't even need to be there, does it? It could be further along in. Well, that doesn't make much odds. So, first off, I want my... Crikey, you're based on Arizona's population, and Arizona's population is continuing to not do very well, so I don't expect a lot of scrap metal here. Regardless, I need to bring that scrap metal along. So, get ourselves a Rattlebrook open truck. It's articulated, which I don't like, but it's considerably faster, which I do like. I wish for you to go through the Arizona waypoint, which is next to California waypoint, over to the horse. This is all wrong. This is all wrong. This is the California Metallurgy. The horse market. Wait, it's still called the horse market. No, now it's called the metallurgy. Alright, good. You go there and you full load. And I wish for you to head over to the Minnesota furnace. You already know to unload. You'll be coming back empty though, which I'm not sure I like at all, but I definitely don't like that. But I hate telling them to full load on the way back too. On the other hand, there's a lot of steel for them to take there. Also, can this vehicle even be refitted for steel? Apparently yes. Alright, and then I want you to go to... not sure I like this at all. I hate refitting. It might actually work out better this way. Alright, first let me make absolutely sure this thing can be refitted. Yeah, it can certainly do that. Alright, so it goes in, it drops off the... Oh, I didn't even tell it to take the waypoint, did I? Take that waypoint, and then you'll come around the back. I'm not sure about this one, but let's believe in it, shall we? I'm gonna need a whole bunch of them. Start off with at least 20. So the great idea here is that I force them through a waypoint, and then after they go through the waypoint, I think then they're going to recalculate where the best place to go for pickup is. So they should actually spread out quite nicely. They should. Oh, man. At least they can leave happily. Refitting doesn't take time or money. It's instant and free. It's okay, surely once things spread out a bit better, this will be less of a problem. And you're coming back actually with 30 tons of steel, so you did refit quite well. And then you come right back in. Via the Arizona waypoint. If I wasn't going to have them refit, I would have had a separate one for picking up steel and then bringing it over here that takes a different waypoint. But I could still use that other waypoint and this for grabbing the goods, and then bringing the goods elsewhere. Don't know where would be a good place to bring said goods yet. Do you plan to upgrade your steam conveyor belts to diesel? Yeah, I should certainly start upgrading these guys so they can get some respectable speeds, shouldn't I? That's why grouping is so good. Anyway, I actually want to start grouping the people that I put together. You're a Pax. You are a male Pax, aren't you? Yep. And then I know that you are the milky guys that I just set up. So into milk you go, and you are the iron ore one that I... not iron ore, it was scrap metal. The scrap metal guys I just set up. But what I can do is start replacing them. Question is which ones I need to replace. I could probably do it by the larger... oh my, I hate that cursed vehicle. It's not very fast, it just needs to be able to deal in engineering supplies. So what can I replace them with? The flatbed. It does engineering supplies, it looks less horrible, and it's considerably faster. So I'm going to tell them to replace for something that isn't so awful. And there's the farming supplies guys. They could also go for the flatbed, which is faster and has more capacity and is more reliable. Then there are all these good trucks, but they might not be eligible for refitting. Well, I'll be damned, they are. Again, faster, carries the goods. I don't know, I like the easy wheel box, even though it's less reliable. It's easier to tell that those are goods vehicles, so I will replace those. This bulk replacement thing is so good. The Coleman dump truck. These guys deal in iron ore. And you can have that open truck, which again is faster. A bit more expensive, but it'll make up for it in capacity and speed. The livestock is a big problem though. Livestock is always a pain to move around. I can just shove the horses into boxes. Or even open trucks. Look, as long as it's faster and has better capacity, then it's all the better for replacing with. Same with these old scrappy things here. Yeah, the old crappy Colemans can be replaced with the open trucks. And then there's the steel guys. Yeah, get into the flatbeds. Or the open trucks. I mean, it's 6.5 dozen between them, isn't it? Still, there you go. Nice and easy. I don't think there's anything in the packs that I really want to switch around. Maybe my old milky ones could be switched out. What is it? It's the refrigerated tram. And we use those for milk. But wasn't there something better? Oh god, too many options. Forget it. Don't like being plagued with options. Those guys will figure things out. Okay, that made me completely forgot what I was in the middle of doing. It was probably something to do with getting the Washington Ironstone. So much iron ore. But that's probably just because the vehicles are being upgraded, because I haven't been there to pick that stuff up. Right, I am grabbing a fair amount of Arizona scrap. And as we bring you the steel, you'll make goods, which I need to figure out what to do with. Goods are used in a lot of different places, even just regular cities will have them quite happily. The problem is goods don't contribute to the growth of a city until they get far larger. Which seems weird, because goods is a really quick and easy thing to make. But I should shove those goods somewhere. And again, doing it by road vehicle makes sense since I've set this up for it. So I can have it come out and down. God, that's a long way to bring goods by road vehicle. I can just shove them into Arizona. Doesn't Arizona have a hotel? Yeah, it's got the good old bar, grill and rooms central. Trouble is linking that up would be a little awkward given the sheer size this already is, and giving more cities large dump truck depots doesn't seem right. Hey, would you look at that? There's a hotel right here. Oh, hotels don't take goods. It's food and alcohol, but not goods. Still thinking, where would like some goods? California Central wouldn't mind them. That'd be a very easy place to bring it out to. I say easy, but the space is a little tight there. I'm gonna shove these dang goods. Hey Jake, do you plan on giving Terra... Why do people keep talking about Terra Invictus? It's early access, so that's a straight up no. Oklahoma's right there. That would actually be a pretty sick place to bring the goods to. There's nothing I need to bring back either. And Oklahoma Central will be only too happy to take some goods. I even played Terra Invictus. I got some press release thing for it ages ago. And it just looked a little rough around the edges, really. Unsure about bringing these goods in, however, we know it's the Okie Central that wants it, so if I just expand Oklahoma Central like so. Actually, I shouldn't need a long one coming out, should I? Nah, probably better to be ready for the future. Just tweak you up and over to there. Or I could even just pop out through without having to make any turns. Yeah, who's going to stop us? Actually, tunnels are expensive, so I probably shouldn't be considering this, but we do it anyway. Or we can. That's the wrong kind of tunnel to make in a big way. There we go. Up and over we go. Now Oklahoma Central can get the goods. And it's just going to be a one-way thing. So, goods. Flatbed truck. Nah, I like using the box trucks for goods. So, very simple. I want you to go via this waypoint. That way, you're forced into... Ah, you probably shouldn't be here, should you? There we go. That way you're forced into coming around the other side, so you stopping to full load is not going to prevent other vehicles from it. So, go via the California waypoint, silly name. And then enter the metallurgy... Crap, I just made you share orders instead. Stop sharing. Kill those orders. Waypoint, then metallurgy full load, then offload in Oklahoma. Simple as... Is this a mod? I don't remember this many products. Yeah, I'm using the FIRS mod, F-I-R-S. I'm using actually a fair few mods. Shark, Furs, Roadhog, Aircraft, and Iron Horse, as well as the renewed village growth script that means villages actually need goods and services to grow. And on top of that, I'm working with the JGR patch of this game, which is just so good for quality of life things. For example, seeing the contributors to the ratings inside each station, what's been lying here, and the departure times. And there's so much more than that. That's just the easiest, quickest thing to click on. Right. Tons of scrap metal here, which you for some reason are... Oh god, I know what I've forgotten. I forgot to tell you to refit to scrap metal when you get back here. The amount of times I make that chuffing mistake. So... Rather than going and clicking through all of these guys, telling them to rejig themselves, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my scrap metal group that I've made here. Which one is the right one, I wonder? Well, probably the ones that go there, which is you. And then I'm going to tell you all to go to the depot. And then once they figure that out, I'll just tell them to reactivate it all as well. There we go. And now when they go back to it, they should refit and grab the goods. There we go, much better. You're saying eliminating Utah would be less destructive than most national recessions. Interesting. So yeah, I wanted to start with America, bring out all those little American petty squabbles. This is a very Eurocentric channel, so we've got to throw a bone to the colonials every now and then, right? Yeah, I quite like this layout for the road vehicles. I still think it's not very space efficient. You can get so much more out of a train track, but ultimately it's a lot easier to thread the roads around here than it is train tracks. Not that trains are that difficult, really. You seem to be having difficulty picking up all that steel. And the thing is, the amount of steel that gets coughed out here is enormous. Maybe I should have some dedicated steel haulers. They can come in the other way, can't they? Or I have another batch that full loads on steel and then loads whatever over here. It's a weird way to set it up and I don't like it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Let's grab you and tell you what you do is you go via waypoint 2, then you full load here, and then you go via the California waypoint, and then you just offload there. However, at the furnace, that's where you make sure that you are fitted to steel, and at the metallurgy, you're going to refit to... You can't actually take... can't take that iron stuff, which means you need to be one of these guys. It's nice that it tells you all the available ones they can refit to, though. So that's scrap metal. Let's have a whole bunch of you rolling and see if you help out things. Because, yeah, man, this furnace really coughs out the steel, and the rating is going down because I keep failing to pick it up. Yeah, poor rating on steel, that hurts the steel mill's transported amount. I should feel that that's not even going to be a drop in the ocean for all the steel that I need to grab. Even so, you're passing through and not picking up any steel? That's weird. Why is that? You go to the furnace, you refit to steel, but previously that's meant that you actually get rid of your stuff. I need to watch someone, find out where the mistake is happening. This is certainly a mistake. I'm backing up and not using all of these. And they won't be using it if the steel doesn't pass through. Problem with trucks heading southbound from the furnace. Are you one of them? You're loaded up on steel, as you should. You're going to head for the Arizona waypoint. Good. You're coming into the metallurgy, where you should... We probably shouldn't have it full load, right? It should just be refit. But what you did there was... you didn't. When the ships did this, they offloaded their goods. Are you gonna do it then? No. That's strange. So they're coming in full of steel. They're told to refit to scrap metal. They don't refit and they don't unload. And I can't unload and tell them to refit. I'd have to give them a second order. Which is fine. I can tell them to go back here and refit, but It worked on the other one. See, this refitting's always working against me, isn't it? In that case, I should unload and leave empty and then tell you to go here and refit for steel. That'll sort itself out soon enough. Of course, that means other ones might need that done as well. Because you there, you're running with steel towards a place that's meant to be having the steel. So for some reason it worked for the boats, but it doesn't work for the road vehicles. I do not have an answer for that. So I need to give you an unload, and then also tell you to go here and refit to steel. And I lost track of the truck and its orders. So when you're at metallurgy, yeah, there's the refit to scrap metal, but I also need you to go to it and unload all. Alright, hopefully, after a wee bit of time, that'll sort itself out. One journey each way should suffice. This is a slight problem though, these trucks are backing us up. They're not actually going and using that as they should. It's okay though, part of the problem is the trucks haven't been getting any goods because you've not been getting any steel. But hopefully now they are getting the steel, even though it says that they're not. They're leaving with scrap metal, as well they should. You're trying to leave. There's a lot of transfer going on, but you don't appear to be... Oh god, goods. Capacity goods, but they don't actually have any goods. You're not making any. What's going on here? Are we actually bringing in steel? Okay, here we go. Here comes some steel. Dum 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 dum. I mean, you guys are being a little too stuck for my liking, so I'm actually just going to tell you to skip for now. In comes the steel, which should mean that these green guys load up on a bit of goods. Only... Oh, I know what happened. I deleted one of my things here, which no longer means it covers you. Aha. Don't worry, it's all coming together now. Yeah. Yeah, because you're just a bit too far away. Right, tell you what, I'll put you in here then. And I guess I don't even want you there. I want them to have other decisions to make. How about we do this then? Or rather, I could have you there. Alright, there we go. Now the steel should be happily brought in and the goods brought out. There we go. That was the main problem, and now it should be relatively sorted. That's even flowing nicely. It's got a lot of steel in it though. Steel that's just going to rot away because these guys aren't actually going to take it, but that's okay. I'll just leave it be. Yeah, the steel is slowly degrading and it will degrade to nothing. All those goods, however, I hope they're actually getting delivered. You've got all those goods. Well, you could have all those goods. Right, that's an insufficient amount of goods being transported, but easily sorted. I can tell which ones are the goods vehicles, because they are the nice boxy green guys. When in doubt, overload. Choo-choo! They aren't spreading out as much as I'd like, but they're spreading out sufficiently. Something weird is going on here, but what's a man to make of that? You need 2 different stations, to be honest, a drop-off and a pickup. I know that, but I want to be able to make it work with one, because these stations can take vehicles going both ways, so I want to use both ways. I don't know what's going on here, though. The problem with combining the whole wait until full things. Especially since the ones that pick up the goods are the same ones that, that wait until they're full, are they? No, they wait until they're full, which blocks off the guys that simply want to drop off. So yeah, segregating drop off and pickup would be good. The problem is they pick up goods and they pick up steel. Okay, so this setup definitely still has its flaws. Hang on, I see a bit of the problem here. I'm gonna have this be one way. Because I don't want anyone coming in through Arizona waypoint to be using you. I don't mind people coming in this way to use you, though. Come on, surely you guys can clear out of my way eventually. Oh, I got my chance. There we go. Go that way and go that way. Quit this clogging, please. Still does clog a bit too much for my liking, though. The people coming in this way aren't using these guys at all. Which is less than ideal. I wonder if that could be helped by moving this one out a bit further. These guys have to come around to use this anyway. I'll try this. I really want to find a road setup that works for me. This certainly doesn't like me much. Well, when in doubt, Terra. Of course, the slight problem here is that I also need to have the attachment over to that area, so what if we even try something crazy like that? Are they going to make better use of it? Hey, they're spreading out a bit more, which is probably good. It's those goods trucks, though. I actually think the goods trucks shouldn't wait until full. Because they're clogging things up too much. However, I can offset the problem of that by forcing them to timetable. If they automate and auto-separate, then at least they'll come in regularly without having to clog up everything. Aha, timetabling to the rescue once again. Oh yeah, took a bit of work, but I think we've got something sorted out here. Still trying to road vehicles? I am convinced that road vehicles can be the way forward. I've just not been using them well enough. Look, Jake, it's not so much intelligent design as it is evolution, mostly the kind of evolution that caused the giraffe's nerve to go up and down the neck, to go between 2 parts of its brain that were about 1 inch apart. I won't claim to know. Alright, I'm going to run this for another couple of months. Actually, I'll run this for a few months into 1944. And we'll see that this is indeed a profitable line. I'm glad to see that goods aren't backing up, the scrap metal gets collected, and the steel is finally getting so... Oh god. The other side of Minnesota Furnace is feeling the punishment, but all in all, the steel situation seems to be taken care of. Crikey, poor Minnesota Furnace. This vehicle situation is something else, though. It's okay, it's authentic. And it is flowing. It might look like it backs up every now and then, but it does flow. It's the American way. Yeah, I hate seeing that steel there, but it'll be gone soon. Okay, it's March 44. Tell me, are these new PAX things that I set up profitable? These are the PAX ones that go from steel and scrap metal. So I don't know why I put you into the steel or the scrap metal one. I think I'll throw you into steel. And then these are the goods guys, right? They are most certainly the goods guys. So they'll get thrown into goods. And the point is that they are very profitable. Excellent. And of course the scrap metal, nothing but profit made on the scrap. And the steel. Expertly done, mate. Took a bit of jiggering and pokering, but we got it sorted out. Can't wait to rip it all up in the future and replace it with high-speed rail across America. But that's a future Jake problem. Damn Texas and its ridiculous amount of industry. And none of it's the right industry. What I need Texas to have is a smelter so it can take coal, ore, or metal. And unfortunately there's only one industry that takes all of those, and that's the steel mill, and Minnesota's stealing it. Anyway, whilst we were setting all that up, it has proven to be very good for us, very lucrative for us year on year. We're making more and more money, as you'd expect. The question is where we go from here. Do we continue further south into Central America? It would be the gateway to beckoning lands such as Brazil. Perhaps we start on the islands here, although the islands are completely devoid of resources and I doubt they'd get any more. Or do we make our way up to Canada and or Alaska? Don't know. Well, tell you what, Baron Von Owen made me a map with Canada and Canada's cities, so I think we should go and indulge ourselves with the Canadians. Definitely further south. The sooner we get the Brazilians out of the way, the better. CJ wants us to go to Alaska. It would make a lot of sense for us to also link up railway to the north, wouldn't it? I know that Arizona Central is already pretty bustling, but it would probably be a good idea to 6-track, 5-length. Can you join? No, you can't. But what if we just get rid of a little bit here? Surely. Oh god, it's so wide. Let's destroy a bit more of Arizona for good measure, and let's not use electrified railway. It seems to be a waste of time and money right now. Yeesh, it's still too wide. We can do it there, we can't do it there. Part of me feels like 4 is too few for the terminus in Arizona for this, but we can make do with that. And we could run our rail right the way up through, Christ, what is even in Western Canada? British Columbia, Alberta, the Yukon. Ugh. And really stir one's imagination. I'm not sure I'm going to add British Columbia here right now. Maybe later. But I suppose Alberta. There was a song about Alberta in... oh, what was that filthy puppet style thing? Avenue Q. So Alberta is apparently right about here. So we need to link you up with Arizona. Arizona shoots out up here, might actually make a stop off at Boise and make its way up to Alberta. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Eventually this stuff is all going to have to be properly networked, so it makes sense to get a head start on it right now. So we're going to blast out through here. And out through here to join up with it, of course. But you'll be coming in through here. Oh, this is more than a little awkward. Least of all, we need a little crisscrosses, which are nice and easy to see on these old-fashioned tracks. Monorail and especially maglev are hideous. I do not like them, not one bit. Yeesh. Ooh, what to do about this river? I tell you what, there's no need to go over when one can go under. For some reason it doesn't like that. In that case, about like so. Very awkward connection, but that's okay. We're all about awkward around here. Can I even do this? Yay. There we gotta go and show off my Swedish skills there. Alright. How do I get you over here? Can I get you over here? Yes, I can. Sweet. Can I get you over here? No, not sweet. Can I actually bring this down a little sooner? I know you're not happy, but let's imagine you're a bit more happy. What if we tunnel our way through this? Ah, but then you can't get over here, can you? This needs to be a bit longer. Or does it? There we go. Now that's really how God intended. Doing all this just because I don't want to be so ham-fisted as to destroy Arizona's river. There's some real thought being put into this, I tell you. Okay. Awkward, but it's mostly awkward on the way out, which is fine. And since we actually have signals on bridges, ain't no big deal. Ooh, suspension's not good enough. We're probably going to have some actual speed coming in. I hate these kinds of bridges. They are ugly to the extreme. So I think I'll just use that one. It's a little less egregious on the eyes. Okay, that kind of gets us into Arizona. This is... I don't know if this is a great hotel or a horrible one. Great situation, or well situated, but man, cannot be pleasant to stay in with all that doot happening around you. Now, how do we link up to Boise? We can just come along, hunky-dory, but then we end up here, which could be a problem. Well, does it have to be? I could always tunnel under the whole place. That seems kind of cool, actually. This house is probably going to have to go, but we'll figure that out as we bring the train line along. Over we go. What about you? Well, someone's got to go over and under, but I actually think you are going to be the one going under. Is that good enough for you? There we go. Not good enough for my railway track, actually. Don't worry, they're lying. They're not really lost. Just completely screwing over these poor drivers. There you go. Not a big fan of having crossings between rail and road, because I would definitely end up paying the tax. The tax of having my vehicles just explode on me. Right, you are entirely in the way, Orchard and Piggery. And I meant to have myself a nice big station here. It's not the only thing in the way. I could put it over this way as well. But I quite like the idea of just running the whole train line underneath Boise. popping out the other end and then making our way up to Alberta. Ignore all these messages about lost vehicles, they're not really lost. They just want to tell me they're lost. So they're lonely or something. Could also activate Operation Screw Boise. They don't have to be connected, but I will want to connect them eventually, won't I? So, tell you what, let's just simplify the world for us. Especially you, you don't need to be there. That's just asking for trouble right there. Did you upload the map to Discord, or will you? Yes, the map is uploaded. It's in my usual Google Drive place, which is generally where I save all these kinds of things. Can I just connect you to Boise? I can. In that case, we can do that. And you can be upgraded to a central. And that's just a case of connecting you up willy-nilly. Little awkward. Well, it's very awkward, in fact. Oh god, that is awkward. It's kind of hard to tell the height map at a glance. At least I'm finding it difficult, evidently. So there we go. You can come in through those ways, and then you'll be able to come out. Coming out needs that extra bit for signaling. Could we do that? Not really. Not really at all. Although, if I did that... Damn these diagonals. Damn that Dr. Fred. Right, how about you just go for that? Still can't do that because there's a difference in height here. How about we just eliminate the difference in height? Means it is hard for me to tell what the height is at all around here. Maybe it needs to be elevated a bit actually. And then you cannot have that. You can make your way up here. I knew we'd get there in the end. A little bit hideous, a little bit very hideous. But it'll work, of that I'm certain. Still, that isn't even where we're meant to be going here. We need to pop our way out. And make our way to Alberta. Which means I probably want a bridge around here. I'm even going to pause to do that. Get under you. I'd actually want this bridge to be even longer, truth be told. The hopes that I can get both of my rails underneath. Heck yeah. Do-do-do-do-do-do. That's not great for coming in, far from it. Might be better to... Christ, what wouldn't be better here? It's all bad. It's going to slow down in the approach here. Right, what's a slightly more sane way to do things? I reckon if this were just slightly not in the way here. That seems a bit better. In you go, in you go, in you go. And then it's a little bit nastier because I need to also bridge this. Thank goodness the game is so obliging. And then since these aren't at a weird angle, we can just shoot right under them. There we go. Whew. Looking forward to having to signal all this. Right, Alberta. Ever the pain. This river right here. I think I might have Alberta station here because I want it to hug the coast up to Alaska. So Alberta's just going to lose its verdant scenery. Would you describe scenery as verdant? I'll have you around here. Let's just smash that back a bit. And then just need to get you linked up over here. I'm sure it's as easy as it sounds. Coming in again. This isn't a terminal, but it is going to be for now. So, what did I do over in Mexico? Yeah, I just had it like that and then arced it back around, which makes a lot of sense. So we'll do exactly that again. You're going to come in, and then if you want to get back around, then you... Oh, I've left myself space for that. However, that's okay. Because I'm sure they wouldn't mind just going back through here, and then they'll come on out to here. You guys need to pop out one bit for signaling, but then you can just come straight down to this. Always feels like a bit of a waste of space, but what's a man to do? Okay, now the linking. Again, diagonals, such a pain to do. Don't know why they didn't add support for actually dragging diagonals along this. Surely there was some kind of technical limitation that made it not so great for doing. Oh well. No biggie. Probably drag it along here and then up a bit more. You forgot the last line, arc back. I did. It's in, it's in, it's in, it's round, and then... Not seeing whatever you're seeing, Pepper. The northeastmost line. Still not seeing what you're seeing. It comes out and out and out, connects to here, goes around and back into the station, and pops back out, unless you mean from here, in which case that all seems fine as well. Only the middle line is linked up. I think you guys are going crazy. I think you guys are going 100% crazy. What to do with you, huh? Tell you what, actually, I could just tunnel my way through here. And then bring my rail tracks along that. Thank goodness constructing and demolishing isn't so expensive. Imagine the losses I'd be facing. I'm imagining them. And they ain't pretty. Right, so I want you to connect up to here. I want you to do much and such the same, and then over we go. I also think it just looks good. Having train lines and road lines that connect like so, it's just aesthetically pleasing to me. This diagonal issue, on the other hand, ugh. At least we can flatten things out pretty well. Okay, that's going to connect the left in, and we're finally... Why is it called Montana West? This is Alberta Central. I'll tell you why. It's because I haven't actually made Alberta, but I will. I don't know anything at all about Alberta, so you'd think I wouldn't have much to smack talk about it. I'm sure we could invent some things about it. I mean, Jings, it's got Canadians in it for starters. Potentially an even weirder breed of Canadians. Right, something I'm severely missing here is an opportunity for my trains to get maintenance as they head up north. Or down south, as luck may have it for them. So I should definitely give them both of those things. I will start by adding in a maintenance shot right here. I can give them both sides here, and then they can come out and reintegrate right here. The reason I have it jutting out one bit more is because otherwise I'd have a 90-degree turn here, and I do not do 90-degree turns. I think they're an affront. I think 45-degree turns is already a bit too much, but we'll make do with this. And then I'd quite like the Arizonans to be able to get something similar going on here. You could just be up a little more, then I could jut you out all the way here. And then get you a nice double here. I like the double approach. I like it even better when it's kind of Humpty Dumpty, but there's a lot more work involved making those, and since you have to do a lot of railways, there's only so much big work like that I'm willing to do. Right, signal time. Yes, Jake remembers how to signal. Well, I know you're coming out this way, and then out along here. Hunky dory. 1, 2, 3, 4. I want this to be a little closer there. Sometimes the manual touch is just better. I want you to be signaled on your way in here. Out you go, and you're already going in, that's good. Should also make sure that I continue on the signals here. I would have destroyed some of them when I did the whole bridging lark. The bridge appears to not be getting any kind of signals going. There we go, I had to manually add that one in for whatever reason. Coming back up here. In you go. You go that way, and I of course want to signal there, so you know when you're branching off into here. Signals on the way out. Got the strangest hankering for bacon right now. Probably because we're in Canada. Man, spreading some maple syrup all over some bacon and having it with pancakes. Mortal man is not made to deal with such temptations. Okay, that seems to work. I don't think I missed anything, although it will need to expand a bit further out. The only thing I suppose I'm missing is an actual Alberta. So, we have the money. Let's make it happen. Let us found a new town. We still can't do large. I don't know why. Maybe there's a certain date at which you need to do that. Alberta. We're going to make it medium. I mean, we could do small, but I don't like doing small. It takes so long to build up. And I just go with a random road layout, even though it can give you something awful. I just like randomness. We'll just shove you right along the river and pow! There's our very own Alberta. It's actually quite nicely covered, although it could be more nicely covered. What a weird layout. I'm going to help them out with some roads. What is in the way here? Shops and offices are currently under construction. Well, good for them, I guess. Can we just get rid of that and hopefully they use all this space up? I'm certainly hoping so. There we go. Give Alberta a good bit of space to work with. Her name is Alberta. She lives in Vancouver. Great. In that case, let's get them rolling. I'm going to need myself some new trains. Didn't I just copy over the last guys? Yeah, we seem to have a working formula here. So we take you, we get rid of those crummy orders. We know you're a PAX anyway, so you're going to group nicely. And your orders are simple. Wait, where am I making you again? Train depot number 5. Okay, I'm making you here. So let's just simply say you're going to Boise, Alberta, back to Boise, Arizona, and then back to Boise. And I can even tell you to timetable automate, which you did copy over as well. And I don't know how many we're going to need. We're just going to make 5 of them for now. On you go. Wait, it's called Boise. Oh yeah, because Boise is part of Idaho. But that means that you're not going to be Boise Central, you're going to be Idaho Central. I use the city naming convention for plazas. Centrals get the name of the state. Is the snow aesthetic or does it influence the game? It is aesthetic, but the fact that we have snow is because we're playing on a subarctic map, which does have gameplay implications if you're playing vanilla. I don't think it's actually going to do anything for us here. How in the world are you lost? Oh, probably a very temporary lost thing because I rejigged all this. You are going to figure out nothing, apparently. This looks connected to me. My only suspicion is that maybe somehow I did the wrong kind of signaling here. You having trouble getting on this? The signals are all correct. Oh, crikey. I did this as weird electrified rail, and this stuff is not electrified. Good call. Very good call. Expert call, even. Hi, I'm new. This looks like a super fun game, but it seems very complex. Is there a tutorial mode or something that can help me out learning? And this guy, it's not that complex, honestly, and it's the kind of game where you make your own problems. So if you just pick a random map and give yourself loads of money and keep building, you'll come along just fine. There are plenty of online tutorials, though, if you really want to sit down and figure out how to play the game. I forget who does the really good ones. And of course I just cleared my cache, so I don't have any of them backed up. Master something or other, I think, does a bunch of good ones. You're certainly not going to see any good tutorials out of me on this game. I don't know it well enough to teach it, that's for sure. Right, Arizona. Doesn't seem to be wanting to shove too many people up north just yet. But the trains on the timetable are doing a good enough job in grabbing them all. And Alberta will hopefully start growing at the turn of the month. There we go. It's slow going because Alberta is slow going, but you know what? I am actually going to give Alberta inner city transport because I have good feelings about this, our first Canadian city. Now, the question is, we should have decent access to Canadian resources. Now, I'm not going to stretch out too far away from Alberta, but I'm going to take any of these places and delete them. because I do not like the idea that they claim to be American when they're very not. If anything popped up saying that it's Albertan, then that would be okay. But they aren't, so it's not. I think I grabbed the bulk of them there. I'll deal with these when I get further north. Yeah. There we go. But now there should be resources and industry spawning around Alberta, and I will make use of those. Now, there will be a day when Alberta benefits from this widespread tram network. Still building it anyway right now, though. I don't like building it there. I like to build my depots right on the corners, because they slow down for corners anyway. So, we'll get ourselves Alberta Central's freight and passenger connection here. Otherwise, we'll have one here, and we'll have one, pretty spread out, have one here, shall we? And then we'll get our freight addition there. And you can have a freight addition here as well. Now, somebody was kind enough to add in some names of cities and provinces. I say someone because they just call themselves Longtime YouTube Scrub, and I forgot their name when they chatted in chat. But they added some city names for Alberta, which I'm just going to straight up use here, because that's my naming convention for plazas. So this one is going to be Edmonton Plaza. Edmonton Plaza. And this one here, I don't know why it calls itself Central. We have a Central. You are going to be the Lethbridge Plaza. They are small and up and coming, but someday this place will be huge. So, as for trams, I'll get two of the... Jinx, two of them? Never gonna make a profit at this rate, but whatever. I will just buy one of you, and I'll just tell one of you to go and do the rounds. You should be fast enough. And then if I have a mail one... Jinx, you take a lot of mail. Just go the other way around. Activate. And you know what? Even though there's nothing to timetable, I will automate both your timetables. That way when I add a new vehicle to it, it should take care of itself. They're going to be following each other. Do they go at the same speed? Hopefully they do. They do. Okay, then there's no concerns there. Should have added a third stop for them so that they are forced to take different loops around. That way they won't stop each other when they're on timetables. But I can come back and fix that in Alberta later on. Alberta has a small problem. They want fish, livestock, or milk. And the problem is they have no industry for any of those. I could, if I were so kind, actually give them an industry. That's the wrong one for it. Here we go. What did we say they wanted? Fish, livestock, or milk. They're very poorly situated for getting fish, but livestock or milk would be no biggie, surely. See, we got this fruit and livestock orchard and piggery right here. So if I gave them a little... stock and milk. Who deals with livestock again? It's the stockyard. For only $7 million, I could create another stockyard over here. There's a Minnesota one right there, though. I'm just not sure it's worth doing that for poor little Alberta. But it would really make them grow like a weed. The question is just truly how much does one care about Alberta? And the answer is not enough. It should really be Calgary on one side, Edmond on the other, and Red Deer... We're not worried about such trite details. Because if Alberta grows to be really large, then we're going to need a whole lot more of them, and I am not putting them in the right places because I wouldn't know where they are. Ah, the breakdown sound. We don't hear that so much because we have improved breakdown. Well, we just heard it twice there after saying we don't hear it often. Yeah, I love seeing this. Profitable packs in America. If one wanted to do a train journey across the United States, what would their options be? I suppose a better question is, would there be options? Another $31,000 for delivering people unto California. California, which is growing dangerously large because they're getting a lot of resources that they want. If I gave them sand, ore, or metal, they'd grow even more. I just don't think they have any industry for any of those. Worrying. Where's a place that gets everything they need? I know Texas does not, because they're never going to get coal, ore, or scrap metal unless they get another industry. As if they didn't have too many already. Arkansas? They want fruit, livestock, or milk, which I'm not giving them. Is there anywhere that has incredible growth because they get everything? No, even Maryland isn't getting some of the goods they want. Poor New York. New York just gets so ignored. They have a really crummy boat network to pick people up. And they do pick a fair bit of people up, but we don't actually have the capture rate for a lot of them, and the rating is excellent, apparently. Surprising. Just trying to find a place that actually gets all the stuff they need, but I probably shouldn't have limited it to only 3 of each cargo, because then if the industries aren't right, then I'm just scuppered. East Coast has more railways, and it's okay. The further west you go, the less railways there are, the more difficult it becomes. Road vehicle 474. How could you possibly have a problem? You have nothing but implicit orders. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's just get rid of all of those and I'll tell you what to do. I want you to go to Central, then Edmonton and left. Oh, right, crikey. That is the problem. I did put enough stops down here and I just didn't pay enough attention to what I'm doing. Tell you what though, friend, how about one of you turn around? I want you to go to Edmonton, then Lethbridge. I also need you to go to Alberta Central. There we go, got it sorted. Now they should be running opposite ways around. There we go. Look at them go. That's what I like to see on my trams. These guys, I'm not under any delusions that they're going to be profitable, but they are going to give Alberta the kind of service it needs to really grow like a weed. Or so my hope goes. I also hope they get some industries of their own. But during all the time that I'm blabbing on about Alberta, we almost have enough money to further colonize. That's my hope, that the money we make continues to snowball to the point where we can just go new city connect, etc, etc. That is not allowed to be part of Washington. Any other errant industries around here? They just gotta go. They appear all around the world. I have not found a way to stop the industries from spawning in such outlandish ways. Maybe someday I will. Did that cost me a lot of money? Holy moly, let's not accidentally remove the sea, shall we? $40,000 to turn the sea into land, which gets reclaimed by the sea anyway. Neptune's own. Alright, it's all going rather satisfactorily. We're not backing up on too much around here, or so it seems. Always good to check that we don't have anywhere with outrageous amounts of waiting cargo. It's taking a while, but I'm not even going to say we're making much of a headway on that steel. It's still backing up like crazy. We need more people bringing more steel down here. You know, you guys don't even wait until full, do you? I think actually waiting till full might be a bad idea when we do switch trains, as long as I have timetabling available. Yeah, you know, timetabling might not be the worst thing in the world for you guys. All of you guys, even. Group by shared orders. Grab one of you guys. Just tell you to automate timetabling because you don't wait until full. And then grab these guys and clone some of you so that you're up to 20 as well. And that will of course mean that there should be more goods here, meaning I can add more goods vans. Or so one hopes. I'm just here to make more money, don't you know? New York B to S. Oh, San Francisco. 76 hours? Yeah, that's not unreasonable. America is huge. It's just, Jesus. At that point I would just take a flight. Flights can be so cheap. California's growing so much. Outrageously so. It's looking good with the streets, but that's because California... Oh no, it's not even a city. The hotel seems well taken care of. Is there any way to get California fish, fruit, or livestock? I don't think so. Well, not unless I gave it its own industry, but I don't think I'll be doing that for all the cities. Unlike the Hansa one, I shouldn't be obsessed with growing them all. I just don't want tiny little cities. Hey, the potential growth I gave for Washington's working out. They're actually populating the streets I gave them. Ooh, I like to see that. I rather do. I suppose the only problem is now they really have fleshed. I hope they actually build something around the middle here. Often they don't. My dairy guys making money. They make the milk, the food piles up here, and you're coming along to get that food, hopefully. Well no, you're actually dropping off food, but that food gets consumed. And my god, you make money bringing out that food. You, on the other hand, are going to bring in the supplies, pick up the food, and all is well. And we're getting to the point where Idaho and Washington are not well enough serviced. There are a lot of people that want to go to Idaho Central in order to further go on to other places. And there's a reasonable amount of you that want to go down to the Washington docks, and that crummy little bus of yours is insufficient. So, what do we do? Well, I'm going to find those crummy buses. I'm going to... Whoa, this must be a JGR patch thing. You can straight up make groups out of the list here. That's cool and all. That certainly is cool. Tell you what though, I'm going to go to my packs group. And I am going to replace all those crappy old Leyburn buses for the significantly faster Glenmore coach. Faster or more capacity? The more capacity one is still faster though, so I think I will replace all of those. They should eventually go in here, he says, in hopes. I don't know why you're not going and getting changed though. You are part of my packs, unless you're ungrouped. But you're not ungrouped. Only one of them went to get switched out. I don't have an explanation why they're not changing out. Maybe I need to go to all road vehicles here and replace them that way. Go, Thunderbus. Huh. They probably get replaced when they go for service. That would make sense, but I thought they went as soon as possible. The service period on buses is quite a long time. It's like a year, isn't it? 150 days. Interesting. Well, point is that we have insufficient movement of passengers. Mail seems okay, because I think I overkilled on the mail. But these old mail vehicles are god-awful, aren't they? The Tally-Ho courier truck. Could we switch those out as well, perhaps? Tally-Ho courier truck. Ah, they're maybe not all... I should do it under packs, because at least then I know that it's going to be mail trucks. Shows me all these different things I could change it into, but it needs to specifically be mail ones. 30 of mail. I think I can sort it by the type of stuff that they carry here. All but passengers and mail. The box truck will do the mail. Yeah, in that case we'll get them switched out for that. That tells me that I have Runwell boxes doing mail. The Runwell should definitely be upgraded for this better, faster, higher capacity one. Thank God we have Easy Wheels doing it as well. This is... there we go, there's the Runwell. No, that's the wrong one. I want the Easy Wheel. What in the world are you, this Easy Wheel diesel truck? I have a funny feeling that I put some non-packs into my packs group if I have that warning showing up. Yeah, what does this Easy Wheel box do? It just moves around mail. Lots of mail around Iowa. And it's got a huge capacity for it. Easy Wheel's the one you just upgrade to. Ah, that explains it. Thank you. Don't know how that slipped through my head, but it certainly did. That explains why Easy Wheel wasn't something I could upgrade it to as well. Okay, there are going to be complaints every now and then about... Here we go, you can't go to all stations because of you. Your problem. Oh, I see the problem. I'm changing them out for articulated. This new one is articulated and this is not an articulated stop. That's a shame. I really don't like the fact that articulateds can't use these. Does that mean I should never use articulated for Axe Mail then? I think it does. I think it does in that case. Let's find a non-articulated to work with. In that case, don't stop replacing the tally-ho. Oh god, maybe tally-ho's the only non-articulated. There's no way, as far as I can tell, to see which ones are articulated and not. Maybe you just have to go by the size of them. In that case, the brass monkey seems pretty good. It's got good capacity and good speed. So we stop replacing, and instead just tell them all to go to the brass monkey. Oh yeah, once we have every country connected up, that'll probably be the end of the campaign. There won't be much to do from there on. Yeah, the joints, sure, that's pretty clearly articulated, and so is that. But was it so clear that that wasn't? Or rather, that was. Maybe I just have to go by the size. I just worry that into the late game it'll be nothing but articulates all the way down. Not sure what to make of the trams. There's no real need to switch out the trams right now, they run fine enough as they are. And hopefully we've got some Thunderbuses, there we go. And vehicles can overtake. I wonder if we can see a Thunderbus overtake. Well, they're on timetables, so possibly not, but hey, we've got the tally-ho being chased by the Thunderbus. Is the Thunderbus going to go for the overtake? Hopefully not with oncoming traffic in the way. Come on, Thunderbus. Thunderbus seems to... Oh, there we go! That was very dangerous. You would not pass your driving test with that. I got a bollocking for an overtake one time when I was doing my driving lessons. Seemed fine to me, but instructor sure as sugar didn't like it. That was a long time ago. Thank God those things last for life, right? But yeah, overtaking on the corner there, completely blind, bridge in the way? Madness, but I like it. Looks like something from Euro Truck Simulator, probably articulated. Oh, right, what I was trying to do before I got incredibly distracted was making sure that nowhere is truly backing up. The coal is backing up something fierce. You know what that means? I need a lot more coal things. You guys drop off engineering supplies, and that's all well and good. Where are the coal guys then? Are you coal? No, you're also engineering supplies. What do you mean it's all engineering supplies? Where are the coal guys? Ah, they're stuck in traffic. This is becoming something of a problem. I remember saying, "Oh, I don't need one-way roads here. This is fine." This is no longer fine. In fact, it might even be gridlocked. What's the problem? Ah, it's moving. Just takes a bit. It does move. And I'm not sure I want to fix this. But that does mean there's a lot of coal piling up that I'm not using in that regard. That's a hell of a coal mine, though. And it's on gung-ho production. Feels sad not to get more of that coal over there. Could kind of even do with a dedicated little coal train that runs over there. Would cut out a lot of the whole coal truck situation. And those coal trucks don't bring anything on the way back, do they? No, sir, they do not. They come in and they go through here. What if I had them pop up and out to their own little point there? Just to alleviate all this, because there's so much coal that comes out. The other question is why even continue to use trucks? I could just make a train line here. Get the coal off our streets, say the Michigan. Look, the Maryland people, they wanted all those vehicles off the street. Instead, I'm bringing them more. They're just not getting so clogged up that they notice. Right, tell you what, I'm still deep in the pockets of big truck. So they can come in here to get the coal. That's fine. Go in there, grab the coal, and then I actually want them to come on out of here. So they go down, da-da-ding, and then they back up and around. And I need to get them over to here some way, somehow. It's fine, we'll just drive a path through all of this. Oh, we'll even get in the way of these trams. That'd be hardcore. I don't think they crash into each other, so surely won't be a problem. And then they can have their pick of places to go. It's just a drop-off, so I can actually have 2 and 2 and 2 and 2, or maybe 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. I'm not going to connect it with the Minnesota furnace. It's just going to cause problems if I do that, I think. We'll just call this Minnesota Furnace 4. Such an oversupplied furnace. It's fine though, makes us money. Hell, the amount of money we make off of this is pretty damn sweet. And then you just come straight down here. I can make that easier by making it one way like so. Don't even need to use waypointing for that. However, I still think I should have a waypoint because I think once they pass the waypoint, they're going to rethink which of these to use. That's just a suspicion of mine, but it's one that I'll believe. Make sure this is used accordingly as well. also waypoint you here. Right, let's see if we can't rejig one of you guys. Right, you're gonna get rid of all of these crummy orders that you have. Your new order is to go to Michigan Colliery, fill up, go out via that waypoint, go in via this waypoint, dump your stuff, come back in via that, and then back to the start. Easy to the peasy. And now we should start seeing trucks rejigging their way up here. Problem is, of course, I need more of these trucks. There's so much coal to move. Go, my coal brigade. And hopefully this isn't clogging up too much. Oh, the only thing it's clogging is my wallet. Look at that coal go. Which means there's even more steel coming out that I am not putting to adequate use. However, that should take some stress and strain off of this. God, I need to improve Iowa Meadows as well. It's just so poor. I think the problem is actually that you guys are full loading. I'm going to take off full load and I'm instead going to tell you to automate your spread out timetable. Sure, some of you are going to be running empty this way, but it should make the roads... Look at how much that improved the road flow. I assume it improved the road flow. Right. Still have a lot of you guys coming in. Why are you coming in? Oh right, you're picking up livestock. You didn't look like livestock vans, so I got muckle confused there. So much steel to pick up, it's unreal. In that case, we just need to clone a lot of these guys. I suppose it makes sense that there's so much steel to move around. They, they're not just taking in Arizona's scrap, they're suckling all the steel that comes in from the coal and such. Which is fine by me, I just want to make sure the goods are also moving. Ah, look at that. Some people doubted the designs. And yeah, they had good reason to doubt. This is still an awful design, but timetabling is being my crutch. Well, there we go. I knew America could handle it. And you know what? As we watch all that money flowing in, would you believe it? We can almost establish our next colony. I think we should continue to work on the north for a bit. We'll be moving on into the Yukon and then to Alaska, and that should allow us to connect up pretty much a terminus over in Alaska for the Pax Americana Railway. It will probably split off at Yukon to go to the Northwest Territories over to Manitoba and Saskatchewan. I don't know how you'd say that. It certainly doesn't sound very Canadian. Sounds much too aggressive. German, perhaps. But who am I to tell these weird frost monkeys how to live? This is definitely causing a backup. I wonder if again it's because I have them set to... I'll tell you what, it's probably because this is too far forward. Why even have it so far... Well, not forward, but back, I suppose. What I could do is take the Montana Woods, move it back all the way here, and get rid of these, since nobody's really using them, right? And now, they're not going to back up quite so much, at least. You guys are getting in my way. I'm going to tell you to just stop. Those guys fill up. And then I can get rid of you, unstop you, and there you go. Yeah, much better to have the lead up rather than a long way out. How's the Great Montana Subway doing? So Montana is continuing to grow, but it hurts from lack of imports. It wants fish, livestock, milk, china clay, blah blah blah. It could get fruit, but it doesn't even want fruit. It could get steel or chemicals. Don't want either of those either. Okay, so they're hurting from lack of good industry, but they will still somewhat grow. Because the metro appears to be working. None of the metro stations are backing up on passengers. The question is the metro actually making any money? The answer is no. But it was running for a long time on a very not profitable run. Maybe if I just... Wait, what do you mean there's no road vehicle? Oh, it's a train. It's not great, is it? The great money sink metro of Montana. But I have high hopes for Montana. It is actually growing out, so hopefully making better use of those metros. And I cannot stop thinking that the metro is so damn cool. Look at that. There are some people that will see this and go like, what's so amazing? They'll never understand. And they don't have to understand. I do. Does Montana deserve to grow? What's wrong with Montana? Some people seem to have an issue with Montana even being the size that it is. Why does Texas just refuse to grow? It's that lack of coal, I know it. I could really help Texas out just by funding them their own metal workshop. Wrong one. It would be a steel mill, right? Very expensive to do, and it would never be profitable unless I brought in... Ooh, I had an idea. It could be that we're going to find somewhere that creates coal or iron ore or something on a port. Those things don't lose value over time very much, do they? If we disable it all and check for ore, scrap metal, and coal, and let's compare them to passengers, takes the guts of 4 months for any kind of drop-off, and it barely drops at all. Sure, it ain't worth dirt in the grand scheme of things, but if I could ship a lot of those goods over to Texas, let's assume we want Texas to be our big boy. We might not. We might want... Well, actually, the real big boy I want is I'd like to see Greenland pretty much the size of Greenland. That would be cool. So I'm actually going to try to establish Greenland as soon as I can. Maybe I'll do west coast of California, god no. West coast of Canada, east coast Canada. Maybe ignore the central bit for a while. Do Greenland. Give Greenland a really cursed railway connection so that it can connect all the way up from Maryland. I hate to say it, but I am going to have to... Ugh. No, I think what I'll do is New York is going to get its own railway station here. It's going to connect to Maryland by boat, and that's going to take us up through Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Newfoundland, Labrador, and then up to Greenland. But I want Greenland to be huge. So I will give Greenland literally everything it could ever ask for. It'll be the Lerwick of this playthrough. Speaking of, it's like I'm playing EU3. There seem to be some missing islands here. If we had a metropolitan Lerwick, anything can happen, says Finboy. Right, so that means I'll want to establish it sooner rather than later. Which means, what are we doing out here again? There are 2 more... I'm going to ignore British Columbia for a while, but I need to establish Yukon and Alaska. Where the heck does the Yukon go? I think Yukon goes about here. In my head it should be up here, but... Can't imagine the Yukon is a particularly populous place though, right? Let's actually do a small one. I haven't established any small ones yet, and it's also a lot cheaper to do. Even though they're not gonna... Well, it's gonna be hell and high water to grow it quickly. So, here we go with the Yukon. A genuine bona fide Canadian told me that the Yukon should go here, assuming I'm reading this right. And I am assuming I'm reading this right. There we go. Tiny little Yukon. Only has a population of 40k IRL. Well, assuming this is in thousands, which seems like a fair assumption, we've got a reasonable Yukon. God knows how or where it'll grow. Or if it's even worth connecting up to by rail. Probably not. Probably definitely not. Whatever, we'll have it connected up. I will believe in the Yukon. Gonna have to do some horrible things to Canadian landscape again, but that's alright. Canada's done enough horrible things to me, I can do horrible things to it. And we are sure as sugar not giving it electrified railway. So the typical domination of a city with a railway much larger than it itself is. Always cool. They're going to pass through Yukon East and make their way all the way over to Alaska. The problem with this projection is that it has massive amounts of slopes down to the water, which is a pain. Some places don't. Well, God, even Britain's a bit bad for it. Europe is as well. That's a shame because it very much nullifies your ability to use docks. Docks will never reach out to flat areas. So you have to do a bit of terraforming or a bit of fanciness on your part. Anyway, it means that placing Alaska is going to be tricky. Also, where in Alaska should it go? It's a huge place. I know Barron said it should go around here, but I feel it'd be more fitting to have it right on the edge. So we will have it right on the edge. You know, it feels bad when people do me favors like that, and I just kind of spit in the face. I'm not trying to spit in the face, I'm just trying to do what's best. Sometimes in this case, the work was really good. Sometimes, though, it just ain't compatible. Right, so in we come, and we want the coming in to be at breakneck speed. That might not be enough. Nah, it's no biggie. No biggie. Don't my. That's a little too gung-ho for you, surely. Okay. I'm glad building this has become somewhat second nature. It was getting a little hairy at times, making all the mistakes building this. This type of railway station, that is. Don't forget our crisscross. And this game would benefit greatly from blueprints. Not that this was a lot of work to make, but we make a lot of them, so sometimes it can feel like you're doing redundant work. No one likes doing redundant work, right? I don't mind doing menial work, but redundancy, ooh, dirty word. This is difficult to see, but I think that will work, and that will work. And there we go, and I'm going to pause to do this, because otherwise I'm going to mess up this guy big time. You need to all shoot out by one, and then converge, and hey, it converges nicely at that point. Sweet. And you guys are coming in, so you can come in like so. Out you go, and in you go. And I'm not even sure I'll give them any, not sure I'll give them any actual places to do maintenance. Maintenance is overrated anyway. There'll be the pros screaming at me saying, no, it's absolutely not. But wait, they don't have any maintenance along this line, do they? I'm sure I get... There it is, there's their maintenance. They can go and get that often enough, I'm sure they'll be fine. However, it does mean that I need to change the existing route here to actually include Yukon now. So how does that go? They go... Idaho... Whoops. Oh, double whoops. Shouldn't have gotten rid of you. They go Idaho, Alberta, and then after Alberta they go Yukon, and after Yukon they go back to Alberta, then Idaho, Arizona, and then back to Idaho. Sure, why not? Hopefully that works out fine. More than 90% of Canadians live within 150 miles of the southern border of the US. It's an incredibly empty country for the most part. Must be nice having so much leg room. Well, there's plenty of unused space in the world, but hey, that just means it's a great place for us to lay down our tracks. Now, after the first train arrives, bringing in the first few people to Yukon, the people of Yukon are going to want to start leaving, although for some reason none of them are trying to leave. Come on, someone must want to leave Yukon. There we go. Amazingly, though, some of them... Wait, somehow we got a bag of mail here. How is this even possible? It's impressive that some people want to leave, but maybe it takes a month for it to actually generate some... Oh, no, I saw people there. There we go. They want to get out of here. Some of them even want to go to California. Madness. Oh, Christ, I built this as a terminus. I didn't mean to build it as a terminus. I wonder if I could use it this way anyway. I can't think of any reason why I can't also push out the other end with the same style. Does mean, though, that if you wanted to carry on through, you'd have to come into either here or here. That's alright though, I can just redo this. It's a lot easier to redo it as a waypoint rather than another terminus. I'm gonna make Alaska reasonably sized though. I don't want a baby Alaska, I want a half-decent terminus Alaska. And would you look at that? Unfortunately, that's a Washington port. I would think we could make use of a Washington port. It is. It would be more British Columbian down the line though. Sorry, but you're going away. Where are you? Montana? I think not. It's not the most expensive thing in the world for us to set up our own industries, but Yukon needs to grow to begin with. Which it'll need another turn of the month to even think about, I reckon. Tax 41 is lost. How can this be? I must have messed something up with setting this up. I think you passed by Alberta to get some maintenance. Yep. Now this is a slight problem with having designated places to go. So what happened was he got to about here, and he went, oh crap, I want maintenance. So he went in for maintenance, and then came out going, time to go to Alberta. Oh Christ, where's Alberta? That's something I really don't like about the maintenance stations. That's where implicit orders are nice. If I just tell them to go between Arizona and Yukon, then they'll do that. Unfortunately, if I do that, they don't timetable correctly, because timetables don't seem to work well with implicit orders. So what I might do... but then I can't tell them to use specific ones here. You can add depots as stops and set it to maintenance, yes. However, I can only set one of these as a depot, meaning one of them will go completely unused. Which is bad. Although it would be nice to have it set here, you know, go if needed. And otherwise they'll stick to their schedule, and if they lose time on that, then they will pick up the pace. So I would hope. Not that I'm losing that much out, I mean, they just have to go down and back up again and they will unlose themselves, but it's still unpleasant. There is go to nearest depot, that'll be bad for timetables. Yes, it would be. Just don't know why I can't just wait to deal with Alberta before going through here. I'll need to come up with a solution, or maybe someone who knows this game very well will have an idea for it. Okay, it is growing, very infrequently, but once it reaches a certain size I'm sure it'll be fine. Perhaps I should prep my Alaskan dream here. I would like something that's nice and portly as well. If I have you down here and I have Alaska spawned around here, well no, I want it to connect to a port. How much flattening of Alaska can one reasonably do? A fair whack of it. That seems to be kind of a horrible thing to do. I wish there was an undo button for what I just did there. I already feel bad about it. Oh well, why feel bad when you can just do more of it? The Great Alaskan Basin is here. It's alright though, they kind of a trek around until you get to this great train station. I'll just set it up ahead of time. I suppose the least I could do is balance this out a touch. The Yukon Valley? No, I think not. We did call it the Valley though, didn't we? Right, this is going to be Alaska Central, which makes me think I probably didn't rename the Yukon one. Yukon's such a great term. These lost things are going to bother me to no end, all because of the non-usage of intrinsic or illicit or something or other orders. And again, it's because it recently got serviced. Is it actually using these places that it goes to, though? The problem, of course, being that I only have this one place for them to get serviced. Well, no, I've got another place down there for them to get serviced. What's a man to do? I either lose my timetabling or I lose my my way of just having them figure out their own way to get serviced. Or I turn off the lost notification. Put down some depots between Yukon and Alberta. I don't want to though. I really don't want to. I still don't think that solves all the problems. All they need to do is go here and think, oh, I want a service, and ignore Alberta, and it'll still be a problem. But maybe it doesn't work that way. Maybe I'm underthinking it. Let's try though. I will put down one place for servicing and see if that helps. We'll do it really simply as well. I'm not going to do any of the double thing. There we go. We'll see if we get any more lost messages after that. Meantime, I've got a station to link up. An actual end station. Far bigger than Alaska is going to be for some time, I reckon, but we will at least establish Alaska as a mid-sized city, and then begins the journey to Greenland. This is quite nice. It took us something like 5 or 6 hours yesterday to establish just Mexico, and now we've established 2, soon to be 3 places. Soon it's going to be harder work than I can imagine, just keeping the places getting linked up, I'm sure. Thinking about it, they come in this way, they go out that way. This is all sorts of wrong, isn't it? Yes, yes it is. Those are the guys that are meant to bridge. He's thinking, he's having a mental block after just saying, oh, we've figured these out now, haven't we? The ones that come in fast are the ones that should not be bridging. And then these guys can worry about their bridges and whatnots. This, I reckon, is considerably longer than it needs to be. It's okay, probably not a problem. Alaska growing around here could only be good for me. As long as I continue to grow around the central, that's good for catchment area. Now, connecting you up to Yukon. I think the reason I like the term Yukon so much is because of Calvin and Hobbes' Yukon Ho. I read a ton of Calvin and Hobbes as a kid. Very, very fond memories right there. I think my mother was concerned that it made me a very cynical person. Well, that's okay, surely. What might not be so okay is how we get out of Yukon. Yukon has shrunk. Oh, it just keeps happening. I need a bit more space to link all these bits together. They're going to be coming out through this way, so this one needs a little bit of leeway here. Yukon is rebuilding one of its houses, it seems. Yeah, and that's considered a massive amount of infrastructure change for poor Yukon. Now, how do these two come together? Would be actually, well, you know what? Let's just carve a freaking path through. There we go. I'll show these people of Yukon who's boss. It's me. I think we overdid it a bit, but this will be good. It'll give Yukon a nice place to expand to and give some stories for the old bloods to tell the new bloods. Yeah. Now granted, what I could easily do is just have you come a lot closer together here. That little snake there is going to slow things down big time though. I don't like that. What would be better is for you to come out a bit more and then do that. Hell, we could even have you do that. Oh, then I really overdid it on the massacring of the mountain, but that's okay. If we feel really anal retentive about it, we can come and touch up the map a bit towards the end of the campaign. Probably gonna take volunteers for that, good heavens. My artistic skill when it comes to map making, not great. I think my functional skill's pretty up there though. This certainly deserves some half-decent service area though. It's a long way to go without much tender love and care. I reckon shortly out of here they should be getting some. This feels like a cool place to go and get it done. What if we can make happen here? Quite go there, but imagine if I could. So even got this wee bit to link you back in with. We just raise you up or down or something. In you go. In you go. Excellent. This is certainly overkill. But hey, it works. That does not. But this will. And just when I was saying I wasn't going to use any more of these double station things, in one goes. Alright, signal, it's all good to go. You come in this way, so there, there, and there. You come out, and out, and out. And out some more. Never mind the cost of signals, I know I don't. How much are we paying in signals? I dread to look at it, truth be told. Oof, that money's fluttering away from the bank account. Signals are almost the most expensive thing, but slightly more cost on rails. Those electrified rails not worth their money whatsoever. The narrow gauge railways are nice and cheap though, or so it seems. Hard to do the calculations there. Would be nice if it said something like cost per rail. You have no idea how hungry I am for some bacon. I shouldn't have mentioned it. I'll just blame the Canadians again. Yeah, they know what they're doing. Choo, 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 choo. I don't think these guys are actually going to serve any purpose whatsoever, really. Once they're out here, they'll take up this track until they reach that point anyway. And yeah, there's only 2 approaches that will work for getting through here, and only 2 approaches that work for getting out, so we actually do need to undo all this work that we just did. It's kind of cathartic in a way. You ever work really hard on something, and then eventually come to the conclusion that it's actually a bit naff, and then you just destroy it all? Gotta say, it feels pretty good. That was a mistake. This actually needs to come out a little bit more. Hey Jake, YouTube Scrub here, says the big game Bargain Hunter. Cool name. I just want to stop in and say I appreciate all your content. Well, all of it. Even the Rants games, even Princess Maker and Alchemy Meister. You got a big heart, man. Good on you. Even the trap parts. Well, cheers. I do appreciate it. Right. This seems to work, but of course now I need to extend out their orders again. I'll tell them to go to Alaska, even though we don't have an Alaska. Yeah, to keep them busy, give them something to talk about. And to that point, maybe I should just get rid of all their existing ones. It'll be easier if I just remake the whole thing. It's going to keep people a bit busy, but hey. Alaska, Yukon, Alberta, Idaho, Arizona, and back again through Idaho, Alberta, Yukon, and they know to go to Alaska anyway, so no need to labor the point. On top of that, I'm actually going to clone the train, I don't know, 3 times. And now we need to make enough money to establish ourselves an Alaska. Because currently they're going there and there's nobody there. Yes, there are competitors in this game. I don't use them because they're rubbish. All they're going to do is build really naff logistical things across the map. Like really awful single line trains that just go back and forth. And of course to get rid of them, you buy them out and incorporate them. And there's no easy way to remove all the stuff that they've built. So this is very much a... when you play single player, you play single. If you want to play with other players, do multiplayer. I don't think I've actually played this game in multiplayer. I'm definitely going to change that though. There is I believe there's an annual multiplayer played by people in the community, and from now on I'm going to be joining in because it's too damn good. There we go. Yukon is steadily rebuilding itself. I reckon it's that church they had there. God, they don't even have enough to generate any mail. Town is not growing. Well, that's bad. Hopefully they figure that out soon enough. And these guys all timetable correctly, right? Of course they do. Yukon grew by 6. Yeah, but it also withdrew by 10. So I'm not best pleased with that. Looks like some of these lines are oversaturated, but why look at these things? Wait, there's a plan and signal list? What do I do with these? Oh, I am a plan, and that's hell, not hello. Good enough. Make it public. I suppose this is good for working together if you're trying to do big things, but I just get rid of you. Sign list? No idea. I don't like using the cargo flow on the world map. What's the extra viewport? Oh no, I don't like those. Just extra windows for Windows' sake. This I love though. Map of the world, as you can watch your entire logistical network grow and grow. And of course, importantly, see what is working well and what is not. I spy with my little eye a saturating network here, but that's just because the trains were all told to bugger off to Alaska for no good reason. All in all though, these lines seem to be working out pretty well. Do I spy, with my eyes, a busy Texas? How are these lines running? Pretty jam-packed, but I don't think we're quite to the point where it's a problem. If it were a problem, what I could do is upgrade these trams to be even better. But I don't think there's a great need to do that. Are those useless industries in the northeast? What, you mean all these ones? I don't know what you mean by the useless industries. Anyway, these ones are going to be deleted pretty soon, in fact. Can't really claim them until I incorporate the Northwest Territories, though. But yeah, when I establish the Northwest Territories, I'm just going to blitz all of these industries, because they're tied to these cities for no good reason. We have problems like that across the world. Like this here is probably a Florida smelter? Yeah, the Florida steel mill. I wish I knew of a way to stop it spawning industries so incredibly far away from cities, but I have no idea how. If you know how, please tell me! I'd also love it to stop making so many industries so close together, but again, no idea how to tinker with that. And I have combed through... I've combed through all of these settings, and I have combed through all of these settings, not that there are many of them, and I haven't been able to suss it out. You can do all sorts of tinkering with these, but I like to keep things as vanilla as possible, even with all these mods. What's an annual MP? Good evening, Jake. Love to see OpenTTD again, says Alpha. I love to see the furs industry and the real supply chain experience. Great network already, says Alpha. I don't know where this stream of positivity is coming from, Alpha, especially after I subjected you to the ghost dogs of Moon Lake. I wish I could return such positivity. But hey, I'll have to wait for your next birthday for another Nancy Drew run. Speaking of which, although I don't have any new Nancy Drew, I am admiring the Laura Bow games, so I might run one of those before long. Too many games and definitely too little time. I've got all this moving stuff still to sort out. OpenTTD got a chokehold on me. RimWorld expansion coming out. Crowd control for Resi. Oh, what's a man to do? Bah! I had fun with Ghost Dogs of Moon Lake as a man with a weekly one-shot rate, loss rate of over 50%. Sure, what, is it really over 50% now? Damn, I have been slacking. Don't touch Lorabo. You don't know where it's been. Right, tell you what I'm happy with. The sheer rate of Washington's growth. These guys don't look very timetabled. They are, and apparently they're on separation. Is the other one running late? No, it's running early. Well, here comes another one, so I guess that's just how the spreading out works. Anyway, Washington's in a bit of a pickle because it can't get iron or sand or scrap metal. And it doesn't have anything that would want any of that, but give it time. Maybe Furs prefers a much more spread out map in terms of cities. And it's definitely going to get that in certain parts of the world. South America is going to have a lot of voids between the areas. Well, maybe not so much. There are actually a fair few countries down in South America. What are we going to have? We're going to have, say, Chile, Argentina. Argentina might be big, but it's not important enough to get lots of different places. Uruguay, several places for Brazil. Ugh, it's a bit tight around here, isn't it? And then you've got Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia. Might not even be much more spread out compared to USA. Remains to be seen, I suppose. Where will be pretty spread out? Russian principalities? Europe won't. Europe's going to be tight as a tiger. Hopefully I get industries along the coastline so I can make use of boats rather than not boats. The ethereal nature of boats coming to save me once again. Dear Lord, it is the entire world, says Kalpa. Of course it is. Oh, Greenland will be very spread out because it's going to be one Greenland. Alright, I'm just wondering if there's anything else for me to work on. I could really do with some industry around Alaska, Yukon and so. But they just randomly spawn and heavens knows if they're going to spawn in an ideal way. It might be the game thinks, oh, I've already spawned loads of industries, I don't need to spawn more. In that case, maybe I should get rid of some of them. Because yeah, I can't lay claim to these. They are considered USA ones. I mean, the whole world is going to be USA here, that's for sure, but I don't know how to prevent it spawning all these industries across the world and then claiming them to be part of, say, Florida or Michigan. No cars? Oh, we got loads of cars. Unless you mean industry for creating cars, in which case, no. We've got a steel mill, though. A steel mill which absolutely used to bring out tons of steel. I guess we've finally either taken care of that, or has somehow managed to mess up its supply of other goods. But I like to think it's just a case that we're actually moving that steel around. Yeah, of the 4,000 tons of steel, most of it's getting transported. Does that mean there are too many goods flowing out of the Missouri Stamp and Plate? No. Where's all that steel going to then? Are they taking it at the California Metallurgy? Hard to really say, but they are cranking out those goods. I just wish they had chemicals here. Hang on, I can bring them chemicals. I've got a California port right here. How would a go-getting logistics manager bring those chemicals over? It's not ideal. Got this big old hill in the way, as well as a train line. But I do want to bring them some chemicals. I could have a very elaborate lock set to bring a boat up here. Mr. Streamer, I have a question, says Warfix. Oh my god, it's Terra. No. Terra Invicta is early access, or will be launching into early access. I do not touch early access games. I have very negative opinions about early access on the whole, but even aside from that, I prefer to play the complete experience of a game rather than be a glorified beta tester. I've done enough of that professionally. Right, I hate to say it, but we could just drive up here with some lovely chemical trucks, which is what we might just do. But the positioning is terrible for it. But I do want you to get chemicals, and the only way to get you chemicals is from a port. I could bring it over and transfer it to a port here and then drive it up. I don't like doing transfer by boat, it's extra steps with very little payoff. Jings, you are piling up from some goods. It's not so bad. You, for example, are coming in for the sand right now, so sand will go away. You're coming in for one of the other supplies. And thinking about it, those chemicals go over to you. Oh my god, you make all these goods that I don't... No, I do transport them back. Getting myself all in a tiz over nothing. I would still like some chemicals brought over to this workshop though, because it will increase the amount of goods that we bring over to Oklahoma. And those goods make money. Maybe not tons of money, but I do like some money. Couldn't I check that? How are we doing on goods? What's ungrouped here? You're both packs, aren't you? Into packs you go. Goods, on the other hand, of the $21 million that my road vehicles make me per year, and that's not removing infrastructure costs, that is not too bad actually. 350,000 a year. Of that 21 million, about 5 million's made out of goods. It's a lot of good trucks though. Forgive me for expecting more out of you. Just a little bit of chemicals over there would go a long way. No, I think I'll ignore it. There are plenty of other resources that will surely spawn in time for me to exploit. How do you find QA? I'm currently testing mobile apps. Did you? Oh, I loved QA testing. It's right up my alley though. I dream of an Alaska, but I need $100 million. I think I'll just speed time up. There's certainly industries we could exploit, especially farms. But I feel like America's just a bit dense with industry right now. Oh, I do like seeing that money coming in. Watching those trains flow by. And then checking to see if we have too many... Oh! The PAX! The PAX is a problem. Why is it a problem? Where do they want to go? There are a lot of people wanting to go to... Slow down there, game. A lot of people wanting to go to Idaho. From Arizona. That's probably a lot of people that have been transferred over from not Idaho wanting to get there. The trouble is that the trains are making a lot of completely superfluous journeys up to Alaska right now. But this is a problem easily solved by just adding tons of not very profitable trains. Yeah, they're barely going to be making any money comparing... Well, actually... God, that's not bad, is it? Even so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go. It'll take a bit of time, but they will make their way down, and they will grab these passengers and mail that's sitting around in the Arizona Bar, Grill and Room Central. I think I do overkill on mail, but what you gonna do? Anywhere else coming out of the rear ends with that? Idaho itself is, but that will be taken care of. California South. Loads of food that isn't getting transported, but that's easily solved. I can find one that is transferring the food. Is that you? That is probably you. Yes, sir. So I'm going to clone you. Do I want to clone you another time, though? That's the question. This one's already on its way back. Ah, what the heck. Let's have more of you. More is more. I love this tool. It means I don't have to go and click on all of them individually. So yeah, California's full of food. You can tell because it says FD. I don't know what the lines represent here, though. Maybe California East can tell me a bit. Chemicals, engineering supplies, and sand. But what's the red to the green? I don't know. Maybe that's... Ooh, I don't know. Maybe somebody knows. Rating? Ooh, rating would make a lot of sense. In that case, I bet Idaho has a declining quality of passenger. Yeah, good point. So that's a rating. I expect my ratings to be around 70. And maybe the bar here indicates the sheer number of goods that are piling up. So I bet in Washington Docks there's more food than anything piling up. Yeah, there it is. And we just grabbed it, so no biggie. Okay, there we go. Always learning. I can't believe how big Washington's getting, though. Giving it this room to grow really seems to have worked, but I can't help but feel it's going to need yet more room to grow. It's probably also going to need a better PAX network. And I might even... Can we have you come down here as well? Or even down here? Oh, not bad. Here you go, Washington. All this space to expand you could possibly want or need. It would be more beneficial for Washington if I just completely flattened all this stuff, but let's get creative. What can Washington do for us? We're getting to the point where we need some more Washington stops, though, because Washington is spread out beyond what our little network here can do for them. So we're going to add a bit more. That's the Washington Docks. It actually covers a whole lot of Washington. But now we are going to have Olympia return. Yeah, Olympia's gone. Long live Olympia. Don't want to infringe on the docks, but I certainly want to grab people that are not currently grabbed by the docks. I love the fact that that fits. Melds well with you, but I also need to grab some people from over here. Can I do such a thing? I don't see why not, but I want it to be a bus station thing. my god, it does work quite well. We're going to get that with the valley, but we're going to rename the valley to Olympia Plaza. How do you spell Olympia again? Is that Olympia? Probably. Looks about right. I wonder if Idaho needs a similar situation. By adding the central, the whole place is largely covered, but not entirely. Also, Crivens, is this Idaho as well? Man, Idaho's getting big. Okay, we need to improve on Idaho as well. The central is insufficient. I'll give it some place to grow out here as well. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. Man, I've made Idaho somewhere people would surely want to go. I was here to make a nice map, not work miracles. Okay, right, Idaho needs a couple of these, that's fine by me. I wish I could make the coverage stay. Actually, I bet I could. If I pinned you, is that going to keep the coverage showing even when I try and build other things? No. Damn. I don't think I can shift-click that to maintain it either. I don't want to overlap, do I? I guess I need to use my short-term memory, which is not my forte, not by a long shot. That's a lorry station. We'll have you joined in here. That's the woods. There's a lot of space for expansion around here, though. Can I fit you in here? Is that a thing that can be done? No. Why? Looks pretty flat to me. It looks flatter now. Yeah, there we go. That gets a bunch of you, but we need a little bit more. Could we perhaps flatten this, connect it together, bring you down, and yes, put you in here. Alright, that kind of works. They need names, and they need to be connected up, probably with more road vehicles. Which is getting a little iffy. Because I'd want a line between Idaho Central and... I don't know, the Washington... No, Idaho should be inner city, Washington should be inner city. I can't help but feel that you're gonna... Oh, crikey, there's still a whole bunch here that we don't grab. This is getting awkward. I don't want to destroy these houses either. Ah, but there's a little road here with my name on it. There we go. We'll make ourselves you. And I would like something around here. Sorry, but whoever had that under construction is losing it. And then we'll have you be here as part of Idaho West. Right, and again, fortunately, somebody from YouTube decided to put in some names for us for Washington. I say that, but actually... Oh, no, nice. I almost missed it. Washington is there. We have Olympia, and we have the docks, of course. But this isn't going to be Idaho West. This is going to be... Kent? Oh, I don't like that. It's an English name. We'll call it Everett Plaza. And similarly, let's get that away from here. I need 2 of them for Idaho. And Idaho has... Oh, we can have Boyce come back. And the Idaho Valley is now going to be the Nampa Plaza. Right, now we've got some rejigging to do. What am I going to do about you then? God, there are a lot of passengers. Where do they want to go? Quite a lot of them want to go to Washington Docks. I definitely need to improve this then. Right. Better to do the big transfer of people at the Central and at the docks. I'm surprised I haven't linked that docks down to California. Currently they have to go over to Idaho, down to Arizona, and then over to California. I should give California a dock on its central. Oh, but California's outgrowing the range of that pretty badly. Even so, though, let's plan for the future, shall we? We shall. Okay, but first I need to deal with this. What are we going to do? I think I'm going to grab all of the... I'm going to grab all of the road vehicles that are on Washington docks, which will cover all of the ones that go there, because I'm pretty sure I just have the one network for both the places. And I'm just going to tell them all to move order to another station. Oh, cool. Wasn't aware that was a thing. Anyway, I'm going to send them all to the depot. And then what I'll probably do is I'll take all of those guys and... Well, there was no real need to get them to the station, right? What I could do is continue having them run from Washington Docks to Washington Central. Oh yeah, my mistake. Don't all go there. I want you to keep doing what you're doing. My mistake. Carry on, everybody. Then what I just do is I make a separate inner city one. The only thing is we probably need a few more of them running between the centrals. Not centrals, but docks and central. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make myself inner city ones for them. The inner city absolutely should be the Thunder Bus. High capacity is good capacity. And what are you going to do? You're going to go docks and Plaza and the other one, Everett Plaza. Simple as. We'll have 4 of you activating, and we'll have you automated timetabling, and we will have a male brass monkey. Feels like a bit of an illicit name, doesn't it? Could I just steal the orders? That's the wrong person to steal orders from. So's that, apparently. Get rid of those orders. Find someone who's making these rounds that we do like. I think I need to find someone who's actually going into one of these places. Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm looking at the wrong plaza. There we go. Just grab that, and we'll have, I don't know, 4 of you. 4 of you seems overkill. Even just 2 of you should be fine. And they've probably inherited the automatic timetabling. Good, and it's not a shared order between with the buses, so they're probably not going to timetable with the bus. They'll timetable of their own accord. And then similarly, Idaho can get another setup. So they can get the brass monkey. What a fun name. Plaza, Central, other plaza. I guess that'll do. Timetable, automate, clone, 2 of you should suffice. What the hell, we'll make it 3. And then we want some more Thunder buses. And the Thunder bus can steal that order. It'll auto timetable, and we'll clone to have 4 of those or so. There we go. Inner city with buses. Doesn't seem unthinkable. Are we developing Lucky? I actually don't know where in Canada Lucky is. He's a disgusting French Canadian, so I'm guessing the East. Known the guy for like a decade, but I mean, I care about these kinds of things, surely. Why are you so packed up here? Oh, that's because they have to use the inner city stuff and the non-inner city, so actually I'm going to benefit from having you here. That's central, surely. Wait, why are you not connected? Are you the wrong direction? I think you are the wrong direction. Wait, what? Ah, there we go. It wasn't making it because there was a road vehicle in the way. Where is the Central's passenger thing? There it is. Inconvenient. Farewell. Doing all this to grow the city, but at the same time destroying parts of the city to make it matter. There we go. Oh, don't know why C just makes the map pan over in that direction. Obviously I'm trying to press it to crouch. Right, so now the vehicles will come in, and it's going to be a nice busy central for people to transfer and walk along the rail tracks to get into the central station. Make any new cities? Today we have established Alberta and Yukon, and we are about to establish, and would you look at that, we have the money for it, Alaska. Yeah, let's get to it then. Found town, medium size. Alaska myself. Now, if I could make it a city, that would cost another lots of money, so it's not going to be a city. We'll just have you jammed right up against the station there. That's very disappointing. It's only 374 population, and even a bunch of it goes outside of the Central's grasp. Oh well. I'll help them out by completing some of their roads for them, because their roads are a bit of a travesty as they are. There we go. I must grid. Should have waited a bit so you could make it into a city. Now I'll make Greenland a city. That's the first one I'll save up for a city. Later on, I do hope to have so much money that that's not going to be a problem. There we go, I knew it would still happen. You passed by Alberta to go and get that maintenance. And now you're going to go all the way around until you get to Alberta, and then you're going to go all the way around to get to Idaho. Ah, it's such a pain that it wouldn't be a problem with implicit orders, but timetables don't like implicit orders. It did take a lot longer for it to happen. Yeah, and it probably would be solved if I added another space here for them to get some maintenance. It always seems to be happening there, but that's because on the way back, that's their only option actually for getting maintenance traveling southbound. Whereas northbound, well no, they've got an option here. So you pass by there, started wanting maintenance around this point, and then started being a fussy bugger. Tell you what, I have a heart. I will actually give them the maintenance here. I guess I'll just have to suck a lemon when it comes to my idea of too much maintenance stations is a bad thing. Plus, it's hardly a lot of work. How long did that take me? I don't even think it took 10 seconds. No, that should alleviate the issue. Left-hand trains is really horrific. Left-hand trains is how they're meant to be done, Andarius. Sure, right-hand road vehicle traffic, you could say that looks abhorrent, because I think only 30% of the world's population, maybe lower, uses that. But trains always have and always should be left-hand drive. Where do you think they came from? Alright, love to see it, and I especially love the idea that now we're going to have genuine Alaskans join our PAX network. A whole 4 of them boarded a train, now 7 of them. It's kind of a shame that it's timetabled, because I don't get a big batch of them. I want to see where Alaskans want to go. There we go. 22 Alaskans, where do they consider to be a good place to send mail and go to? Missouri, Everett, I don't know why California is always so popular. Notably, no one wants to go to or send letters to New York. Ah, that's not necessarily true. If they wanted to go to New York, they would have to go via Maryland. But no one wants to go to Maryland either. I'm also remembering that I said I'd set up a Washington to California route for boats. And I will do that now. It's just going to be a very simple PAX network. Probably 2... Yeah. Trains make me sick with non-implicit orders. Right. The island trader one seems to be sufficient, although got ourselves a nice ferry. Quite a recently made one. What's the newest ones that we have here? It's not very fast though. 37 is insufficient. Speed is king on the boats because they're normally just so slow, although of course you need capacity. No point in having speed if there's no damn capacity. Okay, very simple. I want you to go to Cali, and then I want you to go to the correct Washington dock, and I want you to timetable, automate, and have 2 of you going. But that's not all. I would also like a same one of you that does mail. I want you to use those orders, and then I clone you separately. You'll still be timetabled, and off you all go. You're going to go to both places, figure out your timetable, and then divide yourself up accordingly. When they come here, 2 of the boats will probably wait. And this will be 1 passenger and 1 mail, right? 1 passenger, 1 mail. And then once these guys have touched this, these guys will start moving away. Man, I am so freaking good at this game now. Or so I like to claim. I don't even know if these guys are going to be profitable. That's the food ship, Jake. Kind of hard to tell them all apart, really. Yeah, the mail one probably not so. The mail generation's a bit punished. But it will take a bit of the heat off of people that want to go from Washington to California, because previously they had to be rounded up on their buses to the Washington docks, driven from the Washington docks over to Idaho Central, and then take the train down to Arizona, where they will change over and go to California. With all those changes, given that it's not very far Manhattan distance, but a lot of jiggery pokery here, even if these boats don't make much money, although this one's already almost near capacity, even if they don't make much money or even make a loss, they'll probably cost me less than the excessive amount of movement that they had to do by train. Not to mention taking up seats that other people want on these trains, right? Flow of goods still seems to be excellent. And it's kind of a shame to see this route so underutilized, but Alaska will grow. And heck, it's going to want fruit, livestock, or milk. If only I could give you some industry. Hello? Oh, that's a Washington fish harbor. Will not accept the name Washington put on these. Such a traitorous name. How could I live with it? Something has popped up near Yukon. Ah, the Yukon Hotel! Just barely outside of the range of Yukon Central. But, you know, that's nothing that can't be sorted out a bit. Let's have a hideous bridge here. Actually, that doesn't look hideous at all. I like bridges over train stations. Or train lines, rather. Maybe not stations. Over stations sounds quite excessive. Yeah, it'd be quite cool if Yukon just grew completely around this. Bridge height not on same level. There you go, how about that? How about thus? There we go. Grow how you want now, Yukon. Just grow within my claws. And eventually I'll probably have some awful ring around the rosies set up for packs. But for the meantime, all I'm really looking for is grabbing those passengers. So for now, you will suffice. And then we're actually going to get a lot of people that want to go to and from the Yukon Hotel, far more than people that want to live in Yukon. And that should contribute to Yukon's, well, contributions towards my coffers. Yukon now the Railway Ring Road State. I suppose in the end everywhere is becoming a state in America here. This is the US colonization. This is what Monroe was all about with his plan. It's just been so misinterpreted by history. God, there needs to be better hotkeys for road vehicle building, or roadways and such building. There we go. Let's very enthusiastically expand Yukon and hope that it fills all this up like crazy. Or just broke down. Complete mechanical failure. That's meant to be very rare. Meant to be very rare. With the so-called improved breakdowns, you end up with breakdowns that reduce their max speed or reduce their power, things like that. But there's still a small chance they do the complete old-style breakdown, which seems rough, right? The whole reason people don't like the old breakdown system is because it just straight up randomly stops your system. If you still have a percentage chance of that to happening, you're still indulging in that awful system. Supposedly only 1 in 10 breakdowns should be complete by default. I wonder if there's a way to change that, because I actually just don't like the... I like there being breakdowns, and I like there being a force for you to have to make stations like this for servicing them, but I do not like the complete standstill breakdowns. Is Yukon not growing? It looks like it's not growing, but believe me, it is not growing. Why is it not growing? I have complete coverage of Yukon here. Hopefully it didn't get so small that it can't actually have anything there. God, that's not impossible, is it? You know, having a giant statue of me works wonders for cities, so let's try and help them out with it. And I'll even do an advertising campaign here. What that's going to do is it's going to force the ratings to 100, and that's going to mean that all of the citizens that can be sucked up by my PAX network will be sucked up. It is a bit strange that it's not growing at all, though. I can't assist it with any services because it's not big enough to demand them. Yeah, it ain't growing at all. Right. There's some kind of help fund the buildings thing. I don't know if this is going to help Yukon or not. Well, it's not helping my bank balance, but there we go. Now they're going to build at least something. It feels like they need a certain population to be able to grow. Scary. I should probably avoid making very small cities then. Yeah, maybe there are too few stations. Service not frequent enough. Too few stations. Yukon needs more. But there we go. They're building something. God knows what, though. Wait, a statue? I already have a statue. Well, at least it'll make more of them. There we go. Now it's going to be growing. Although it says it's growing because I funded the growth. Well, fair play on them. What would happen if I gave Alaska the same stuff? Well, of course, a giant statue of me should be everywhere, but... Temporary boost to town growth. It says funded. Is that going to change in the next month? Because this is recalculated every month, I believe. And it's a rolling average of the previous 8 months. Well, forgive me for not feeling amazing about that one. Okay. You should be connected up. No, don't build outside my area here. That's the opposite of what I want. Okay, well there we go. Of all things, they decided to build a new statue. Amazingly enough, it adds to the passengers that will be generated for this place. So hopefully that's enough to keep Yukon oh no, it still says it's not growing. God damn it, grow better, Yukon. There we go, now with that they're building themselves another statue. Freaking Yukon. Okay, but at least they're also building themselves shops and offices, which are great for mail and PAX in general. Isn't it passenger consumption? I don't think so. I think it's just general creation of passengers for the place. Giant novelty statues, classic Western Canada. Damn Canadians. They do with my money. Okay, even so, the logistical network looks great. I'm generally looking for anything that's red or yellow. Not the blocks, though, the lines. Is there a way to make these lines thicker? If I do that, it probably obfuscates the whole thing. It's also good to just check the packs individually, because it can get covered up by the other stuff, the cargo. Looks good, though. It's also a great way to check and see if new industries have popped up. I spy with my little eye something next to Edmund? No, Alberta. Freaking another hotel! It's not really what we need, but it's really clogging up the Edmund packs, or the inner city Edmund packs. It's just passengers, not mail though. So I'm going to grab the passenger tram, which is running damn near capacity. And I'll probably just need a bunch more of those. 1, 2, 3, yeah, 3 should be sufficient. And it will auto timetable, because I already have it set to timetable. Ding, ding, ding. They're going to spread out and grab all these passengers. Much better. Excellent. I might have oversaturated it a bit, but these hotels just really crank out the passengers. Alberta itself generates 424 passengers, of which we suck up 536. The hotel brings out another 600. And you know what Alberta could really do with? A giant statue of me. And that'll allow us to get 10% more, 10 percentage points more of those passengers. High ratings are good ratings. You haven't saved in a while. The game does have an autosave, but you make an excellent point. Yeah, Jings, we've passed by almost a decade. We did a decade last time, but... Don't know about you, but my entire evening's free, I think. Christ, let me check. I've been making all these social commitments, because, you know, people to see before I go. But no, apparently I'm good this evening. Well, they're not spreading out all that much right now, are they? I wonder if that's because the guy in front is just always thinking he's late, and everyone behind him is everyone behind him is the one that's running late. Strange going on the auto spread out. They're not spreading out very much at all, are they? That ain't right. Now that is a strange one. Oh, I see why. I very much see why. It's not actually completing its timetable. Let me think. Edmund, then Lethbridge, then Alberta. That's the problem. Lethbridge needs to be after Alberta. Then it should finish it off. I knew it. Whenever there's a problem with the timetable, it's the intrinsic order. And now it'll separate out properly. Much better. Freaking lost trains in there. That's going to be a growing problem. I need to figure out how to deal with it. If you're watching this and you know how to deal with auto timetable plus lack of intrinsic order plus getting lost due to maintenance, I want to hear from you. This is the true reason Jake is moving, a new place with no social life to distract him from OpenTTD. Hey now, I have no problem purging my own social life. By moving country, you see. JGR automated, probably why it does it better than manual, yeah, for sure. But the problem is, if there's intrinsic, then it won't finish the timetable. If there's not intrinsic, then I have problems with trains that pass by a service station, then later go, oh crap, I need to service, and then ignore some stops to get to service. The alternative is that I just put in way too many service stations, and I may have to do that, but I don't want to. There's no need. Their service desire... Well, what I could actually do is tell them to always go for a maintenance here if needed. Then they won't... Then I don't need many of them. Hell, I would only need one of them, honestly. And then they would never decide on their own accord to go and do that. I might do that for the next proper leg that I do. Maybe the... Yeah, that's what I'll do. The New York up to Greenland one, I will have one place for service, and I will tell them to go for it if needed. That way I can keep my intrinsic orders without them... No, I need to not use intrinsic with timetabling, but I can still do it. The statue really paid off. Yeah, Christ, look at Yukon going. Now, what's really helping us out are these, the shops and offices. It's annoying though. There's not a lot of variety in the buildings here, especially Texas, which refuses to grow as well. Look at that growth level, but it's just failing to grow. Anyway, I need to find some kind of graphics pack that adds different kinds of buildings for this biome. Because everything just, yeah, looks like, hell, it looks like downtown Stockholm. Tall, colourful buildings. Lots of windows. Kind of narrow, very colourful. Bothers me greatly. Alaska becoming the next superpower within USA, just as it was meant to be. Oh, it's trying to grow. They want fruit, livestock, or milk, but they have no industry. Seems strange that the industry that loves to appear ends up being hotels. Was that always there? What are you? Oh, you're a little errant orchard and piggery. I've seen entire cities of just bars in OpenTTD before. Don't give me a curse like that, Andaris. That's even scarier than come to Brazil. I figured the New York shoals would have grown by now. It gets good service. I wonder if this JGR patch does growth of industries the same way vanilla does. I do not capture anywhere near as many people from New York as I need to. New York's about to get a lot of love, but it's not going to get any love until I connect it up with the next Canadian city. The question is, which do we choose? Now, I've been told of Newfoundland, Labrador, Quebec, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Ontario. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in very close succession. I reckon 2 of them need to be purged. 4 seems reasonable for this area. 6 is over the top. The question is which 4? Now I'm going to be biased and say that Nova Scotia needs to be part of it. But who else? If we have Nova Scotia, then New Brunswick is way too close. So I reckon we could have Nova Scotia and Quebec. Probably say screw Ontario. Labrador seems fitting here, and I couldn't say no to Newfoundland. So I guess we've answered our questions here. Nobody cares about New Brunswick, right? And Ontario is definitely overshadowed by Michigan. Ontario, Quebec, Nova Scotia, yeah, says Ulpi. Very good. I'd merge Pay and Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick. Well, then it's just going to be Nova Scotia here, and you'd found merge Pay and Newfoundland. Pay? Oh, we have Newfoundland here and Labrador here. This is all according to a map that I was given by Baron Von Owen, who is a Canadian with a deep love for Russia, so I can trust him on both those accounts. He's actually going to be doing the Balkanization of Russia because, whilst it makes sense on a map this scale to have a France and a Spain, and a Finland is even fine, a Russia is not. I need a Kamchatka, a Novgorod, and I'm running out of divisions already, but you get the idea. It's going to be statified like the USA and Canada. Prince Edward Island, Labrador isn't a province, it's part of Newfoundland. Are you telling me that a genuine, bona fide, electrified Canadian was wrong about his own country? Shocked, I say. Right, let's carry on then. I'm not seeing any particular industries that hold on. I've not been paying attention to Mexico. And now Mexico's coming out with its own scrapyard, its own hotel, its own stockyard. Tell me, Mexico, do you want any of these things? Yes, they say they want livestock. They also want China clay, but I don't spy your own port here. Is this Mexican? Yes, its own metal workshop. Just a damn shame you don't have your own port. Right, what do we do with Mexico? Well, for one, I want that hotel. So we're going to merge that hotel in with the central. So now we're going to have a lot of people that want to come out of Mexico, and also people that want to come into Mexico for that hotel. Now, the scrapyard. There's probably still only one smelter or foundry. What is the game called? Steel mill. I wish I could rename industries. I'd like to rename industries after people in the community, but I have not found a way to do that. It probably doesn't like being renamed because they're intrinsically linked with cities, but it doesn't stop me wanting it. So, do we truly have any other metal workshops? That's not the thing I'm thinking of, is it? What's it called? I know we just looked at it, but it's probably steel mill. Yeah, steel mill is what I need to look for. That's short-term memory for me right there. There are 4 steel mills in the world. There is still only 1 in the New World. The other one is in Africa, Asia, and Asian Russia. So we're not making use of any of those. And the only place I can dump this scrap is over there at the furnace, which is already overburdened. About getting some livestock down here. Probably would be decent money if I linked it up there. Could be worth funding one, but it's a huge outlay to start with. The furnace, the beating heart of America. I'm almost running out of spaces to put more things down to service it. I could expand here and here. And if I use something with a big range... Oh no, even so, I could put down a corner here. But yeah, it really is the beating heart of America. Producing 3,500 tons of steel. Wait, you're a Minnesota steel mill. You know what Minnesota could do with? A giant statue of me. And with that, we're going to find that our rating for steel from here is going to improve by 10 percentage points. And that means that we're going to take more than 80% of that. Every month it should update, or maybe it's like a rolling average. Point is, we're going to get more of that steel. And more of that steel means more money for me. Statues are so good. There we go. Another 10% of that is a whole lot more steel for me to transport for Dosh. It's a Factorio steel mill. It won't help Mexico to drag its scrap metal away. Mexico will be helped by dragging in almost none of these goods they want, but they do want livestock. And would you look at that? There's a Texas dairy farm. I would do that. I'd only be doing that to grow Mexico. It wouldn't feel right to set up a barely profitable line just to grow a city. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Then again, it's not really going to grow with 2 categories that it doesn't get, because that's a 40% degradation of... well, apparently it's 20% decay on these. I assume that means that the population shrinks by 20% every month if it doesn't get these goods. Which is huge, right? And that's a lot of people gone. It's about 250 people gone every month. And it doesn't even grow that fast. That doesn't seem to add up in my head. Surely that's not how it works. It's not how I'm going to believe it works, at least. I'm feeling the OpenTTD urge, but Christmas isn't that far. Yeah, we'll see about holding a big Christmas multiplayer then. It gets done in my absence anyway, but now I'll join in. I see the fun, I feel the hunger. Alas, I keep thinking this is somewhere that makes sand, not clay. But damn it, Texas will only grow a bit better if it gets its own dang furnace. I linked up the hotel. I'm just not sure it's worth bringing that scrapyard out. I want another beating heart furnace elsewhere, because it's getting really busy bringing the goods to and fro this area. Profitable, but I'd like to have something with a bit more space that I can actually drag it down by freight trains. Something like Brazil. If Brazil had its own beating heart forge here that all the scrap metal, iron ore and coal of Central and South America went into, and then we just smog Brasilia, then that would be pretty badass. Texas Fishing Harbor, not on my watch. Texas Shoals, not on my watch. What are you, though? Texas. I'm only deleting egregious industries that are really not befitting. Yeah, there's no Panama Canal, but I will make one. It makes too much sense to have. I could fund manufacturers. If I turned on the setting, I could fund raw industry. But I don't like doing either of those, because what you'd end up doing is just putting down industries in the perfect places. And I find the fun of industry is having them in imperfect places and trying to figure out how to best use them. The downside, of course, is when a city just straight up will not have an industry that it needs to grow. And yes, steel mill is something that I might put down to help the growth of certain South American states. These guys still making me juicy profits? That they are. It's worth doing a quick roundup on how profitable our lines are. What are these ungrouped trains? I didn't put you in, but I know that you're my sand train. My only sand train. Who are these guys? You're engineering supplies, but aren't you not engineering supplies? Well, it's chemicals and engineering supplies depending on which way they go around, isn't it? Refit to goods, refit to chemicals. Wait, what? Refit to goods, refit to chemicals, but I swear I saw engineering supplies. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, right, there's two different groups here, of course. One is China clay, and one was chemicals. And you are livestock, as I recall. Now, the sand, interestingly enough, is not profitable. However, I'm quite convinced that's because all of the money is being made by these boats, which is very profitable. Well, maybe not very, but it does turn a profit. There's also too many boats servicing this, but I'm not going to bother with that. Because I dream of the day that the sandbank grows further. Just from having good ratings, these industries should grow if it works like vanilla. To be exact, change manual primary industry construction method to prospecting. That's even worse, because then it'll pop up randomly. I could prospect and have it spawn here. Yeah, no, I'll pass on prospecting. Prospecting can also fail. A lot of goods being piled up here, but I'm sure that's fine. Besides, the line is pretty saturated. I think adding more trains to it might not even help much. Yeah, they've got these things under control, though. Look at all that. All that money coming in as well. We'll be able to start working on our East Coast charades before long. I might actually get started on that, in fact. Continue the game flowing whilst I decide how exactly we bring this up. So, what did I say I'm going to be bringing in? Quebec, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador, right? I'd rather have a straight shot over to Greenland as soon as possible. So I think we'll claw our way through Quebec and Labrador first, and they'll have an offshoot to Newfoundland and Nova Scotia, which will link into their centrals, either by road vehicle or a dedicated metro, or even one of the cute little narrow gauge ones. Where's the last time we used a narrow gauge? I think it was Arkansas. It's hard to tell the difference, but I'm pretty sure that's a cute little narrow gauge. Hopefully it's taking care of the place fine and dandy. Looks like it. Are they profitable? You bet, kid. In the 15 years since I established it, they have each made me $4.5 million dues, even though they don't carry that many people most of the time. But that's okay. As the PAX network grows and grows, there'll be more and more people wanting to go to Arkansas, which is not growing. That's because it needs its own inner city connection. We will help it with that. I love the tramways. The tramways love me. So let's have it. That doesn't connect. Can we make it connect? That's a no. But it could also be a yes. That's still a no. Get out of here. Okay, not okay. You're getting in the way there. There we go. Now, time for tram layout. Love tram layouts, they just generally work so damn well. Can't imagine it's going to grow up much over there. Right, I might actually need quite a few stops to grab everything here, but still. You're going to be part of... That should say central. It will momentarily. I need some names for Arkansas. I do have a list of them, but I'm in the flow right now, and I don't want to tab out. So if you have any to mind, please tell us. We're going to have you over here and here. City names in Arkansas. Oh god, it's also called Central now. That's throwing me off, isn't it? Stores is a cool name for a plaza, but we won't be using it. And to complicate matters, I need a maintenance shed. The maintenance shed will go here. Yeah, 100 passenger movement on a tram is pretty strong. Stores to central to other central. And we'll have... yeah, well, 3 of them seems to work fine since there are in fact 3. And then I will want a... Jings, that's a lot of mail. I reckon even just one of you should be fine. You can share that order, and then we'll just reverse it. So it goes from... oh god, which central is which? I think that's going the other way around, so that's fine by me. Activate. Now let's fix these names. Okay, Little Rock, apparently. Little Rock Plaza. And the stores one gets renamed to Labrador Plaza. I'm actually going to cross-check that with a list of names I got, just so my leg is not being pulled. We have Little Rock, Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Springdale, Pine Bluff, Bentonville, and Hot Springs. This so-called Labrador is not on the list. Am I being lied to? I don't know. Maybe someone can confirm or deny. Labrador is not ideal, says Ave. You know, I like the idea of Pine Bluff, and people seem to be disagreeing on the whole Labrador idea, so... Pine Bluff Plaza it is. Labrador above was the plan to expand into Canada. Oh right, of course, since we have a Labrador coming up, don't we? That's a good reason not to have it. I'd hate to be told that Labrador is lost and not understand why. Why are you going the wrong way? Right. Your problem is that you need to turn around. There we go. Now you're sorted. They go around in different directions and all is well. Now I wonder if that's going to make the central too busy. Nope, and it's certainly going to help Arkansas grow now. Arkansas gets a lot of one of these things. I don't actually know which. I don't know which one's your industry, actually. Oh, Christ, is that... oh, Crivens, they've got their own hotel as well. Oh, wonders never cease. This is quite cool, though, but I worry about these things ramming into each other. I do like that going underneath here, though. What's a man to do? Tell me, can I get a tram bridge that goes over here? I Is this as cursed as it looks? Pretty bad. It's pretty awful actually, but let's go with it anyway. I don't want to give up on that. Don't want to give up on that hotel. Hotel's good money after all, right? Oof, oof. I just do not believe in this. Not one iota. Is that electrified rails? No, it's regular rails. Along we come. Must demolish bridge. Maybe it didn't like it because it's one that the city had already made for me. Get the girdered steel one. Now you don't need mail, but you do need passenger pickup. So actually what's going to happen here is that you're going to get this one. And though it's not the bar, grill and room. What do we have on the name list that I didn't use? I used Little Rock and Pine Bluff, so I guess you're going to be Springdale. Good name for a hotel. Springdale Plaza. And if, or should, Arkansas grow more out here, then we have that taken care of. I will road it up for them as well, though. Again, not entirely sure how the expansion stuff works, but oh, I can road and tram the bridges now. That's cool. God, that is cool. This game's just full of cool stuff. So you guys are going to have Springdale as part of this. Springdale should be between Pine Bluff and Central. And now these passengers from here are going to be folded into the packs. And I'm actually going to add one more of you to it, because now there are 4 stations and I want them well spread out, well tended to, like a garden really. Damn, you know, of all the cities, Arkansas actually looks the best. It's visually appealing. The train station isn't the dominant force of the entire city. We got trams, we got trains. Oh, this is actually a good image for what this game's all about. It could only be better if there was a ship going under these bridges. Yeah, the trees do certainly help. Texas tries to have some trees. The smog of the Minnesota furnace, on the other hand, probably eliminating as much wildlife as it can. Why is it costing you money? Transfer credits worth more than the final leg? That can happen, yes. Where did you see something cost me money? Something that does cost me money is moving the sand around. For example, you've just picked up all that sand. And as you bring it in here, it's going to either make very little money or lose me money. Off it goes, off it goes, off it goes, and... bleh, cost me $3,000 to deliver that sand. However, do we have a sandy guy coming in here? You've got the food, you've got the fish. Where's our sandman at? Right, you there, sandman, show me the money. Wham, indeed. You can do it. Did you... Okay, that was you. Right, in you go. When that sand gets delivered here, though, $76,000. So I can't begrudge the loss of money, because that transfer wouldn't even work for me if it couldn't get to the final destination. Or could it? I wonder if I could, say, deliver something all the way across the world, and then have a route that I don't actually service, trying to bring it all the way back. No, surely not. It wouldn't pay you more than the distance you can cover. Surely. I once dated a girl from Arkadelphia, Arkansas. She pronounced oil all, like good old days. Oh, all. All? Ugh. I think I call beer here oil, or all, or ul. Well, that's neither here nor there, I suppose. God, I love seeing this money coming in. Also, where accepts goods? The Okies. They'll finally take some goods. They don't really get much of anything, so although their growth hasn't been too bad, no fruit, no milk, no fish, no scrap metal, ore, or sand. It's not great for them. Also, they too have a hotel that I'm not currently seeing to. Oklahoma really should have some inner city transport. Feeling a bit monstrous by not helping them out here. What are we going to do for that then? You're going to be part of Central here. This existing stuff will no longer be part of Central. Instead, we shall have you as your own. Linked up with you. And then... Damn those lost packs. Damn that Dr. Fred. Okay. I'm going to need 2 different names for cities in Oklahoma, and if I don't get anything, I can always refer to that handy-dandy list. We'll have our road vehicles popping out from hither. And again, easy enough with our... Well, we can start with mail. I love my brass monkey. Shouldn't need too much of that, surely. Out you go. We'll have 2 of you for good measure. And then for passengers... We'll use the beloved Thunderbus. And honestly, you can just have the same routine. And we'll want, probably 3 of you should do, but we'll make 4 since there's a hotel involved. And then let's just make sure that these are automated. Should have automated one before copying over, but it won't really make much difference. Right, we'll grab this one. They've got a Bartsville? Bartsville Plaza. Consume shorts. And then we've got the... Ooh, Tulsa. Feels like it should be called Tulsa Valley. But it's a plaza. I suppose it is down a hill slightly. Good. I can't believe I'm out of water again. Maybe it's all the excitement, or dare I say the salivating of this. Well, since I really like Arkansas, you can continue to look at that whilst I go and fill up the water. There we go. I've toyed with the idea of getting myself a mini fridge to keep by me when I'm streaming. Not going to do that just before I move, but it's something I will give some serious thought to later on. Save me having to break off and head to the kitchen to fill up my glass. It's not even glass, I just use a giant cup these days. drink a ton of water though, always have. That cost money, but that... maybe that's what someone said when they saw someone saw that something lost me money. But that's okay. Some things make a loss, and other things grab up the money because the transfer is just so good. If I had to guess, that's someone from Oklahoma wanting to go to Arkansas, so they exchange at Missouri, and the train makes all of the money, and then since coming over to Arkansas is backtracking, they lose money on that. That's my best guess, at least. Is that a tunnel passing under a canal? Yeah. There's probably not actually flowing water here, they probably just paint it blue or something. But that's a vanilla thing, you can tunnel under rivers. I'm going to Austria in 2 weeks, Rajon. God, under 2 weeks now, 13 days away, and there's still so much to sort out. It's okay, moving is stressful, but it can be fun as well. Good opportunity to purge a lot of my belongings, and there's going to be a big purge. It's not just the stuff I've had from almost a decade in Sweden, I moved over all my stuff from Scotland here. I would abhor the idea of relying on my parents and keeping all my stuff over at their home back in Scotland, so I had everything shipped over here, and then it's gotta move or be purged again. It's okay, I'll get it sorted out, I don't have a big attachment to physical goods. Right, see if any physical goods have attachment to any of my stations here. Funnily enough, there's a lot of people now wanting to leave Arkansas since we're rounding up from the whole place. Probably a lot of them wanting to leave that hotel. That's a little awkward though. How many more trains can I really put on this line? There's not a lot of space for them. That's pushing it, but is it even taking a bite out of the passengers here? And also all these people that want to go to Arkansas as well. I'd be hard pressed to run it any more than this. Best thing about Austria, it borders Hungary and Slovenia. Bordering Hungary is a pretty big plus. Anyway, it's not that I'm married to the idea of staying in Austria forever and ever. When I go there, I'm actually going to spend about 2 to 3 months travelling around Austria and Hungary, at which point I will figure out where exactly I want to stay for the long term. I've got a lot of candidates separated out, but I actually want to go and visit them and spend some time in there before I properly lay down some roots. It's a nice position to be in, because I've always just travelled out of necessity. Oh, go to Edinburgh because... actually, I can't even remember why I went to Edinburgh, but it was a great decision to do so. Coming over to Stockholm because that's where work is? Well, now I can just go wherever. Of course, sometimes you can be paralysed with choice. And this is kind of one of those situations. What if it's all good? What if I can't come to a decision? What if none of them feel good enough? Are you bringing a PC or is it laptop? It'll be laptop streams for probably a couple of months. And then I'll ship over my PC. Well, one of the ideas I had was that I would take a boat down to Danzig and then take trains from Danzig down to Austria. That way I could travel with a lot more things, like my PC. But turns out there's no boat to Danzig from Stockholm, and flights were only £10 sterling. So I'll just be catching a flight with a 20-kilogram allowance of stuff, and that's going to include my laptop and microphone. It's okay though, we're not streaming AAA blockbuster titles these days, although what if I land in Austria and then suddenly 11-bit go, hey, Frostpunk 2's coming out, and it's coming out next week, and the system requirements are through the roof, and I go, oh Christ, get another flight back to Sweden just to pick up my stuff and freight it over. There used to be a ferry to Stockholm from Gdansk. I wonder what happened to it. I don't know. Maybe it went the way of SS Estonia. Right, why am I still staring at this? This is a problem that may or may not fix itself. Too many people in Arkansas. But in a way, is that really a problem? I'm still making money moving all these people around. Not a huge amount off of these guys, granted, but it is profitable. Maybe I shouldn't be using narrow rail. It looks cool and cute, but I need capacity on this line, man. Oh, right, that's part of the problem. Isn't this a 3-length station? Yes, yes it is. That's probably part of it. Well, that's a problem for Arkansas to deal with on its own. It still counts as having the people moved around, even if they're shoved into Central to keel over and die. I see good things in Arkansas's future, even though it has shrunk since. What's really good for us is that money keeps going up. We should check and see if there are new industries that popped around areas that we have added to our network. There's something here. Here we go. Alaska's own orchard and piggery. Wasn't there someone around here? No, it was Mexico that wanted livestock. I'm not really sure I want to give them artisanal Alaskan pigs. Not least of all, it'd be a bit of a pain getting them back onto the shore from here. Also, livestock is one of the most turbulent goods in terms of the amount of time you take to move it, so I don't think I'll be exploiting this particular opportunity. Nothing else seems to really be suffering, although the Minnesota horse market is prospering, thanks to the extra horses that we're delivering there, to the point where my 2 trains can't keep up. Early on I had to purge one of these trains because it was too much. Now we get to add back our 3rd, lucky us. Oh man, there's a lot to keep track of, but it feels good, and there's no real incentive for you to feel forced to keep doing so either. The world will keep turning in this game, especially if you don't have inflation on. For example, Minnesota has decided that they too want to add to the great beating heart of the USA. They've got their own scrapyard they want to add goodies into the furnace with, and you know what, I might just oblige them. We have this thing decently set up, so there's no good reason not to just have them come on in, come around and grab their goods, and then head on out. I wonder... I know I can't do one way here, but what if... What if I sort it out with one way rather than... there we go. Sort it out with one way so they're forced to come in the way I want them to. And then... into the boneyard they all go to fill up. Do I want to double it up? Yeah, why not? Why the heck not? Is this really Minnesota's boneyard? I suppose it would be. They will probably want some way to get service, so I'll give them this. Alright, what do we have to grab the scrap metal? It is scrap, right? Yeah. Scrap metal's worth more than pure ore. Funny that. Dump trucks. Ooh, we got a new one in here. Wait, something ain't right. Why does it say... Oh, it's just not as fast, but it has much better capacity. This stuff doesn't really lose any value on speed, and there is overtaking, so I don't see a big deal in using a slower vehicle. It's also the same speed as these other guys. If that's the case, we could replace the old Coleman dump trucks with these newer ones, much better capacity. I will do that, but first and foremost, let's get you set up. Fully load over here, dump it over there. Do I tell you to go via waypoint? I do. Maybe I should waypoint you here too. I do like using the waypoints now that we have them available. Alright, and then you'll full load. How many of these are we gonna need? Probably not too many, because their capacity is decent. But I now also want to go to my... What are they? What am I using these trucks for? Coal? Yeah, see these coal guys? Replace them. Replace the Coleman dump truck. Wait, why are you even on this? Get out of here. Okay, God knows how that's on there. In any case, the broad rock dump truck is all yours. Get replacing. One of the things I really like and really pushed for having the longer day length thing for was it means we get to use older technologies for longer. I really didn't like how in the Hansa run we were in maglev before we knew it. Same with the road vehicles, we were just using the best ones very quickly because of the speed of the game. Now, it feels like the jump ups are more significant and we're with them for longer. Apparently there's a ferry going from Poland to some small village next to Stockholm. You may want to look at that. Well, I've already booked my flight, so but I sincerely doubt the amount of stuff that I want to bring over is something that I could physically bring over by hand to that extent. Nah, I'll probably just get a moving company and have them trek all my stuff over. Where's all our scrap metal? Why in the world? Oh, you accept milk, that's fine, but you are picking up the scrap metal now. Good, but you know what would make them get me even more of it? A giant statue of... Oh, you already have one, Minnesota? Damn right you do, look at that. I'm big, I'm blue. And I'm towering over Minneapolis. Alright, there we go. Take a bit, but we'll get what we need. Hopefully the coal guys aren't suffering now too much. Oh god. I have a feeling that this many colliery places is actually working against me rather than for me at this point. But there's so much coal to be had. Let's see, you are Michigan's coal mine. So if Michigan, because I remember where Michigan is, had a big old statue of me, we'd get even more coal. We'll try to get through this faster, but these have got to shift out. It causes too many backups when someone at the back is clogging everything like they are. Out of my way, out of my way! Yeah, I don't want to get out of my way. Okay, you just stop as you are. There we go, now restart yourself. Well, it's still backing up, but that might be because I improved the capacity too much. That's right, we've made it too good, that's our problem. Definitely better ways to do this, aren't there? And this is a ton of wasted space, no less. Yeah, hard to instantly just grab a few of them and cut them out, but what I could do is just grab a whole bunch of these guys and just tell them all to go to station. Since they're all in the same place, they all should go to the same one. It doesn't change the fact that this definitely needs to be improved. But once they're through all that, I'll grab all the guys I shoved here and just tell them to go bye-bye. I can even make some money on purging them. Yeah, wow, the production of coal isn't actually keeping up that well. I'll have to get rid of more of them. I wonder if the amount of coal went down? Or maybe it's just because I made a more efficient route. Yeah, I like that. It makes me sound like I'm doing a better job. You could turn the station sideways for a more parallel setup. Yeah, I was strongly considering that. But I wanted a very cheap and cheerful solution rather than a not that solution. It would need a bit of a bypass going on though, so I could fit it in better, but this doesn't seem too bad. And also, there's nothing that they're really stopping movement by. It's only coal trucks getting stuck in this loop. Nobody other than coal trucks takes this entire route at all. Now, I wonder if these guys are actually going to be profitable for me. It's a very short distance to bring a very crummy good. And also, there are probably a few too many of these. More than probably. I think I'll purge at least a couple of them. What's with these costs? Oh, right, those are people getting upgraded, of course. Excellent. Alright, nothing's really suffering, although the metallurgy appears to be full of goods. Holy smokes, that's good news for me. Now, the big question is, do I need more vehicles, or can I replace my goods vehicles with something better? If I go to my goods road vehicles, we've got all of these, and if we wanted to replace... I don't know why these things are still showing up on my replace vehicles. Can I just go to replace vehicles and just stop that? Once they're grayed out, there is no more need for that. Right, goods, replace vehicles. The easy wheeled box truck does goods, it's fine, but where do we get more cargo capacity for goods? Oh god, that looks like another cursed setup thing. You're just food. No, it still seems like that box truck is the best one for goods, which is a bit sad. Maybe we'll get a better one later on. God, it's been 11 years since that thing's introduction. Anyway, it doesn't change the fact that there are too many goods here and not enough people getting rid of them. I believe they're getting shoved over to Oklahoma. Oh, that's a bit excessive. 10 more should do. Hell, 10 more is probably over the top, but there you go. There we go, get those goods out of here. Goods are great money, so I hate to leave them just sitting on the counter when the Okies will pay through the nose for them. Show me that ding ding ding. Where's the money from you bringing that stuff in? Why did you... Oh, I see the problem now. I recall seeing a pop-up for it earlier as well. The Oklahoma Central no longer accepts goods. Dang. That's a bit tragic. It's okay though, I always have a solution. There we go. I should accept goods now. Some of the taller buildings from the side here must have gotten purged or something, causing me all sorts of issues and losing me those goods income. What's the current expansion plan for this run? The entire world. But since you say current, you probably mean where we are at. I've just done the west coast. I've ignored British Columbia for now. We'll get that later because it's probably going to be tiny and insignificant. Unlike Alaska, which is the real up-and-comer around here. Damn, they keep growing outside of my reach. Damn you, Alaska. It's okay, I'm sure Alaska will be fine. The Yukon now. Yukon has grown immensely, and it grows incredibly quickly. But that'll slow down when it doesn't get the goods that they want. Also, again, they're growing outside of my range. Stop doing that. It's not very nice of you, is it? Okay, don't worry, I will answer your question for reals shortly. Weird parallel road setup that they want to do here as well. Let's have a lot less of that. And a lot more of this. For now, just to stop you from being such a royal pain in my behind, I will expand out the central like so. I'll just expand it big time so I don't need to worry about their absurd ways of growing. I'll give them a proper inner city link later on. We've got Alberta as well, of course, which does have a proper tram network, bringing everyone around. Little bits of mail here and there. A lot of passengers wanting to move around. But they're wanting to go to Idaho, and there's a train coming in to pick them up right now. Bye-bye, Idaho. Or oh, perhaps not. How about this one? There we go. Bye-bye, Idaho people. There's something I find very... I don't know. Visceral's maybe not quite the right word, but there's something so good about seeing a train come in and just slurp up all those passengers. Some of them haven't had the space for it though. You, for example, only have space for another 100 or so. And there are 200 here. Is that telling me that I need more trains on this route? Well, you're running pretty empty. And Yukon's not full, so actually I think the network's doing just fine for now. Anyway, the current plan is to work our way up the east coast. We're going to do Nova Scotia can come later. For now, we're going to do Ontario. No, it wasn't Ontario, it was Quebec we decided on. Quebec, Labrador, Greenland. Now, I want Greenland to be huge. Sadly, Greenland has a coal mine, and I have to get rid of it because, for God's sake, stop telling me you're lost. I'm not allowed to use this pre-existing stuff. It needs to be Greenland's industry. I wonder if there's anything we could put in these godforsaken islands up here. Oh, I missed something on my little map. Baron wants the province of Nunavut represented on this island. And we will have Nunavut. Alright, so that means we've got 3 to do before we even touch on Greenland. But I want Greenland to be enormous. Means we need a bunch of money. Greenland, so weird. Is it as weird as the famously snowy Arizona? Maybe it's exactly as weird. Come on, Mexico, have you found any raw resources other than scrap? I swear, why you guys keep getting... In fact, how are you lost? What are you trying to find your way to? They want to make their way to Idaho Central. I suspect that they passed through something to... Oh my goodness. You know what? The correct answer here is to stop telling me if vehicles are lost. Now, that's an accident waiting to happen, but I'm still turning it off because I'm sick of seeing that thing flash up periodically. Snowy Mexico City is the... I'm sure Mexico's a very cold place. It's just a secret they keep from you. Really not their only secret. Ooh, Texan shoals, and I don't think that's being exploited. That should be taken over to the Florida docks. Tell you what, we'll grab ourselves a wee bit of fishy stuff for that. What's your fastest... Actually, what is your best introduction date fish thing? The Meteor... Yeah, the Meteor goes fairly fast. Seems better than the Josephine Trawler. It's a whole lot faster. A whole lot more expensive, but speed is good. Ooh, less capacity as well. But like I said, speed is good. So I'm going to take you, and I'm going to give you a very clear order. The shoals to Florida docks. And when you're at the shoals, I want you to full load, and I'll probably need, let's say 3 of you. That shoals is not the best shoal known to man, but Texas loves me, and they'll love me even more when they have a giant statue of me. Don't know where it appeared. Anybody able to spot it? It's a bit of a Where's Waldo. And I can say Where's Waldo because this is an American run. What the hell is this? Uh-oh, people are taking a weird route into the Texan scrapyard. And the Texas scrapyard is not producing as much scrap as I would like to, and that's holding up the packs. So, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get rid of the full load, and I'm going to tell them to automate their timetable, and that way they'll at least all be moving. The Texas scrapyard, I'm sure it'll be fine. Keeps everything moving that way. God, I love the fact that I could quickly automate that. How long did it take us to set up those timetables in vanilla? A very long time, that's how long. This is overkill on the number of boats, but I hope that the Texas shoal will actually grow so we can get more of them. The rating is excellent, so the amount of fish that we actually get will grow. So yeah, actually three ships will be plenty. What a lovely place to live between the scrapyard and the lorry station. Oh god, the stink, the noise, the horrors. But that's what Texas gets for having way too many. Hang on, they've got their own hotel here as well. It's a supplied hotel, nothing to worry about. And Texas itself refuses to grow. So fussy just because it's not getting its coal, ore, or scrap metal. It's a shame that there's only one industry that accepts any of that. Okay, let us worry not. Let us start considering how we travel north. We need to Quebec, and we need a nice station for Quebec. But before we even think about that, we need to link up New York in some way. It needs to connect to the New York docks. It would not make any sense otherwise. How big's it gonna be? Well, I like 6 width and 5 length. That's the wrong direction. I think one way or another, some New York denizens are going to be crushed to death. I have a funny feeling that's too far. Maybe not. I might be able to get away with just smooshing a few of them. Yeah, let's smoosh. Come on, they're New Yorkers. This is what they signed up for. There we go. Now the New York docks has become the New York Central. What tune is this? This is Sunset from the Polybridge 2 original soundtrack. It's called Station Wagon Sunset, in fact. When I run my OpenTTD streams, I run with a bunch of different soundtracks in the background. Polybridge 2, Transport Tycoon, Banished, Stronghold, and there's one more that I can't remember. Probably another bridge building game though, or similar. It's a little awkward. Let's just balance you out a bit more. Doesn't like that because of you. Well, I don't like you either, so away you go. Train Valley, thank you. Oh, you kind of build bridges in Train Valley. Right. I think they're going to be coming in this way. And they're going to be blasting out like so. Means I want you to bridge over to let them out, don't I? I don't often do it that way, but I will be doing it this way for whatever reason. Probably not a good reason. Just making it bigger and messier for no good reason. This doesn't seem right for some reason. Well, they'll be coming in pretty tight around here anyway, so I guess it's not too big a deal. But it still doesn't seem right. I don't like the idea of having too many bridges. You're the one that should be bridging. Who did I say should be the one that's bridging? I've already managed to forget. You come in like so, and then our bridging can be done 1, 2. Yeah, that seems a bit better. Because yes, New York is the terminus. If you want to connect to the other Pans Americana, you take the boat, and that's going to suck for everyone transferring. There might be a day when I completely rip up Maryland and connect Maryland Central over to New York Central, but that day is not today. And it's probably not tomorrow. Now, how we get up with you? Nice to see you've learned how to do stations, even if you over-signal them. I don't think over-signaling's a problem. Now, under-signaling, that's where problems happen. But over-signaling? I think that's an imaginary problem. Right. And give ourselves a bit of a nicer place to work with here. And let's be... Oh, Crivens, this is going to come with its own problems, I'm sure. In kicks in the stronghold, as it should. Let's use the awesome control drag feature so that we have this leveled out for us. That is all sorts of awesome. I'm trying to think of many games that even do that. I mean, boxy grid-based games. Control drag to do it diagonally. It's so good. Right, you just come in like so. But coming out this way, they need a bit of a lead. And then down they go. Problematic. There we go. How about those service stations, huh? Have one come in this way. Might be a bit overkill, but too bad. Well, I should actually consider how much overkill these things are going to be, because it's... I have to pay for the maintenance. Maintenance is grim. Right. Out. In. Oops, man. You're right, the Stronghold music is fantastic. I know you're thinking it, because I'm thinking it. A little overdue, another run through of Stronghold. I started a very hard mode run of it, didn't I? But then my attention was brought to an even harder mode of it. And I gotta say, I'm intimidated and tantalized. It's a very tempting proposition. Right, you are not New York Woods whatsoever. You are actually Quebec Central. And I don't know how to do the little slant above the E's, because I'm not that European. Now, we need to carry on to Labrador. But also I need to plan for my bridging across to here. So there's actually quite a lot of infrastructure to build up in a short amount of time here. It's okay though, I'm not intimidated. Relish the opportunity. Same direction here. Let me think, you're going to come along and up and over, or along and yeah, whatever. It complains about how not level it is. I feel a little bit guilty for the sheer amount of terraforming I do, but only a little. Maybe someday I'll play a round of this where terraforming is verboten. Probably shrivel up and die, really. Whoops. No, let's not terraform from that angle. You need to lead out by one before you start coming on over. And generally speaking, you're going to be coming along to there. There is a neat feature that I'm not using whatsoever from this JGR patch, because it keeps throwing me off, but it's this. Lets you build out your lines like so, but I just find you'd run into too many problems with it, like what I have here. Oops, we've hit something that isn't completely flat. Try it again, maybe I just need to use it more to get the hang of it. I mean, that was pretty quick, I must admit. I don't like the wasted space around here though, so even though I just built that, I don't want it anymore. Then again, though, you're going to be coming in this way. That's going to be the speedy way. You're the guys that's going to be leaving the station. So if anything, you should come in here and then up and around like so. Yeah, it makes sense. May as well signal it while we're here. Well, actually, poor idea since we're not done, are we? I wonder if I could just zigzag it in like so. Doesn't look the worst. You, on the other hand, need to come out a little bit. Join up. And then you guys go and join in the fun here too. I think part of the fun is you can just single click, and that allows you to move and pan and stuff when you're building the rest of the track. You can't do that with the whole click and drag. If I want to zoom out or pan, well, at best I can slowly do it with the arrow keys, but otherwise it's a bit pernickety. Okay, this seems quite agreeable. Yeah, I think from now on I'm just going to be making more of the service stations. I am loath to do it. I really don't like overdoing service stations. Or depots, I think is the actual way to call them, but I just need to get over it. It doesn't take that long. And come on, this is the new world. Space is hardly an issue. Especially with 5-length trains. Cuts off a huge amount of space that I'd need, because normally I like to have enough space that a train can back itself up here quite handily. Now, not really much of a consideration. There we go, they can happily come in here and back their way up without annoying the main line here. As long as you signal. Forget to signal, and then forget to prosper. I do like to prosper. There's a bit too much signaling there, though. That should suffice for it. We're not done yet, though. I want to actually complete my line up to here before I start bothering with funding the cities. But then, if I save up 300 million, I could do 3 cities at once. Quebec and Labrador. Labrador Central, that is. And then Nunavut. But how do we do Nunavut? Awkwardly. I want to minimize the bridging because bridges are very expensive in terms of maintenance. Wait, suspension's all I got? Oh, this is going to be a slow burn. Even building the bridges is rather pricey. Do I need another bridge just to get me over here? Ribbons, that's a bad joke. Okay. What we're gonna do, we're just gonna go straight along to here and have Nunavut Central? I think we might have to. No? There we go. I'm not sure what to make of this, but Canadians probably won't like it. It's okay, I'm not sure Canadians even regard the people this far north as Canadian. Maybe they're kind of weird, like... Oh, that won't come together, but it might work here. Maybe it's like when you go up north in Scotland and you start seeing the people of Orkney and Shetlands. Man, those people are weird. They got something wrong going on. Right, how do I cleave my best path here? No one's really going to care, no one lives here, so I can just crunch my way through. I think it needs to be a little bit wider to make room for my other train track here. Do. Ah, curses. But you should be able to come down now, and then along the two of you go. And then you'll make some kind of switch over for Labrador Central. This looks like a really fun track to run around on. Downside is this needs to come down just a little bit more. maybe. No, you just need to come along a bit more. Depth perception's hard. There we go. That makes a world of sense. Except you need to come out one bit more, as usual. And then along you go. Yep, we got the Banished soundtrack rocking here as well. It's good music. Even though I've kind of fallen out of favour with Banished, the music's still top notch. Oh, I shouldn't be signalling yet. We don't have our end point, although I will signal you, because it feels right. That was such a great golden rule for someone to teach me. Jake, signal. Signals pointing into stations. Very handy. Alright. Simplify the entire landscape of Labrador, not Labrador, Nunavut. Now, probably going to have Nunavut right here, and then we're going to run our way into... yeah, that'll work. Then we'll run our way into Greenland. All the while the game is passing on. We have our everything going along, costing us money in some cases. Arkansas is a bad example. I generally lose money on transfers into Arkansas, but I gain money on the transfer in other places like Missouri Central. This is scary to look at. God, ugh. You know what? Again, I might stop having you full load and instead tell you just to automate, because this backing up is unreal. I think the chemicals already do that, don't they? Yep. Because, yeah, the backing up of trucks is getting a bit painful. There's another one of those, I swear it's only 10% chance breakdowns. I wonder if there's a way to just purge it out. I don't want to remove breakdowns, but that is just nasty. How are the books looking? We're making more money year on year, which is great. The whole idea is that we need to snowball to be able to keep creating lots and lots of cities. The cost of linking them up is no joke, but the cost of establishing the cities, that's the real burn. Hey Jake, about that post on your YouTube community tab. Wow, people read that. Amazing. Are you looking for... You were looking for ideas, you can do this and that. Looking for full recipes. I mean, anything I can do to use up all the food. I abhor food waste, but I gotta get rid of it one way or another. Context there is that I posted up all the food from my pantry and asked for suggestions on how to use it up. I don't want to just chuck it out, that would be barbaric. But some of it's been in there for some time now. I think I bought that tin of tuna when I moved in. I thought, right, let's get some tuna just as emergency food. But what am I doing here? These don't need to be popping out like so. What they do need to do is get themselves up to... Oh god, this is not going to be right. Bridging across to Greenland. It'll be done though. And fortunately, thanks to this patch, we can... Hold on, I'm trying to collect my thoughts as I make this. There we go. We can signal across bridges, which was previously a problem in vanilla. Not a problem now. Now, where's that bridge going to be? The less distance on the bridge, the better. Yeah. No matter how you cut it, it's a long and unpleasant bridge. Good thing I played so many bridge building games that this is just second nature. Costs my money. Okay, well there goes $500,000 right there. Never mind the amount that we're having to pay in maintenance for these. Remember when maintenance was about 300,000? Ugh. Okay, never mind. Vintage tuna, I doubt it ages as well as whiskey. It's in a tin, I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, best before dates, right? That's just what big food wants you to think. It's all fine. No bigger scam in the world than best before dates on medicine. I'm sure there are bigger scams, but none come to mind. Do this. Oh, that's hideous. We'll work with it though. Side, you can meet up there. It's okay, as the world heals itself, all this will start to look natural. Insofar as this could ever look natural. The lengths I go to for these Greenlanders. It ain't right. Haven't even thought about how we're doing maintenance for these guys as well. I think I'll just have an offshoot here with a wee maintenance hutch right here. Means you'll need one as well. If you can stomach such a thing. There we go. Not overthinking it. I know it's not the best for throughput, but that'll have to do. As for Greenland, I mean, where are you even meant to put Greenland? Greenland's huge. I do want it to grow abso-chuffing-lutely everywhere, so I think I'll just flatten out a central part of Greenland for us and say grow from here. My worry is, what if Greenland gets so big that they can no longer be supported by a paltry two-liner? I'm gonna be hard-pressed to build bigger for Greenland. And like I said, whatever Greenland wants, Greenland gets. I will bend over backwards for them. There we go. It's a poor choice. I should definitely have it connected to a port, because I'm going to need to port things over. Then again, this is PAX. Then again, I'm going to want Greenland PAX connection to Europe by boat. Oh god, no. No, the rail line can continue to Europe. The difficult choices, huh? With that in mind, then, I am going to... How do I purchase stuff again? Here we go. I'm going to purchase this and this. I'm certainly going to level this out for the future idea that we're actually going to have to carry on down and bridge our way through Iceland into Ireland, into Europe, just to ensure that Greenland can prosper. What if Greenland becomes too powerful? Jesus will have to take the wheel. So this is a terminus for now, and probably for a very long time. So what I'll probably just do is have the old switcheroo on it. And there we go, that's space to expand this as needed. And then the folks coming out the back, just go out the back. And then, oh, wouldn't that become an implicit order? Maybe that would screw up the timetabling if I did that. Maybe it's been screwing up the timetabling for other things I'm doing, who knows? Anyway, I can flesh this out later on. For now, they go out and around. And up you go. Signals for that. Why did you not continue all the way up? Ah, of course, junctions. They're not the biggest fan of junctions. don't know why sometimes that that weird signal gets made. There must be a good reason for it. Well, there must be a reason. Nothing saying it has to be good. It's a little short there, but I'm sure we can live with it. It's not like all the trains are going for servicing all the time. God, I love signals on bridges. It's so good. This patch is so good. This game is so good. Sawyer, how did he do it? Okay, so although I've set all this up and I have to continue paying for it, I need to populate it with cities. I also need to make sure the existing industry is purged. Fortunately, there's very little industry to speak of. There is the New York Orchard and Piggery, which is going to go because there's no way this can be classified as New York. There's some crap over here, but I'm not going to worry about that until we expand into Western territories. Otherwise, devoid of industry, aside from Iceland thinking they own New York Port. They're well known, these transatlantic bridges. We kind of have them, but they're underwater and they only transfer data. Didn't answer my own question about what to do about the bleeding port. I do want a port connected directly to this, but that's quite far. However, with a little bit of magic, I'm quite certain that we can port over. And this is going to be, of course, the Greenland Central. And you're not Yukon North, not by a long shot. You are going to be Nunavut Central. We're all going to learn so much geography playing this. Well, questionable geography, I'm sure. Okay, so that's no fewer than 4 cities that I need to afford, and that's a lot of money, so I think we're going to be fast forwarding and keeping our eye open for any other lucrative things that we can set up. If you see any more shoals or sandbanks, those are nice and easy for us to grab, especially if Alaska got something. Come on, I came out to you, Alaska, but all you've gotten is this crummy little piggery. It's not really what I'm looking for. Could use service between Labrador and Nunavut. You think? I suppose that's not unreasonable, is it? Could have them come off here for it, since they are just coming out. As I said, it's so quick and easy to make these. I don't know why I'm so strung up about them, but I am. Probably brain problems. I think you can... Well, maybe you can fit in there while someone comes out. But if someone's coming out, then you can already start going in, so it's no biggie. As for service on this side, I'm not the biggest fan of service next to the entrance, because the entrance is where, when they're coming in, that's when they've got all the speed. So it's a poor time to be slowed down by somebody just crawling their way out of service. That is the worst place for that little hump to be. So the little hump goes away. And again, a nice little bit of signals. I don't think I fully understand signals yet, but I've got a working enough knowledge to use them. So yeah, I set all this up and now I have to pay all this maintenance on them for infrastructure, which I'm not even using. But someday we will. I just wish I could go to the bank and get a bigger loan just so I could sort out these 4 cities. Well, thinking about it, we made Yukon a small city and it's already grown to 884. Maybe we should just make some of them small to begin with. Like, who even really likes Quebec? They don't deserve to be huge. At least if I make Quebec and they spawn some industries, they'll be Quebecois industries. So, yeah, we're getting tiny little Quebec. Actually, thinking about it, isn't Yukon now larger than Alaska? We made Alaska a medium city. We made Yukon a not larger city. It really can be so random, growth or decline. Anyway, setting up Quebec is going to be a staggering 60 million, but better the 60 million you know. It's all about the oh my god, it's so small, that's never gonna grow! Alright, here you go. Have a giant statue of me, and I'll actually attempt to make you grow a bit more. I don't actually know if that's going to cause any real building work going on. Oh, no, it does. Founding new buildings causes one new build, and it's another statue. What? Okay. Labrador. Should we make another little Labrador? I said I wasn't going to do little cities anymore, but now I just want to get Greenland going as soon as possible. So yeah, we're going to have little Labrador. Little Labrador established right here. Oh god, it's getting smaller! Well, you know, Labrador, here's your statue of me. And let's try and build ourselves some new statues here. What's Labrador? It's going to be a statue, isn't it? If they're going to build anything, that is. Labrador? Sorry for Labrador. They built a road, not bleeding good enough. I need actual new buildings here. Oh, they built another road. Right, maybe that's the problem. They need some actual roads. They don't waste their time building roads. You're using road building as a way to end road building, the mother of all omelets. Labrador? No, this is not what I was looking for. When I said purge all Canadians, I meant after they pay me. Yeah, okay, well, they had a good run. Still have enough money left over to start up Nunavut, but then I need to save up for Greenland. I will start the trains running here, though. It'll help the other places grow, if nothing else. So, found ourselves another town. Let's get rid of that nonsense. Found town, new, small, Nunavut. And in the hope that Nunavut will actually grow and not just build some bleeding roads, we shall give them roads to begin with. They're not the biggest fan doing that, so there you go. I'm sure there's some kind of twisted logic to how they build these roads that goes over my head, but there you go. Nunavut, here's a statue of me, which I should be doing for every new place that I found. And build some new buildings, don't just tear down what you have, please. And now we save up 100 million and make Greenland. Actually, I might struggle for making some trains to run this, but let's see what we can do here. Can't I just clone an existing train? That's what I've been doing so far. You there. Come to me. But don't do any of this garbage. I want you to go to... Where did I make this, actually? New York Depot. Ooh. Can rename those, but... Quebec, Labrador, Nunavut, Greenland. Nunavut, Labrador, Quebec, New York, and then back to Quebec. Shame for the end of them, they only get one visit there, but that's okay. I'm going to need a bunch of you. It's a long distance, so I'm actually thinking 8 of you. You'll be spaced out though, because the timetabling is already on automate and auto-separate and all the other auto things. And that should slightly help with the coverage of New York. We've still got some buildings and stuff down here that evade me. I don't really want to give New York an inner city transport. I doubt it really needs it for now. It's just so many places evading my capture. I guess New York's never really going to be one of the big boys. It's always a bigger state. Stamp and plate seeming to work out alright. Damn, they crank out the goods like nobody's business. But you know what? We'd get even more of those goods if Missouri had a giant statue of me. 10 percentage points more of it, in fact. Actually equating to something like 12 or 13% more. Still, that's 300 more goods every month being shoved down into Maryland. And that ensures that the Maryland port is gung-ho mode all the time. Never make many farm supplies for reasons that evade me. But all in all, it's good money to be made, and we don't have those cursed trucks anymore. Still articulates, which I don't like, but I think in the end I'm just going to have to swallow the fact that a lot of it is articulated. And New York has a hotel. If I want that hotel to actually swing around and help out here, I am going to have to link it up with an inner city network. Painful, I know. But let's do it. What does New York have actually in real life as inner city transport? I have never been to New York, but there's a friend of mine who swears by New York. He loves it. But he's one of them media types. Yeah, you know the types. We do this. Okay, that kind of works. Bit horrible for the water. Too horrible for the water. Too horrible for words, in fact. I will deign to give them a bridge here. Huh. Figured the water would have taken back its land down there. There we go. Now I can bridge it over. Wait, oh, that's it. That's ugly. Too ugly for words. Oh well, I'll live with it. Progress. They've got subways, taxis and subway stations. That doesn't sound good at all. It's going to be a bit hard to move everybody around because of the way I've set this up. There's no actual way to cut back through this at all. And I'm pretty confident that you can't bridge over a lock. But let's be certain about that. What if you weren't here? You're kind of on the same level. Not making this easy for me, game. No, I think this is not to be. Could I tunnel through the lock? Almost certainly not. Is that actually possible? Unable to excavate land on the other end of the tunnel. I just really want to connect these two places up. Oh god, oh that's probably not good. It's probably getting worse before it gets good. Don't mind me. Do not mind me. Oh yeah, wrong kind of tunnel though. Don't ask how the physics works here. We're not in the question asking or answering period. You can't even get up there, not without destroying that really rather well-built house. What if you came down just a little bit earlier? Just typical New York roadworks happening here, lads. Don't worry. Yeah. That's just slightly in the way there. It has to come out here. But what if this were elevated slightly? Then the road can come up. And there we go. We have linked New York to its... Don't worry. We may have problems, but I'm a problem solver. don't even like removing any more of this. What I've already done to New York Harbor is disgrace, if we can even call this New York Harbor. Okay, now you can come out, go around, not quite. I mean, you can go around, but I wonder if I can bridge over this. Unbelievable, right. It's still not good enough because I can't get a turnaround here. Right, you're going. You are going. This is ruining so much potential usage of New York, but there we go. Trust me, this is what they're after. And since someone's saying that it's all taxi cabs in New York City, then we're just gonna have taxi cab stops for New York. Bad place to break down for you. So the dock already covers much of this, but you need to cover a bit more of it. New York Valley, sure. What else needs to be captured that isn't already? Yeah, the New York Hotel, of course. And even though there's not really going to be any mail there for a long time, we will set it up to be captured there. That's all captured by Central, thankfully. And I want you to come out and over and... Jeez, not this problem again. Right, I need you to come down a bit. Then flatten out. The lengths I go to because I want to preserve the beauty of New York. Yeah, I realize what I'm saying here. Farewell. Don't worry, at least during all this time we're building up money to make the real apple of our eye, Greenland. Okay, it's a bit convoluted, but we should have loop going around New York now. Pretty sure some people asked already, any chance of you playing EU4 sometime in the future? I have no real drive to play EU4. Sad that might be. I still think I have done everything I could conceivably want to do in EU4. And yeah, okay, here's some new mission trees and whatnot, but it's like that. Mechanically, I have exhausted that game, and little bits of content like that being drip-fed in won't change it. And yeah, I get it, that's sad. Especially since it's not quite what the channel was founded on, but it was a huge part of the channel for a long, long time. New York North, New York North. I am going to need at least three different cities in New York State for this. And no, New York will not be one of them. Should really get the last of you guys over here. Gonna be a lot of changes, but New York Valley's so close to it. Why don't I actually grab this as part of New York Valley, take you away from it, and then they're gonna have to go around. Yeah, that actually works pretty well. But that's an Albany expression. Right. Albany, did I spell that right? No, it's Albany. Now, we're not going with joke names here, Freezing. I want something I can look back and not cringe at in the future. No word on Frostpunk 2. I don't understand. They announced it a year ago and have not since given us anything to work with. 11-bit, what is your game, son? Right, fortunately I've got a list of places in New York. There's of course New York, there's also Buffalo, B-U-F-F-A-L-O? So it seems. Buffalo Plaza. Man, I would love to eat a buffalo someday. And then we also... There's a Syracuse in New York. That's cool, but we're not using it. We will, however, use a Utica. Because I'm from Utica and I've never heard these phrases. Is that really how you spell Utica? I would have figured it would have a hard K in it, but what do I know? Right, we have these set up, but we still need vehicles to be going around them, and set up we shall. I want to leave this space behind you open in the far-flung future where I may actually want to connect this up, so much as the local authority's not going to like this, I'm going to lay claim to this land. Quite a lot of this land, even. But I never put down my road vehicle thing, so let's change that. Here you go. So, we need some awesome buses for New York. I'm sure New York has buses. It can't not have buses. We're going to Thunder bus our way around, even though the Glenmore coach is faster. Thunder has better capacity, and I think it's better than the 16 kilometers per hour that you get. The amount you lose on passenger capacity is just oof. Besides, it's inner city, speed is not critical. Utica, Buffalo. Ooh, we should do Central, shouldn't we? And I didn't put one in for Central. Whoa, no, Central's important. That's okay though, easily sorted. Central and Central. And I can put it right next to the train station so it even looks proper. Right, forget everything I just told you to do. Do automate your orders. Central, Utica, Buffalo, Albany? I feel like I'm missing one. Utica, Buffalo, Albany, Central. Yeah, I guess that works. And we're going to need 4 of you. New York's not huge, 4 will do. But I would also like to have the old brass monkey doing the rounds. Why did it just sort to engine ID there? Oh, whatever. Brass monkey. I really like this vehicle. Not just because it's a funny name, it's a non-articulated vehicle for dealing with these. And I just want you to share that route. And then we'll have 2 of you. Activate the whole lot. And look at them go! New York finally, after all this time, gets a somewhat sensible operation. And they will take their time and spread out. There we go. Oh, love it. And as New York grows, I can just easily add more vehicles to that setup. A lot of mail wanting to go over to Maryland. But that's okay, that's what we have boats for. You probably just grabbed all the mail. That you did. And that's a very easy operation to scale up. Wow, drag to buy land? I can't do that in my OpenTTD. Sob, says Athelwyn. Actually, I think you can. Go to settings, and... here we go. Limitations. Permit purchasing land. Set it to large areas at a time, and then you can click and drag. Knew it was in there somewhere. Somewhat sensible based on a corkscrew into a switchback after a tunnel. The ideal thing is we just come along here and over here, but the setup we have for this lock, which itself someone needs to have words about, necessitated a different approach. If we got rid of the locks, then I'd have to reposition New York Central, and that's just an absurd notion. Also, it looks like the dock doesn't connect with the roads properly. Well, it's hideous in its own variety of ways. Tell you what, though, I'll make it look a little bit more sensible by... ooh, cripes. Is that even what I wanted to do? I don't think it is. I wanted this equalized. Oh, it's looking worse. Again. Well, don't worry about it. That is... There we go, that's what I wanted. At least now it looks like the dock transitions into a road. And they would have wanted a road up here anyway. I don't think they would have put buildings over there. Alright, lovely New York. Sadly, I spent a lot of money there, so I didn't make much progress towards getting my my money for founding Greenland. Because I actually want more than 100 million. I want $140 million so we can make Greenland City. So if the game wants to start spawning some super lucrative industries where I just set up, now is the time. Look at that, Nunavut has grown so much that they got their own hotel. And that hotel isn't quite... Oh, it is in the coverage. Look at all these people that want to get the heck out of Nunavut. They wish to go to Labrador and then further on to everywhere. Well, I say everywhere. There's nobody wanting to go over to California here, so there's some good tastes going on. They'd rather go to Alaska. Holy smokes, now that's a lot of work to get to Alaska. The way the game calculates distance is by Manhattan distance, so actually we're going about 3 times the length as we should to get those people to Alaska. Should still be profitable though, it's fast enough on the train and good capacity for it. Yeah, these people are crazy about getting themselves some... Hello? Nunavut's own coal mine, producing a lot of coal. I happen to know some Mexicans who... Oh crap, they don't want coal, they want chemicals and steel. Buggering, bollocking, who else wants coal? Jesus, it's only used in the steel mill. Too bad, we need to demolish the coal mine because it's Greenland. You are correct. Just rip off the plaster. Any other industries in Greenland which cannot claim to be Greenlandish? One would hope not. Hey Labrador, how you doing? You are not... I think they need to be at least 50 population to grow. Because there's no good reason that you wouldn't grow. Oh, right. They don't even produce enough civies. Right, well, come on. Let's have you built up. What are you going to build for us now? Hey, stop working on your roads. Build a statue or something. I wonder how many times I can do this. Will it work multiple times? I know I'm piddling money away here, but... Maybe. Maybe each time I do that, they build a building. That's expensive, though. It's hard to justify $1 million dues to build a single statue. Or statue equivalent. Especially when 2 of them are outside of the range. At least accept passengers now. Yeah, the steel mill wants coal, but there's only one steel mill in the entire New World. Dare I see New York to Maryland saturated? That's good news for me. Also, Arizona to Mexico is getting busy. Industry-wise, though, the steel mill, there is, again, one steel mill in the whole of the New World. The other 3 are in the Old World. Which we will get to, and in fact, are slowly making our way over via Greenland. Alright, fortunately Nunavut and Labrador should start growing now. Yeah, there we go. Funded and growing, and as long as they grow around Labrador Central, all is well. Just in case that somehow doesn't work out for them, though, let me give them a helping hand. I don't like using lorry stations for that, though. No good reason other than it's just easier to tell which is which. But there we go, we'll just give them the catchment area they need. I will give them a proper inner city service when they deserve one. Quebec is a church and 1 building, kind of dwarfing another one, but they are somewhat growing. And they have a statue of me. Again, I should probably help them out by extending their clutches. Some people frown on this big time, for good reason, but not good enough reason. How about New York? New York has always struggled to grow, which surprises me. You'd think I'd have everybody captured here. Ah, I know their problem. They don't have enough giant statues of me. There we go, situated so all the people living here are forced to look at it. Or have me look down on them, rather. We ended up colonizing with tiny towns instead of cities. It's mostly because it's cheaper to do that. When I had a lot of cities to do, I didn't really want to fork out 400 million, so doing about half of that price seemed a lot more stomachable. Besides, they grow up pretty reasonably fast if you just give them good service. Alaska started as a medium city, and Yukon started as a small one. Can't help but notice Yukon is going from strength to strength. Dang, they're good. Anyway, there were some lines that needed additional pylons. Everybody wants to escape Mexico and Arizona, and the people escaping Arizona largely want to go to Mexico and Idaho. Huh, who would have thought I needed more trains heading along this northern way? It's fine though, easy enough for me to add a few more to. We're going to need them along this line as time goes on anyway. How many people run the Mexico line? Only 2 trains, well there's your problem. Let's make it 4 trains and not have to worry about it. We'll take the Factorio approach, double it and move along with your life. Similarly, those Mexican ones are timetabled, right? Of course they are. Now, as we saw, New York is actually having a lot of people wanting to escape New York. So let's grab the passenger one. Dang, the island trader doesn't carry a lot of people. Maybe I could do an upgrade on those boats. Got a lot of ungrouped ships, so let's not worry about that. I want my packed ships. This is all people trying to escape New York, so if I wanted to replace them, it's kind of a bad way to look at it because it's got different ones going on there. Right, if I just want the best ship with good speed that can carry passengers, it still recommends the Island Trader. Which is a shame because its passenger capacity is destroyed by the Friedrich Pader. Jings, why am I not using the Friedrich one? Oh, because it's very expensive. It's not twice the... well, actually, it's more than twice the capacity for under twice the cost. A lot better for passengers, in fact. Dang. The speed kind of bums us out a bit, but it's real good for those passengers. Alright then, you and you go and get yourselves replaced. Huh, come to think of it, what would I do? I'd buy this ship and then I would clone your order and activate you and sell you, I guess. How about the other one? Are you the passenger one? I'm killing a lot of passengers here, but that's okay. They were born to die. Buy the ship, steal the order, activate, and farewell. I wonder if you could do that just to get rid of lots of passengers that you otherwise throw to a... well, no, they automatically degrade. It's nothing worth worrying about. Still, hopefully that massive capacity should help drink up the passengers. Oh yeah, look at them just evaporate. Anybody wanting to go to Maryland, when that ship eventually gets there, glug, glug, glug. Glug, glug, glug. Excellent. You can always sort by cargo capacity divided by running cost. Yeah, but that doesn't factor speed into it, and I find speed incredibly important. Bit of a slowdown here. Have you had a breakdown? Yeah, you have. Your max speed is crumbled due to lack of repair work, which is strange because you have all these capacities for getting. That is connected, right? Yeah, it must be. I've had people in there before. Also, I can see them using it. I do have to pay for repairing my vehicles. That was a setting that... actually, I'm not even sure I found that setting before, but I certainly found it on the JGR patch. Very nice. Steam trucks detected. Worth upgrading? Possibly. I'm upgrading periodically. Yeah, this Arkansas clay pit isn't used at all, is it? That's certainly some free China clay to bring over to any dock. Like the Maryland port. And I shouldn't be dismissive of any opportunity to make money. So let's do that. Need money, money need. We want China clay here. The fastest ship that I can have. It's a long journey to make, And China clay doesn't really go off. So I reckon a couple of wet stoners could take care of it. We'll load at the Arkansas's pit. Make your way around the Florida boy. Over to Maryland, well actually there's Maryland boy, then the Maryland dock. And then back the way you came. There's something to be said for bringing back engineering supplies with you, but I think I'm not going to bother with that. And what are we going to have? 2 should suffice, and if 2 is ever not enough, I can add more. Yeah, I thought about bringing engineer supplies back, but the problem with that is that the engineer supplies are generally picked up by these guys really fast. So I found that to be a bit, yeah. Maybe later on I want to have a setup where I do more carefully move around these supplies rather than just try to bring all of them to make the most money. But that'll be... it's a funny thing, right? I'd want to do that when money is not an issue, but the only reason I'd want to do it is to make more money. It is a mystery. I guess at some point I would want to have a nice equilibrium where the cities are all getting what they want, but I'm not really sure this is the kind of run where I want to supply every city. I want to have some mega cities, sure, but otherwise I just care about linking them up, not about having them all be staggering metropoli. I mean, look at Texas. Texas is always burdened by its lack of coal and ore and stuff, but... coal and ore and scrap metal. You know, I'm sick of Texas not growing. I think I'll just give it its industry. Maybe I'll give it a steel mill. Oh, it's so expensive. But I could just give it a steel mill and just never really profit off of it. I just want Texas to grow. No, that's putting the cart before the horse. New railway locomotive. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't know why you'd ever say no to it. It doesn't seem to cost money to say yes. Alright, now here's the question. Is this over or under saturated? If you get to the next port before this thing's at 50%, then we're all good. You're what I would call close enough. See, that thing flies away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good enough. That rating will be fine-ish. They don't like the speed of my ships, though, do they? Hang on. Speed 90 kilometers per hour ship, but these ships go 45. 44. I wonder if the JGR patch actually, rather than halving, actually doubles the impact of road vehicle and ship speed, because in vanilla it's halved, and there's a discussion ongoing about whether or not that's a bug. Probably is, because otherwise they would want their road vehicles going at about 500 kilometers per hour to get the full bonus. Yeah, everything in Arkansas costs me money, but don't worry about it, it's for good reason. I'm more concerned about Arkansas being able to deal with the passengers in the train stations, and they can. Probably adjusted by day length. Well, that would make even less sense then. You'd think the speed would be reduced in that aspect. In any case, it's for rating, so all questions are open to interpretation. I'm sure Arkansas could certainly do with a statue of me. That'll allow me to get more of their glass goods and more of their China clay. Damn, Florida's going places. I don't even give them any coal, sand, or scrap metal. Also, Florida is lacking in industry. They have a hotel, of course. I never gave them much of an expansion of PAX inner city, but it seems like even these buses and whatnot are taking care of the mail and passenger situation lickety-split. Love to see it. Florida's going to be one of the soonest, fullest places. Not sure we care about their piggery though. And of course Florida makes all that fish for us, although, is the food piling up? Don't like food waiting around too long, but you're on your way back for that food right now, aren't you? Yep, bringing back the fish. Overall making the money, not a lot of money per month, but any money is good money at this point. We need whatever we can get our claws into. The most important megacity plan is to grow Greenland to the capital of the new Imperium alongside the Minnesota Foundry. I would severely need to change the layout of this in order to maximize it. Not unthinkable, but the way I see it, this is a proof of concept. I'm going to find my own burning heart, probably of Brazil, and then that's where we suck all of the Central and South American steel and coal to. How's Mexico looking? They don't get really any of the things they need, so they're going to have a hard time growing. All seems very chance-based though, I don't know what to make of it. We already cover Mexico Hotel, and that helps out with the PAX money. And indeed, the money we make each year, I'm not actually sure it's growing that much, but I haven't been expanding industry much. I've been hoping that the new industries would end up spawning, but I'm not seeing a ton of that. Hello? What is this? Alberta's. So many orchards and piggeries. Which is good and all, but they need industries to bring them to. Labrador's Hotel is covered. So they get their passengers supplied and supplied too. Probably won't help with Labrador's growth much at all. They don't care about passengers so much, and it doesn't add towards this count. But it's just money. The hotels are just straight up money. It's a place to deliver food, alcohol, and passengers to, but I actually think cities accept food and alcohol anyway. Well, it's a small town. Bad example. Michigan. I don't think... There is no Hotel Michigan here, but they will accept alcohol if I get the right places. So who is accepting alcohol? Food, mail... Ah! General store. What's your game? Oh, they can just have little general stores that take goods, alcohol, and food. I would probably be able to find those easily enough, right? Oh yeah, general stores are real cheap. I guess it's just a dumping ground for food, goods, and alcohol. Simple to set up. Quebec shoals. Not really sure these can be counted as Quebecois, can they? It's more like Manitoba. I guess Quebec is right there. Question is, even if I did use that, where would we get them around to? However, things like the Michigan Stockyard, now that ain't right. And you, Quebec's clay pit. Give the shoals a free pass, but not the clay pit. Shoals are a difficult one because if I did bring them out to say here, I'm going a long way around, but the amount of money would only be calculated in Manhattan distance. What would be more ideal is if, say, Greenland ended up with a fish processing plant around here, then they would get the fish that they no doubt want. A bunch of cities have general stores which are tiny industries that take alcohol. We don't do a lot of alcohol production. I think Texas is the only place that does it, and we don't really make money off of it because we take it a piddly short distance to the Texas hotel. Which is a shame. I'm losing out big time by bringing my goods such a short distance. But I think that's just because USA is so cluttered here. When we start having places like Greenland and Alaska with industries that are nice and far away. Hello, Alaska Hotel. Were you always there? I don't think you were, you cheeky bugger. Right, Alaska. You have defied my expectations and grown wide, if not tall. So we shall reward you accordingly. Here's your own inner city tram network. I do want to get those passengers moving out of here though. Make my network worth its while. I'll have you here as part of Central. And that gathers a good bit of you here. Otherwise though, you know, really there's not much else to gather other than you, is there? Practically the rest of this is captured. Not so much this though, so I think what I will do is have you here. Combined with you here. And then of course we need the hotel scene too. Nice name here. Right, I need 2 cities in Alaska, if you could oblige me please. Whilst you're racing to do that, I can find it on my list here. Anchorage, Fairbanks. Oh, I like the name Fairbanks. And this one's against the water as well. What a lovely name. Fairbanks, Alaska. Where have I heard that before? Well, that's where Bob Ross spent a lot of his time. Fairbanks Plaza. And Polo Chubb is saying Anchorage, so we'll go with Anchorage. Anchorage Plaza. Swell. This is great, but when we start getting to countries I really don't know, trying to place the cities correctly is going to be an embarrassing notion for me, I'm sure. Recht. I'll just spit you out right here because it's on the corners. And I can't imagine we're going to need that much passenger transit here. I'll get you 2 of these. Central, Fairbanks. What's going on here? Get away. You, go to Central, Fairbanks, Plaza. Timetable it naturally. Clone you once. And then I will want a single mail cart as well. 144 bags of mail is more than we're ever going to need around here, but just one of you should suffice then. And I want you to copy that order, but go in the other way. So I want you to start by going to Anchorage, then Fairbanks, then Central. Should be fine. Out you go. Don't know why you decided to take the weird way around there, but it means you have a lot more work to do, I think. Yeah, there we go. Sorted it out. Ah, of course, it's because I copied over. I forgot that problem that I had before. You copy over, you keep their first order, even if you switch it around. Still, though, keeps things busy enough, but we have it saturated. Is anything else needing a bit more tender love and care? Looks like we managed to deal with all of the saturated, or rather overloaded ones we have, except, unbelievably, the cabbie drivers in New York City are not good enough. That is not New York City. This is New York City. Why is this? Holy smokes, the amount of people wanting to... the amount of people wanting to get out of Albany is insane. Of course, there's a hotel. Was there always a hotel there? Guess there must have been. Right, well, that being the case, it sounds like we need a whole lot more cab drivers in New York City. What about the passengers? If we get rid of all this, passengers is a problem, but the mail is not a problem. Even so, I would like one more just in case. This is New York City after all. It's the big city, Laura Bow. You're gonna get off the train and get mugged. It's costing me money. It's okay though. Should deal with the passengers soon enough. Should, he says. Struggling to take a big bite out of them. There we go, that's taking care of it. It's going down eventually. Ultimately costing me money. But that's just because I've been hanging around for too long. Worry not about the last leg. Whoa, Central. Still so many people wanted to get to Maryland, enough to make me want to double the amount of the aggressively slow steamer ships that we have. They are still on a timetable, right? Yeah, they're just constantly running late. It's okay, they'll have that stuff automated. And now, there we go, we're only in September, and we are up on that dosh. Ignoring the 10 million that I spent last year on God knows what. I think you built Albany in the first place to get that hotel. That sounds like something I would do. Don't know why I'm focusing on the hotels though. More passengers is just more work. And it doesn't even aid the growth. Like, New York has struggled to grow for the longest of time here. At least if I'm truly drowning in money, I can just dump money on a city to artificially grow it. It does have a certain appeal, doesn't it? I might use that with an incredible amount of bias. Even so, I wonder why New York ended up with such a problem there. Probably because the bus route was so long that the small amount of buses I had was not cutting the mustard. Right, it's just about time to set up Greenland. Greenland will be the apple of my eye. I wonder if I should prematurely set it up with a subway system, because I really like the subway system. Maybe I'll just let it grow and we'll see what happens to it. Why did I buy this out? It was never going to be a terminal. Did I have some plan for this area? Oh, I certainly want this area so that I can get out of Greenland over to Iceland and beyond. But was this area ever really necessary? It doesn't really hurt me, does it? But I will want those poor buggers to be able to... That looks bad, doesn't it? It looks really bad. Let's have it be a bit shorter. And give me a better view of my own station. I mean, Greenland can grow around here all at once. Beyond that, it's going to need its own network, but hopefully it grows to span all of this, and then we can give it some real serious attention when it comes to inner city packs. The subways are cool, it's just a shame they don't seem to be making me any money whatsoever. Maybe they're better for really huge cities. It's not Minnesota, it's Montana that has my subway system. My subway system that continues to make me a loss. I'm so saddened by that. How can this be? Why is Montana just failing to generate the goods that I need? Maybe it's the lack of the hotel. Hotel Montana is needed. Come to think of it, nobody leaves Montana, do they? How much would it be to set up a hotel for them? 6 million? I think I can spare 6 million for my good friend Montana. Only allowed one per town. You tell me you have a hotel? Oh, you do have a hotel. That is awkward. Well then, not one to be outdone. Here you go, Great Falls. Go and grab those. Are you actually covered by that? Yeah, you are. Kind of hard to tell the coverage given the angle, but you do grab that hotel. And then hopefully that's going to start putting enough people onto the metro that it starts making me money. And it's just going to be people that want to go within Montana. So hopefully that makes us start being worth some money. On top of that, people are going to want to go to Great Falls to visit the hotel as well. The Invisibus to the metro show. It's all underground, you have to understand. Oh my, it even has a nice wee fountain here. Which even gives some passengers. People want to ride my metro to go and see the fountain. Montana really needs to grow more around these metros. It's growing taller but not wider, and I do actually want it to be wider. Looks like it's got the 2x2 design, so maybe I can just help it out along the way. Otherwise it's just going to make these roads wasting its time. Yeah, we go and figure yourself out. Yeah, 3x3 is definitely more efficient, but I like the randomized aspect. Now grow Montana. I suppose part of the problem is no fish, livestock, milk, China, coal, or ore. Livestock's the only thing I could reasonably give you. It would be so easy as well, I could just trek something over from the orchard and piggery, but it seems like such a waste just to set that up, only to grow Montana. Yeah, the underground metro is damn neat, and also if we press X, we can see them moving underground. Look, there he is, you see his wee shadow? Ooh, and then out he pops in 3, 2, 1, bloop. Carrying a whole 2 bags of mail. The mail ones are going to suffer, and they're not going to get boosted at all by the hotel. But hey ho. Alright, almost there. Mexico gets itself a general store. Not really what I want in Mexico. I want resources and industry. Just give me everything. Checking the seafront for any new things popping up. Hello? Alaska. They do want fruits, and now they have their own cider mill. And that cider mill is auspiciously close to a port. Now, I have a funny feeling fruit goes off like nobody's business. What's the drop-off rate on bringing fruit over? Ooh, it's somewhat valuable. But man, it becomes the third least valuable thing if you take ages moving it along. Which means I need, what is it, orchard and piggery I think is the only thing that makes fruit? I reckon so. Didn't we have one around here? The Alberta orchard and piggery. I'd rather there was something along a port here that I could just bring along nice and easily. Dairy farm is close, but no cigarillo. Damn you and your dairy farms. There we go, the California orchard and piggery. Bringing all those sweet Californian fruits up to Alaska is probably actually a real thing. I'm willing to believe that it is. And with just a little bit of generous interpretation of the western coastline of the US, it's going to need to be just a little bit more generous than that. We can ship them right over. Wish there was a way to lock my my position here. A Washington boy and an Alaskan boy, and I will give you what you need to maintain yourself on either end. Well, you have that one for the you got that one if you really need it. Now, what we do with this alcohol, I don't yet know. Where can we put alcohol? Could we even take it on the way back somewhere? Do you want alcohol, Washington? I don't spy a general store here. It doesn't seem like it. Oh, I swear I saw alcohol. Here we go. Where's that store? Eyes peeled for a general store. Ah, forget the general store. This hotel, which I'm pretty sure I'm not servicing, wants it. I am not servicing that hotel, but Olympia could. Holy smokes, I need more mail here. Is that inner city mail? I want to go to Everett Plaza. Why Everett Plaza? Is Everett Plaza connected up to... Things I have no idea. Anyway, the point is I need more people frequenting Olympia Plaza with oh well, there's a problem. We've only got 2 of the wee buggers. Olympia, Everett, Washington Dock. Right, you precisely. I want to duplicate many a time. I also feel that I swear I saw one of these being absolutely choked up. You, for example. Perhaps I just need another lorry loading station. Couldn't hurt, surely. So, oh yeah, I also wanted to grab that. Oh, this is going to add so many packs here. I'm not even sure I want them, but you know what you have to do, Olympia? Embrace. It's awful. That's going to clog up the streets if anybody's waiting around here. I don't like it. I know I'm getting distracted from the whole fruit thing right now, but now that I've seen this, I really need to fix it. That's better. That'll grab those passengers. Passengers don't seem to be a problem, but I can totally see them being something that needs to be fixed. Are you going in for Olympia? Do you go to Olympia? You do. Alright, in that case, let's have you cloned a few times as well, so probably going to need more of that. Jinx, never expected Washington to become such a thriving place. When we spawned it, it was just, or rather, when it started, it was just a couple of buildings here. Now it's growing more than we can deal with. And now they're going to get their alcohol. Wait, does alcohol go off? You'd think not. Alcohol is a good price, but it starts going off after about 110 days is the real drop-off there. But I reckon our boats are good enough for this. So let's get to it, shall we? This is our... no, that's a dairy farm. Here's California North with its very lackluster fruits. It should start growing since I service it now. There's not perchance a better place further down the line with fruits, is there? No, they love their dairy farms, but not so big on their coastal fruiteries. Alright, well, California's gonna have to do it for me. Alberta has fruits. Yeah, but Alberta's a bit more inland than I'd like to deal with, even though it has have a lot more fruits. I don't want to have another train line over to there, I want to boat them over. Alright, believe. What do we have for fruit? Since it only makes... that went up, didn't it? Anyway, it makes about 70. I don't want one with very high capacity. I'd rather have frequent lower capacities. And that sounds like a meteor freighting issue to me. Small freighter, good enough for me. I want you to full load at California, and I want you to go to Washington boy, Alberta boy, Alaska boy rather. Alaska. Can you switch for alcohol? You can. In that case, I'm not going to have you full load. I'm going to have you refit at that station for fruit. And then when you get to the Alaska docks, I want you to refit for alcohol. And then once you come out of Alaska, I want you to go back to the boy, back to the other boy, and then you were meant to dump them here, but I didn't build the bleeding port, did I? There we go. Olympia Plaza. And then back to California North. And when you go back to California North, you refit to fruit. On top of that, I want you to automate your timetabling, and I want a bunch of you. 2, 3, 4. 4 should suffice. Don't know how long that journey is going to take you, but hopefully it works. Now they have to do one loop, which is going to be pretty wasteful, but they'll figure things out. And they just go and say hi to you, and then... there we go. One of them's waiting already to try and space it out. You seem awfully slow. Did you break down? You did. Now that's a cool breakdown. Kinda tells me I wish that I had another bit of servicing going on here, just in case it's needed. They're not expensive, so there's no good reason not to. And there we go, they're waiting it out. And with any luck, they're actually going to correctly switch to grab alcohol, if anybody has any alcohol. Here we go. So you grab the alcohol, you do drop it off for reasonable money, and then back to California for the fruits. I'm immediately seeing this line is overkill, but it will keep the rating rather high in California's orchardry. And on top of that, I would like California to have a giant statue of me, so that it's even better run. I find introducing people to DJ Pete Tong pretty funny via the medium of Sod 2 at least. I think Pete Tong's just a great phrase. Was California ever meant to be this big? I don't think it was. What terrifies me is that it's still growing. It gets a lot of goods. Of course it does. This Arizona Sharp Street. Now this is all Arizona. What in the world is California getting? Either fish, fruit, or livestock. Fish, right? Because this is California's fishing harbor. Terrifying. And we have this one little guy going back and forth to the shoals. Doing a bang-up job, I might add. There's fish. He gets the fish, and back he goes. Have you actually made money doing that? It's not a lot of money, but it's a simple job. You ever had a job that was just so incredibly simple that you can just sit back and go, wow, I can't believe someone pays me for this? That's that guy's job right now. There's a lot of California's not covered. If I really want it to grow further, I should give it some inner city networking. But, you know, I don't really want to. Olympia Plaza is actually being upgraded to Olympia Docks, since it now has a dock. Good coverage on it. I don't think it even needed this, but it still has it. Washington's getting a little dangerously busy with all those the brass monkeys. Even so, there's a huge amount of mail waiting to go to Olympia and Idaho. Suspicious. Actually, very suspicious. How is Washington so full of stuff, and how are we having so much difficulty bringing it out? These brass monkeys aren't tiny, and there are a lot of them. Do I just need more of them? You know, Washington has grown to the point where I do not even begrudge mowing down places for this. Is this part of Washington Docks? I think it is. Did I just somehow manage to build 2 of them? In short succession? Well, anyway, it should help divide up the brass monkeys a bit. So many passengers, though. What's going on? Most of them wanting to go to Idaho, so maybe I don't have enough doing the Idaho run. Question is, which ones do the Idaho run? You do. You do, so I need more of you. There you go, every little to help out. One depot is not connected. Oh, I see that. And I'll tell you why. It's because a road vehicle was in the way at time of construction. We have well and truly ruined Washington. Hearing all that honking of horns, the fumes coming out of these. Are these diesel vehicles? That's diesel. And that is diesel. Now I remember this big push about how diesel vehicles are good and healthy. I think that was eventually exposed. What was that? Gonna get yourself fixed up. Alright, 36 or 39,000 litres. Is that actual money that you're going to make off of that? Not really. We'll see if this line proves to be profitable at all. It could be that fruit and alcohol is just not something that one can make decent money off of moving around. On the other hand, though, they're running very short. This is a particularly pathetic orchard. It would make a lot more if I delivered it a reasonable amount of farming supplies. And that's not an unthinkable thing to do. I mean, look at all those farming supplies backing up. How many farming supplies would you like every month? 80 every 3 months. I might actually just set this up to go and grab some farming supplies for you just to improve that industry. So, farm supplies... I don't need a big one. Another meteoric freighter would actually do it rather nicely. We will go and full load there, and drop it off there. It shouldn't need a waypoint, but just in case it does, I'm gonna go and give it the boy. Now go and make me proud, and money. It's the same thing, really. Ah, the problem is this other greedy, greasy bugger wants them as well, and they're on full load. It's okay, you're next in line. You will eventually offload 100 over here, and you only need 100 every 3 months. I think it'll be okay. Just always hungry for more, aren't we? Did I send it to the right place? Yes, I think I did. There we go, it's just very quick to pick up the full units of it. So away you go, onwards to California North. Ka-ching! Hey, good money as well. I like to see that. That good money ensures gung-ho production, and just like that, we have hundreds of fruit pouring out of this place. Which you get lickety-split. Nice. Grab the whole lot. In comes another to grab some more. The rating is outstanding. God, that's nice. And then the rating goes down depending on how long it's been since the last pickup. It starts going down after 7.5 days, but this is frequent enough that that's not a bother. And since you're bringing over now a not pathetic amount of fruit, it should actually make some money. God, I'd love to see it. It's just... I can understand some people might totally not see the appeal of all this. Like, how could this be fun for anybody? I certainly have friends that... even quite close friends that just go, what is this autism? They'll never understand. Not even sure I'd want them to. Where's Oregon, Jake? What's in Oregon? Oregon starred in one thing important in life, and that was the game Oregon Trail. Not Oregon Trail, but Oregon Trail. Now there was a good game. Speaking of good, it's we've finally built up the money. And it's good to see the money continuing to snowball up. I remember it was 40 million, now it's 60 million. Time for the ultimate grand jewel of our Imperium here, and that is Greenland. Sadly, I think we still don't have the ability to make large cities. Maybe that's a time-locked thing. But... let's not disgrace the place by misspelling its name. It will be a city. And you know what, I'm even going to force it 3x3 grid, because I think that's going to make it even better. And we'll have you right here. Bang. God, that was a lot of money, $142 million. And it's not even that big, right? But it's a city, and cities grow faster than not cities. So, immediately, actually, I think they have an appetite for food. Yeah, not too shabby. Unfortunately, our coverage isn't so great of it, but fortunately, I am going to help it out with its road layout. I'm going to set it up with some 3x3s here. You know what, I think we can deign to give it some of the land that we ourselves have taken. I'm going to link you up there so you can also connect out here. I don't know. As I said, there's a lot I don't know about how it actually does the city generation. But I will ensure that it has all of this hideous gridding, so that it can grow to its heart's content without having to waste its time dealing with building roads. Although it's probably going to build those roads anyway. You know, forget this. Greenland is known for being a big, flat, green, incredibly hospitable place. Just ask the Danish Tourism Board. I will need this space, though. I'm not letting you have any of that. Not that generous. We'll see what you do with that. And we will... well, of course, we'll have a giant statue of me. And we're going to spend even more money, hopefully building up more new buildings to the place. And depending on where they go is where I'll want to expand my inner city network for it. It is going to build those buildings and not just slush fund that money I gave them, right? It's Ernie Hecklerock from Greenland. I think you actually have to space it out, maybe at least a day apart. Yeah, that seems to work. The other thing seemed to very not work. Anyway, I love trams, so I struggle to see why we wouldn't have a tram network to kick us off here. And we'll expand it later. For now, a simple loop around here should suffice. You're already part of Central. So actually, we already grab a ton of Central. We only need to expand it a little bit. And a little bit it shall get. Over to, let's see... you und you. There we go. Give you this. and I need to connect you up with the central no matter how you look at it, and that's exactly what we can do right here. Greenland Central. So how many cities do we have in Greenland? Are there enough to actually paint the map for this? I am unsure about that one. In any case, this won't need much to start us off with. 100 passenger going around between you two should be fine. I mean, we'll timetable it for all the timetabling this is reasonably going to need. Same with you, and you just steal their orders and activate. Can't wait for the fantastic Greenland metro system to appear too. Oh yeah, once this grows beyond that, they'll need a metro system. The nice thing about the metro is that it has a bigger reach than the tram system. You know, I really think you need to turn around, Sunshine. There we go, go around that way. I just think it looks so much better when they go alternating ways, because otherwise you're just using one of the tracks. So, about those metros, if I make myself even the tiniest of metro station, it has a reach of 4 tiles as opposed to 3. Doesn't sound like much, but this is where the inverse square law works to our benefit. Also, the fact that it's 3 by 3 probably means that I can do better metro systems underground. Might actually be quite a bit easier to work with that. Maybe I should make some here ahead of time. Can I actually do such a thing? Oh, baby, that's good. That is so good. I don't even need to have you come out here. I can flatten you out and actually bring you down over here. You can try and convince me that this isn't cool, but you are wrong. Damn, that's so cool. Right, anyway, I'm not paying the absurd maintenance for this right now, but I am going to ensure that this is my land to deal with. It's going to be a little bit more complicated for bringing you out here, so I might need a bit of space for a turnaround. Anyway, something for future Jake to concern himself with. Too bad you can't make stations on turns. Yeah, it's a little finicky to turn around. How would one do that then? I mean, it could come out here, say, and then do a turnaround. Yeah, actually, that would work quite well. Do a turnaround here and here, up, around, down. Yeah, that could work very well. Hopefully it will. I don't think that's lined up with the town's 3x3 grid. Don't sweat the small stuff. I'm a little concerned that Greenland is trying to climb its way up here. Could I convince them that that's a poor idea? Can at least flatten this down a little bit. I don't want to make the whole thing flat, but the 2 size raise up there is a little bit much. There we go. So the dream is that Greenland will cover most of Greenland. That's an enormous dream though. Like, that is a mega city. But I will give Greenland everything it desires. For example, they're already wishing they had fish, fruit, or livestock. Well, I was talking about how it would be great if we brought the Quebec fishing grounds over to Greenland. So how about we give them exactly that? Well, they haven't spawned any industry here of their own accord, have they? No, in fact the industry spawning has been not amazing, but what do we have here? The Yukon clay pit. Unfortunately, clay is only desired by ports, and getting that to a port would be a pain in the bum. Anyway, those shoals are totally deliverable to Greenland. So, up and over and get them over here, say. Now they could be turned into food, and that food can be brought dang near anywhere. Bring that down, and let's have it. Just said something about steel mill in Greenland, Jake. I guess it's Finland or somewhere. A steel mill, you say? Didn't say where, did it? Because there's a fair few steel mills now, aren't there? Well, it sure as sugar doesn't look like it's anywhere near Greenland. So I'm assuming it's one of those two that's in Russia. It's alright, we will purge those when we eventually get to Russia. Now, what was I just talking about? Yes, founding a new industry. Right, what am I having again? Fish, fish, fish. Fishing harbour, that's the one. Can you just be slopped down here? Site unusable. No further explanation required nor shall be given. Could have it over here where I have a port, but that's hardly a big deal. Probably just something about the flat ground that it needs. There, okay, it's just very long, I see. I see, I see. Well, Greenland might itself grow out over here rather extravagantly. So let's have ourselves here the Greenland fishing docks. And let's set it up so it can get over to Quebec. They're going to want to be able to get out to here, and then they'll make their way over to the shoals. And of course I want them to be able to repair along the way. One here, and one here. Let's see, 130 something tons of fish. No way to expand that other than just service it regularly and well. And there's a good dedicated fishing one, isn't there? 250 tons of refittable fish. I'd rather you didn't wait that long for it. We got anything about 100 tons? It's that meteoric freighter once again. Sure thing, Meteor. Fill up on Quebec. Head over to the boy. Then the other boy. And then back here. And then just no need to refit here. Just go back and get it done. How many of these do we want? 1, 2, 3... 4. It's a long distance. No need to timetable because they're set to go when full. So Greenland will now get enough fish easily to make it happy for that. Once it grows to a size of 1,000, it's going to demand coal, iron ore, or sand. So off the top of my head, it'll be happy with the glassworks. Come to think of it, doesn't glasswork want coal as well? Where did I see a glasswork? You're a glasswork. No, it's sand and chemicals. Why? Why not coal? Why is there only one? There are 3 goods that are only used in one bleeding place. And go figure, I only have one of it right here. So it's a good thing that Greenland wasn't also desiring iron ore, coal, and scrap metal. Iron ore we can scratch off, but the coal and sand, wait. It's a good thing it wants sand. Meaning it'll need chemicals as well. Fortunately though, there is the New York, or the Maryland port that provides chemicals. Unfortunately I drink those chemicals dry. Fortunately though, I can just be set to grab loads of them, so if I get that and some sand... Labrador shoals, hey! In a good place as well! Oh, Greenland is eating good today. Right. Labrador shoals, we'll need a bit of a waypoint. That should be fine for getting us across there. How many fish are in this shoal? A good large amount of them. See, my love for Greenland, which has only come into fruition today, is already being appreciated by the game. So, fill up at the shoals, hit up the buoy, go and dump it in the fishing docks, and then back you come, and I'll probably want at least 3 of you, maybe even 5 of you. It's a hefty journey, and it says 200 odd fish coming out there. Now, Greenland fishing docks. You're going to produce food which needs to go somewhere. I'm not worried about Greenland getting food or goods or alcohol because that's it needs to be a large city, not a mega city before it demands those. But that food is going to waste if I don't ship it somewhere. As it happens, the Labrador Hotel would rather like it. But maybe we could bring it further. Could bring it all the way over to Alaska, but I'm not sure how much we want to be going across there with food. Doesn't Alaska have a hotel? Yes, it does. You know what? They could have the finest artisanal Greenland food. Problem is, vehicles can travel diagonally, so it's kind of beneficial to bring it quite far in that regard, because you get paid, and I keep using this term, but it's a term I like, you get paid the Manhattan distance for it. So bringing it over to Mexico is actually quite tempting. Cut through here, down, down, down. Feed those Mexicans this disgusting fermented fish. Canal elevator to the Mexico hotel. I'm thinking about it. I really am thinking about it. It's just a very long way for an elevator. Just trying to think of anywhere else around here that would accept food. I'm surprised. Oh, right, no, there is a place in Florida that would like that. Not too far to go to Florida, so that seems perfectly viable. What we could do is find a cheeky little spot for you. Is this gonna work? I think it'll work. It won't work. But what if it did work? Oh yeah, there we go. I'll link you up with Tampa Plaza to make Tampa Plaza into Tampa Docks. And the Tampa Docks will deliver the food to the Florida hotel. Thinking about it, I don't think I ever ate fish in Florida. I feel like eating fish when you're on a nice vacation is a really risky thing to do, because it's one of those foods that you can really get bad. Maybe I'm just being cowardly though. I'm gonna trim this down just in case the boats have a hard time with pathfinding to get through here. But it should be a lot faster than going around. So, the food from the Greenland fishing docks is going to come down... maybe over here to Nova Boy 3, then to you, and to you, and just keep traveling your way down to the Florida Boy. Well, not even Florida Boy anymore, it's over to the docks, and then on the way back. That's a lot of food, and I need to bring it over quite fast. So, well, we don't know if it's going to be a lot of food yet, but the Island Trader seems to be the fastest one going. It's just the capacity is a little too high, I don't like that, but every kilometer per hour kind of matters here. So in a few days? Probably, actually. So make sure that you're fully loaded on food here. Make your way down to the Nunavut Boy, and the Labrador Boy, Quebecois Boy, all the way down to the Maryland Boy. Yeah, the boys look a little less daft floating around here than the entire giant sea maintenance shanty things. Alright, back you go. Alright, seems agreeable. Probably gonna need a few of you. And if there's ever not enough, we'll deal with that accordingly. Florida's still a swamp. Nice. Well, at least it's a bit more reasonable in terms of its elevation coming out of the sea. It's not like the great slopes of Mexico. I don't know how accurate that is in a height map setting, but in a gameplay setting it's a bit of a pain. Alright, lovely. So a lot of money will be lost on the distance that it takes, but otherwise I think this will actually be pretty good for us. Now that's Quebec. Quebec probably already has a giant statue of me. It's also ridiculously small. Come on, Quebec, you've got to grow better than this. I might actually help Quebec out, it's just so... but no, come on, we're above that. The point is to make Greenland our star child here. Gotta remember that they're going to want that sand. Sand and chemicals for Greenland glasswork. Now, giving it its own sandy thing is easy enough. I can go found new industry and give it a glasswork for a reasonable price. But beyond that, I actually need to bring it sand and chemicals. Chemicals from the Maryland ports seems to be the most obvious thing to do. It's just a bit of a shame that the chemicals get drank up so promptly. And why? Because you use chemicals. Everything uses damn chemicals around here. Then again, we don't need a lot of chemicals, we just need a little bit of it to ensure gung-ho production. And I think it only checks every 3 months for that. Yeah, every 3 months, as long as it gets some chemicals, it's okay. So I can send a very small ship down to ensure that it gets a full amount. And that ship will only be there to ensure that we get full production of the glass out of Greenland. But the sand, I need a dredge point. I'm not seeing any nearby. Not least of all any that we can actually claim to be in the right place. So we go back to map of the world. We turn off steel mill because lol steel mills in this one. And what's it called? Dredging site. New world dredging sites, few and far between, and I've also exploited most of them. We already use... where is it? Here you are, the Maryland Sandbank. I did, however, spot Michigan dipping its wee fingers in here. They've got their own shoals and they've got their own sandbank. That sandbank is so close to the shore that I could actually set up a railway service to bring it out. It's just getting a railway over to Greenland's a bit of a story now, isn't it? I don't suppose there's a tunnel that we can do for waterways. No, if I could be so lucky. Okay, getting sand to Greenland is going to be tricky. And since it's a primary producer, I can't just create one. There's a setting for that, but I refuse to use it. Wasn't there a dredging site out here? Holy smoke, Alaska has its own shoals out here. And Alaska is dredging for me. How did I miss you? What an ideal way to get you over here. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so we're gonna make use of Alaska's sandbank, because sand does not drop off in value. Where are you, sand? Look at that. Straight as a pretzel. I mean, sure, it loses a tiny amount, not even 10% towards the end. Disable all, look at sand. And that sand's got a long way to go. I've got some shoals out here. I can't really agree to it being a Washington shoal this far out, so we're going to go bye-bye. But the Alaskan shoal and the Alaskan sandbank I want to use. Is there a fishery around here to deposit those fish at? Actually, does Alaska want fish? No, they don't, and they already get fruit, so that's no big deal. Bringing those fish over to California's fishing harbor, a lot of them are going to go fusty. But I think an insufficient amount of them for me to truly worry about are going to go fusty. Well, let's get you over there and let's ensure that you can actually be seen to along the way. You need maintenance, I've got you covered. And again, maximum speed for the fish. How many do you make? 180 a month. I don't really want to hang around a whole month for these. I might have to use the Meteor Freighter. Its low capacity actually helps me out big time here. Hopefully you don't have too many issues getting down here. Just dump it all in California South. And then back you come. There's already food networks for that, and they'll be grateful for the added amount of sushi. And when you're in Alaska Shoals, full load, and we're going to need quite a few of you. I'll make 6 of you. That sandbank, on the other hand, really hard to give it a route until I have somewhere to drop it off at, but that's exactly why we make our new glassworks. Oh, the things I dump into Greenland. It's called a canal, and they are beautiful. Yeah, I've made canals. I wouldn't really call many of them beautiful, though. Now, these produce goods. I wonder if I could just put our own little sandworks industry here. Oh yeah, there we go, and that should be well in range of the dock. Splendiferous. Should have put it on this side. I think I'd get slightly more money out of doing it that way, but come on, who's really here to chase the money? The answer is me. I am. We're gonna need boys aplenty here, because I strongly suspect the pathfinding is going to have difficulty around there. See, we knew that going up through the western banks was the right way. Well, I knew. Don't know if you knew. Pains me, but I will actually need these periodically here. I've seen how painful the slowdowns can be. But I won't have them path through these, because then I have to pay for every time they want a bit of maintenance. Alright, now, the sand, since it doesn't go off, I can use massive, massive sea things for it. So what's the biggest thing you have that goes at a reasonable speed for sand? Ooh, wow. Since speed really doesn't matter, I think I'll just get the Shannon. It's the biggest and most badass sand hauler there is. It's considerably more badass than that other one. 1936. This one's 1950. Newer sounds sexier, but nope. Large coastal freighter. Grab all the sand you can from the sandbank and make your way back. And yes, this music is from Stronghold. I can already feel that question coming. 3.5 years, Andarius. What's been your fondest memory over those 3.5 years? That's what I said when I found JJ and subbed to him instead. Right, on you come with that sand, and back we go. I'm actually surprised TTD would be your cup of tea at all, Andarius. But I've been surprised in many ways by you. Right, back you go. I think that was all uncovered. Nope, we missed a boy. As long as you full load, and as long as we have... Oh, we're probably going to need quite a few of you. I'll send out the whole load. It's a bit of a loss, but anything for my Greenland. I'm a little perturbed at how slowly it's growing, though. I mean, come on, get with the program. I'm giving you guys everything you could conceivably need. Only the drunk stream. Alcohol in my life leads to regret. Well, there's an easy solution for that, but far be it for me to point it out. I've only drunk streamed once, and granted it was good fun, but I'm not a big fan of the. Just not a big fan of it in general. And plus, it took me dangerously close to reading a document on stream that would definitely have been flying too close to the sun. You know what I mean. And if you don't, then lucky you. Right, so this is going to take a wee while. Hang on, Alaska. Surely Alaska already has a giant statue of me. I'm just surprised that the rating is so low. Engineering supplies would get us a lot more goods out of this sandbank. Triple, in fact. I'm just not really sure I want to set up a dedicated hauling load of engineering supplies up there. I do have my name on it, though. Also, they would need 640. That's a ton of it. Wait, wrong one. You would only need 80 every 3 months. That's very, very tempting. To triple the amount of sand that goes into Greenland, and a very long journey that's worth... I mean, sand isn't worth dirt, but that's a long distance to bring sand. It's really not worth dirt, is it? It's so worthless. But over long distances, it's actually competitive. Or rather, over long times. The drunk stream was years ago. That was playing as Hissin Kaifa in EU4, as I was being stomped mercilessly by the Ottomans. Good memories, those, for sure. The rating's going up to 80, but ships are just too damn slow to contribute much to the rating. Engineering supplies for the Alaskan sandbank. I could use the shoals setup that I have here. I just need one little one here. And the periodic gung-ho production might be kind of cool. Yeah, what the hell, let's make it happen. I will want the meteor freighter, because I don't need a whole lot of this stuff coming out. And I want you to... Ooh, whoa, not for sand, sunshine. Away you go. I know I could have refitted it, but I would feel better having it set to engineering supplies from here. At least that way you're damn sure on what you're getting. Buy and refit, full load here, and then over you go. Take the California boy. The Washington boy, I guess. The other Alaskan boy. The other Alaskan boy. And then ditch what you can at the sandbank. And then back you come. Now, I don't know how long that journey is going to take you, so let's try it. I need to get a better feel for these kinds of things anyway. So we're actually just going to speed you up, and we're going to look at your timetable. So he started his journey in the start of February. Okay, that's 1 month. Two months. 2 months to get there. In that case, I will want him cloned. Because that's a 4-month round journey, and for Gung Ho it needs it every 3 months. But, just like that, it's Gung Ho, triple the sand. Now I am deathly curious just how much money that sand is making me. You're not a sand man, are you? No, you're one of the food guys, who surprisingly enough does make food, so incredibly festering old fish is something that's really popular in Florida right now. Where's that? I refuse to believe we haven't had a single sand shipment so far. Are they really so slow? Maybe. Do we have 4 of them waiting here? Yeah, we do. Okay. 4. Why does that not feel like it adds up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm missing something here. You're there. You are on your way. You're the one I just checked. Okay, no, the sand is just that slow to pile up for us, but that's okay, now that we're all gung-ho. Oh, of course, it's only that many per month. And these guys have a capacity of 2.5 months, many more months. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, fortunately this game has an awesome feature that we're about to use. If you double click on this, we can follow along. Unfortunately, if you zoom in, it snaps off, so... Let's have a lovely, relaxing follow along with the Ship 74. Bit of a problem with that boy's position. Cost us, God knows, a few ticks. Oh, I'm proud of you. No pathfinding issues. Very proud of you. Oh, no, I'm a bit less proud of you now. What happened? Maximum speed reduced to a crawl. Okay. Well, this is why I set up places for you to go and get fixed up. Ow, 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 that cost. But don't worry, we make all the money that we've been losing back right now, because we're about to give Greenland so much sand it's going to curl their toes. Oh, I wish, Garther. Well, granted, I haven't looked. Sadly, massive ships take massive amounts of time to unload. Still unloading at a faster rate than, say, passengers off of a train or, God forbid, a bus, but... Would you pay $1 million for some Alaskan sand? Greenland would, because Greenland is flush. And there it's finally growing at... Well, that's not just a reasonable rate, that's an incredible rate. But what can I say? I transport almost every passenger and every bit of mail made in Greenland, And the higher your proportion of that, the faster the growth. On top of that, it gets all of that, so it shouldn't have any degradation in population. And now that it gets its sand, that should update next month. Should update next month. Should update next month. There we go. That's not going to contribute just yet, but once it's at a certain size, I'm sure it will. I might have overdone it on the vehicles here for the sand, or I might not have. I might have underdone it. If you fill up, then I'm actually going to have to bring more. Oh my god, look at all that sand! Alaskan sand, white gold. You're going to fill up, off you trot. Yeah, the boomtown of Greenland, and there will be no bust. I will do everything in my power to ensure that Greenland is pampered. And it looks like the ship is on the way back. Good timing. However, I don't trust it. I'm going to make one more ship. Because some of that was certainly not during the 900 sand production time. Alright, swell. New tramway now available, the Spark Forward Refrigerated Tram. 72 tons of food. Yes, speaking of which, seems that we're transporting this food no problem, right? Yep, profitably even. However, there are all these units of goods that I'm not putting anywhere. I need to change that. Where are we going to bring the goods to? Now, goods drop off in value. Pretty hardcore, as I recall. Yeah, but even once they're fully dropped off, they're better than anything else. I could, if I were so willing, bring those goods all the way back to Alaska. It would be kind of cool to have Alaska and Greenland in cahoots. But Alaska doesn't want goods, do they? Not unless they had a general store, which they don't. Also, those sand guys could bring the goods back, meaning they'd make even more money. I don't necessarily like that though, I just want to shove as much sand over there as possible. But spacing them out should make it fine. Nah, it's a long... well, gee, I don't know. Yeah, I could build a general store in over at Anchorage, give it a port, and then the ships would come back and drop off the goods in there as they made their way back. It would be a pretty nice triangle trade. I want to give it a go. I'm turned off by having refitting done, but let's just bite the bullet, shall we? It has a dock over here, but we're going to make the Anchorage docks on this side. Well, assuming I can fit this general store in. Fun new industry, general store, it's one of the cheapest, if not the cheapest to fund. Can only be built in towns replacing houses. Oh well, sucks to be you. And that's well within the range of even you. Anchorage Plaza has now been... well, actually, Anchorage Plaza already covered it. I could have built it a bit further away, but let's not get greedy. Let's not get greedy. You never know if I might move Anchorage later on and then not realise my mistake. You know, this could be an opportunity for the people of Alaska to take a direct ferry over to Greenland. Probably be slower than taking the monumental amount of transfers to get over here, but you never know, they might prefer a direct line. Nah, it would be so spaced out, or I'd have to make far too many of them. Boats are not great for long-distance, non-aggregated packs. Aggregated? All collected together, at least. What am I trying to do or say here? I've lost my train of thought again. I don't know, but I know that I want a place for my boats to be seen to along the way here. And I need to sort out this route. So sure, you go along there, but when you get to the Greenland fishing docks, you need to refit for goods. And then you're going to make your way back to Yukon Boy 3. And then before you go to Alaska Boy 3, you're going to go to Anchorage Plaza. At Anchorage Plaza, you refit for sand. Now I hope this doesn't muck up. If it does, it's a lot of work to fix anything here. And then, sure, you can go back to Alaska Boy 3 on your way back to Alaska Sandbank. Sweet. I hope to God this works. I still have them set to full load on the sand, and I'm not sure I like that. I might prefer not to have them full load and instead have them space themselves out. So to that extent, let's not full load at Alaska, but instead automate your timetables. It's going to cause some problems, I'm sure, but again, it doesn't really matter that the sand piles up, because I'm sure I've got good reasons. Alaska Boy 3, a little high up, isn't it? Whatever, it's not a lot of lost time. What I'm curious about is you actually picking up the goods from the Greenland fishing docks, which doesn't get any chemicals. I do want it to have some, even a small amount of chemicals would do. So, the Meteor Freighter is at it again. I want you to... Whoa, you're not set up for chems. Chemicals. I wish for you to full load at the Maryland dock. Head up through the Quebec and Labrador and Nunavut. And then unload on the Greenland fishing dock. And then head back. Shame there's not an easy way to reverse this, but buoys are very important to stop your ships from getting lost. Anyway, off you go, and once you're a wee bit way through that, I will probably clone you, because I don't think this is a journey you can make all that quickly. But you on it already? Jings, they got the chemicals fast. But it's still going to be too slow to have the frequency that I'm looking for, which is once every 3 months. This is where trains would beat boats, but boats have that ethereal advantage. There you go, up and at 'em. There we go, so now you'll have maximum production of goods, and hey, we're gathering a good number of them. Oh, you're getting the food, you're not really what I'm looking for. Sand is what I'm looking for around here. You appear to be waiting here a wee bit. Is that because... not you, the other one. You there. You're probably waiting on your timetable, right? Yeah, you're 12 days early, so you're going to wait until you're not, and then off you go. Auto-separated. A little bit of loss in the short term, but it should help space out these quite nicely. The sandbank shouldn't be too bummed. 12 days, but that goes way up. Nice. Give me that sand. Might be a little too distant here. The rating will hurt. But I do get that sand rather nicely. And hey, another one's coming in. It's ahead of schedule though, so it was going to wait for a bit. And then the other one comes in. Oh my days, that's good. And then as it waits, another one's coming along. Okay, this works out pretty well. Bless you, Greenland. Oh man, Greenland is blessed. It's the real boomtown here. And that general store, I trust, is working out. Here we go. No alcohol, no food. But all the goods they could need, so I don't know, but glass knickknacks from Greenland. And Anchorage is paying through the nose for it. What a lovely looking wee place Alaska is. Based on this alone, I'm going to have to see it someday. And how much of you do we... oh, Crivens. Lots of you wanting to get to Fairbanks Plaza. Sounds to me like we have an insufficient amount of packs around here, specifically passengers. For some reason, I'm overflowing in passengers and underflowing in mail. Maybe that's because of the existence of hotels. Oh well. no biggie. We can just sort you out with a lot more. Ga-ding, 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 ga-ding. There we go, get that last leg of the journey complete. And even these guys are profitable. Losing some money here and there, but that's just because of people overshooting either by the train or by the tram and having to collect the rest of the distance elsewhere. Alaska is an absolutely beautiful place, isn't Darius? Very wild and rugged. Huh, when did you go to Alaska? I thought you were too much of a city slicker. Dang, so not many people want to come here by train, are they? Unless they all came in the previous train. How about that alcohol? That's okay, I'm pretty sure you're coming along to go and grab said alcohol, unload the fruits. And I was saying earlier on that I didn't actually think that furs was really... how to even say it? I mean, I was promised complexity with furs, and granted, I'm pretty sure I'm not playing on the most complicated settings for it. But I didn't think it would add much to the game. I was wrong, I really like this. The goods in vanilla are just a little too bland, and just a little bit of flavor can add so much to it. Like some actual boozing up going on here. Yeah, this is Furs Ayan Dubra. That's why we've got a hotel, a general store, and dredging for sand. The only downside that I have, and I don't think this is specific to furs, California has a dredging site? Ooh. Ooh, even more white gold for Alaska. And Manhattan distance, not Alaska for Greenland, Manhattan distance-wise is even better positioned. Oh my god, it makes 608 tons of this stuff without gung-ho. It's going to make 3 times that if I set up the route for it. I can't not bring that sand to Greenland. And on top of that, I can also do the goods on the way back. It can be another triangle trader. Oof, 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 okay. God, I love California now. Never thought it would come to this. Hey, is this Hawaii? Or am I off? I need to get my bearings here. Let me think. In terms of equatorial stuff, it's kind of in line with Mexico, which would make this Hawaii. I hate to say it, but I'm not allowed to have that here. If anything spawns here, it's got to be Hawaiian. How do we spell Hawaii again? H-A just one W-A-I-I? Preferably without using a Q and without caps lock on. Hawaii. What the heck was going on? Someone sneak into my house and reverse my Q and W keys. Because I would totally do that. Right, Hawaii. Very small. Just go with random. And even though this is going to cost me... Oh god, can I even place you anywhere? There you go, Hawaii. Ooh, that hurts. That's expensive. And how in the world do I even bring the Hawaiians over here? With a very frequent but small capacity boating service, I suppose. Just one dock covers the whole freaking island. That's good. Okay. Okay. Well, how are we even going to do this? I guess they should go over to California, since it's the closest reasonable place to dump them, although I could shove them over to Mexico. As the crow flies, a bit more sensible, but I don't think I'd be able to connect you over to Central, that's a bit too far. Unfortunately not. California, on the other hand, already has a dock next to Central? Yes, it does. Okay, well, let's do it this way then. That was painful. That was an amazing dredging site. Oh my god. 1,800 units of sand every month to haul over to Alaska. Makes this place look like some kind of toy sand castle. Still though, we have to be true to ourselves. man, I feel bad about it already. I should have just flattened Hawaii and ignored its existence. That would have been a lot more on brand. Right. We're going to California. I do want some of these around. And I want some boys. You might say, if you're already putting down these things, why not use them as waypoints? If I do, the ships will stop inside them and actually go for a refitting, which is bad for me because I have to pay for the privilege. Going out there and back up's a bit wrong. I'll have you go there instead. Think of the pineapples, Jake. You can't turn your back. I think I can and will. Now, passengers. There is not going to be a lot of passengers to move around here. So I think I need cargo capacity divided by running cost. Just take the old Josephine. It's very slow, though. It's faster than the crummy ferry. But there's no way I need that kind of capacity. I need something that is frequent. 66 bags of mail as well is definitely over the top, but I'll look into mail separately. Hawaii docks, to the Hawaii boy, to the Californian boy, to the other Californian boy, over to California, Central, and back again. Now, as I've said before, I am not allowed to colonize anywhere without folding them into the Pax Americana. Some of the American cities, granted, are still not part of that, or the American states, rather. Doesn't matter, we didn't colonize those, they survived the Great Depression and got the luxury of actually being part of all this. Now, I'm probably going to need quite a few of these for regular service, even though there's no way these guys are going to be profitable. It's just about giving Hawaii a regular service so that the rating stays high and they hopefully grow. Tell you what else keeps a good service, a giant statue of me, although at this point it's actually a little dangerous. There's not enough space for giant statues of me. We'll just figure out how Hawaii does it. I think we'll do what we can for Hawaii, see if they can grow as tall as possible. Okay, so we're going to have you, but we also need the same thing for mail. And the game thinks the Josephine is the right one for it, so I will get myself a Josephine, copy those orders, and clone Josephine a little less frequently. And they're all going to timetable out, so on you go. Mwom. They're going to do the journey once, all bundled up like this, but when they do their second journey, they're going to spread apart. Oh Christ, you are not in the right place, are you? Go there instead. You're in a good spot, though. There we go. Now they come back, and then they'll know the entire distance. Oh wait, what are you playing at? And some of them have got to wait, some will be going ahead of time, not ahead of time. Now I do love pineapples in Darius. I might have burnt myself very literally on pineapples before, but my god, they're delicious. There we go. Gradually, they're going to space themselves out, and, well, I say that, they don't seem to be spacing themselves out very well, are they? Yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine. Now, some of them are waiting around to try and space it all out. They're just getting more separated the more journeys they do. I'm confident they'll get it all sorted out properly. Although I'm keeping a close eye on to make sure that actually happens. It's no good if Hawaii thinks their service is terrible. Ah, there we go. Now we really have somebody waiting out for them. Oh wow, look at Hawaii already. That is some growth. Probably the giant statue of me doing the talking there. But I actually don't want them to completely enclose themselves, so I'm going to have to make this. I will even bridge them over here. Crappy wooden bridge, in the hopes that they can maybe build something here as well. Good luck, Hawaii. It's still a little bunched up, suspiciously so. And they're claiming to run on time. Yeah, whatever, they know what they're doing. Better than I would, at least. Okay, Hawaii, you can make it up for me by making your own dredging site now. All these boys, I wish I could remove their name. I think I could just not have a name on them, but then that's going to be complicated for assigning them as waypoints. Let's have a look at the map of the world, see if any new industries have popped up. What in the world is that? Oh, that is good. Alaska has got a port for me. This is probably the best thing that can ever spawn, because it takes 3 goods, spits out 3 goods, and goes gung-ho quite easily. Alright then, where are we going to put this? I don't want to neglect this port. Before that though, is there anything else that's spawned? Yukon got something over here. A scrapyard. Well, that's only good for putting into the beating heart of the USA. Quite a bit spawning over here, but we can't use that because we haven't colonized it. Greenland got something else, I think. Hotel Greenland. And the Greenland scrapyard. Jings, look at the size of freaking Greenland here. I'm no longer picking up almost everybody. Missed the day when I knew the name of everybody in Greenland. At this rate, it's going to be more populous than the real Greenland. Which is a joke we will make often. Also, they've started growing across here. Don't really know what to make of that. I do want to come across here, but I also want to be able to come back. What the heck is this road network you're building here? I think they have their own idea of the 3x3. Not on my watch with this nonsense. I'll buy the land if I must. And I will. Maybe they have their own idea of what the 3x3 grid is, and then they don't want to disturb that no matter what. Well, I'll force them to understand. Well, if they're already spreading across there, then I will be a good man and help them out. I'm going to need this eventually. Besides, they'll want to transfer over to the metro when I make the metro. Ooh, they got their own football field. Oh wait, no, that's not a football field. That's a rugby stadium. Boy, right, so I want you coming up and around here. Need that connected up, of course. You are going to have to move along, though. You look like a freight station. You are the Greenland freight station. Oh, we never got names for Greenland, did we? Gotta change that. Desperately gotta change that. You are Greenland. And you are gone. You're gone. What's going on here? I'm pressing the T button, that's my problem. There we go. Now we need to continue our journey around Greenland. That's us grab the Greenland Hotel, but come on, we need to go for some Greenland sporting events as well. Greenland South, I don't buy it. But we'll give it some renaming love soon enough. And this is definitely not south. Okay, Greenland city names, please. We need 1, 2, 3 of them. Assuming we have much of the rest of Greenland covered. This stuff's evading me a little bit, but only a little, not enough to be concerned about. I just tuned in, I like the concept of the scenario so far, says Grand Admiral Uehara. Oh, I love it. When I have a game with generated maps, it means so much to me to be able to generate something of the world, be it a country, a continent, or the whole bloody world. Or even going down to it a city, but the city's getting a little too over the top. Because the randomly generated maps in this game are just blobs of Earth that I couldn't care about. But, you know, I can attach feelings and emotion to Greenland and Alaska and... Well, not so much those two, although I have feelings for them, but European ones certainly more so. Just really speaks to me. Plus the idea of actually incentivizing making money so that we have the means to build these places up is important. Anyway, people have names of Greenland cities for me. So we're going to have Nuuk Plaza here. What about this sporty one? Godhaven. And then one more. I'm assuming you're not just making stuff up here, but you tend to be alright for that. And Umana. Alright, looking good. Now you need to adjust your route. You don't share because I only built one of you, didn't I? So I'm just going to pause you so we don't make any mistakes here. Delete it all and then just consider the route that you're going to. You're going to Greenland Central, and around to Umana, Godhaven, and Nuuk. Simple as, except it's never that simple. We need more of you. So I will clone you. 2, 3... 3 of you, 4 of you, 5 of you. Come on, Greenland's going to be a big deal. Let's have 8 of you. Trouble is that they're going to start by going to Greenland Central, aren't they? And then they're going to go to Umanak, which means going all the way around. So actually, that's a bit of a problem for me. I mean, not really, but kind of. Tell you what, let's get rid of all of these guys. Let's do it a little differently, shall we? Can we do it this way? What if I cloned you? But then I skipped your order to get to Umanak, and then I cloned you. Would the new order go to Umanak? No, it still wants to go to Greenland Central. A bit of a pain, but I think it's a pain that will sort itself out soon enough. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. On you go. And then you are going to get rid of all your orders. Just do there. Can't go to all the stations. Did I neglect to give... Yes, I did. I neglect to give Nuuk a tram station. So good that the game warns you about that. It doesn't just say, nah, access denied. It actually tells you why it's not going to be working. So I want you to borrow their orders, and you should start by going to... Well, for one, you need to reverse it. So in this case, I want you to go to Godhaven, and then from Godhaven you go to Nuuk, and then from Nuuk to... Actually, that is the way that the other one goes, or is meant to go. In that case, I want you to go to Umanak first, then to Central, then up to Nuuk, and then Godhaven. And of course I'll need to clone you as well. Just one clone should actually suffice, but I'll make 3 just in case, you know. This is our favourite. Those trams are going to have a real problem until they turn themselves around. But they do look like they've turned themselves around. They go to Greenland, Umanak, da 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 da. None of them are certainly going the wrong way. No implicit orders. Maybe I accidentally made it work out. It's been known to happen. There we go, Greenland. Oh my, Greenland's a happy bunny. On top of that, it already gets engineering supplies brought into the Greenland fishing docks. And it also gets chemicals brought into the Greenland glassworks, so it's going to have the goods that it needs to grow when it gets to 4,000 population. And beyond that, the only thing it needs is alcohol, food, and goods. Alcohol seems like something worth bringing over. Thinking about it, Alaska makes alcohol. Continue the Alaska-Greenland exchange? Could be done. I thought about it, but this scenario is the opposite of how the world was historically colonized, says someone called Alaska154. Just enjoy the power trip, I know I am. We've all got red, white, and blue blood flowing through our veins after all. Right, I can't waste this opportunity of having the Alaska port here. What do I do with you? I could have the chemicals all go over to Greenland. That would ensure even more regular flow of chemicals over to them. And then the Greenland goods get taken straight back to the Greenland goods come back to the dock, or the port rather. The goods come in to bring gung-ho production, which in turn gets us more chemicals and more regular gung-ho production. Then the engineering and farm supplies need to go somewhere, but that's its own question. Alright, I like the sound of that. I like it a lot. Okay, you are just barely in range by building the port there. Works for me. I wonder if you can get over to that Yukon buoy without any issues. Pathfinding is a pain, and the less work you have to do for it, the better. So I'm actually going to give you a buoy here. I've said buoy so much in my life. Right. Chems. And it needs to be able to refit for goods as well. Now the amount of chemicals flying out of here is going to be a lot. It's going to be at 900,000 once we enter gung-ho mode. So it kind of makes sense to use the sandy individuals. And what kind of vehicles are those? The Shannon freighters. Shannon freighters, reasonable speed, massive capacity. Chemicals I don't think go off very much, do they? The goods certainly do, but I just accept a low goods payment. I can't even see chemicals in this list. Let's just disable everything and look at chems. Chems do drop off a fair bit. I think I'll just eat the drop off and enjoy the longer distance though. We'll continue to use the Shaman freighter. Or the Shannon freighter. My freighters aren't backing up, are they? I mean, these guys don't seem to have much of a problem with spreading out. So, first off, you go to Alaska Valley, where you refit for chems, and then you make your long, long journey over to Greenland. Through sea, which really should not be that traversable year-round, but what do I know? America's just made of sterner stuff than the rest. They're really buying out Greenland here, one way or another. Now, when you get to the fishing docks, you're meant to refit for goods. And then you're on your way back. And the lovely thing about this mod having your direction shown as these white lines is it makes it so easy to go back and click on the buoys for the way back. Remember when I was making my oil routes for the Hanseatic playthrough? And I kept getting confused where they were meant to stop off on the way back. Well, this solves that problem like nobody's business. Now, we need to have that timetabled. I'm not going to wait for loading all full. I will just take a stab in the dark and say that we need 8 of you. And out they come, and yeah, they're going to be very poorly spaced out to begin with. Probably a few months of lost chemicals and that. To the point where I might actually benefit from taking one of you and manually skipping you down to Alaska Boy there. Just so we can start getting some chemicals flowing. Otherwise we're going to have none whatsoever. And then I'll take one of you guys and do the same. Am I causing more issues? I don't know, maybe. But go turn around and figure that out. Now the rating should remain quite good. They're brand new boats. They'll get regularly enough seen to. Well, maybe not regularly enough, but regular. And Alaska's giant statue of me always helps push up the rating. All of Greenland will eventually just be one metropolitan area, the Greater Greenland area. What if it spreads? What if Greenland AI starts building its own bridges to Iceland and to whatever this place is called? Be terrifying, no? Yes. Okay, I'm a bit sad about Nunavut. It's not amounted to anything. How can that be? We already... Maybe I don't have enough trains going along this route. Wasn't I a bit... No, there were a lot of trains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them? No, 8 of them. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Even so, though. Well, it is a long route for only 8 trains. And oh Christ, I perhaps didn't notice that. Labrador Central is smothered with people. Quebec as well. Well then, everybody wants to go to Greenland, it seems. Christ, everyone wants to escape New York. Where's your first destination? Quebec. So I should make the trains as far up to here as possible. Wait, Quebec. You're Quebec. So this is where it should go. Unless it goes from Quebec to north. Well, whatever. Point is, I need a lot more trains. So make like Robot Wars and activate. We need damage control, style, and aggression here. I think because they're on the timetable, they don't actually want to stop to pick people up, but they will. I still think I need more trains on this though, so I'm still going to clone some more of them. More is more, and it's a long line. It says how many at the top of the window, Jake. So it does. Well, we've just gone from 8 to 30. Group them together by shared orders. Admire the fact that they made me $6 million last year. And acknowledge the fact that they're going to make me so much more right now because we have all these people desperate to go anywhere. I think one thing that this patch does is it stops people from viewing all destinations as equal. It might be symmetric, but I think distance plays into it. Notably, despite the hundreds of people here, we don't have people wanting to... No, if they wanted to go to California... Let's investigate this. Does anyone want to go to California? If they did, they would want to go to New York. No, they just want to go to New York. They don't want to... Oh, okay, no, there are people that want to go to Alaska. So nobody actually wants to go to California. It might just be that it's so distant they don't consider that as a reasonable destination. What do the people of Greenland want to do? They want to go to a couple of places here, sure. Some people want to go to Olympia. Now, Olympia is a fair distance away. But look at that, nobody wants to go to California. Unless I'm missing it. What about anybody that wants to go via Arizona? It's killing me that this isn't in alphabetical order, or really any order. What is this? It's not in terms of numbers here. Missouri Central, Mexico Central. There's not another way to get to California. I'm a bit confused why nobody wants to go there. Do they want to go to Washington Dock and exchange there? I'm not seeing anyone wanting to go to Washington Docks. And even then, they'd have to change to Arizona. Would you want to go there? I would... It's hard to say I'd never return to California, right? It did have some good points. The weather was amazing, the food was good. There was good nature if you went outside of the city. But just, I feel like going there would be betraying some principles, and I don't have a lot of those, so I might as well stick to the ones I do have. The only other place in the world that I can instantly think, no, I'm never going back to, would be Krakow. I mean, holy smokes. Really holy smoke. Now I understand why they talk about those smogs in East Asia. My goodness, I could never live my life like that. Yeah, people invested a bit too much in Poland, Nemi Blub. We're pulling cannot into fresh air. That's not what I'm looking for, although it's good to see all those engineering supplies. It's not backing up too much. Tell you what though, this is what Map of the World is here for. Tell me how my routes are doing, please. All of them. As we can see, we are overloaded on the eastern seaboard, and actually very busy on the western seaboard. Well, maybe not seaboard, but the western passages. This is absurd. How are we saturated getting people out of Hawaii? I don't think we're saturated. They're pulling my leg here. This is the real leg pull though. Look at that. Profitable passenger service to get people out of Hawaii. And it took a while, but the boats are spaced out. I love... Oh, this is so good. Just, they're not clumping up. It's a sensible passenger and mail service out of Hawaii. Because there's not even enough space to put an airport. Or rather, if I put an airport in Hawaii, it's about all they'd ever have. And look at this, they are actually building over on the tiny island. Nothing's going to build here, that's just not possible. It's not even an angle that I can get onto that island with. But yeah, there you go. Hawaii will eventually want some fish, fruit, or milk. Hawaii will never be able to get any of those things because there's no space for an industry. Not trying to get that Poland Tourism Board sponsorship. Oh god, no. Oh, just not Krakow, okay? Where else have I been to in Poland? Chateau Mosna. And some other place that I can't remember. It was wonderful. It actually made me rethink my stance that I always wanted to live by the sea, which is just as well did rethink that since I'm moving to Austria in a couple of weeks. So, Hawaii isn't profitable this timeline, Jake. It is profitable. It's going to be hard to pull the kind of profits that Greenland does, but look at this. We are making money on a boat service to Hawaii. It's almost unthinkable. Do we have a lot of people piled up here that want to go to Hawaii? Oh god, a lot of people want to go to Hawaii. We might actually need a lot more passenger service. The mail service seems to be fine. That's not even going to Hawaii, but I need to find a passenger ship for Hawaii. One that's closer to over here, because Hawaii is the first destination. Are you a passenger ship? You are. Almost unbelievably, we need to expand the passenger service to Hawaii. They'll automatically space out. God bless this this JGR patch. How many years is that journey? How good are you adding up? It is 11 plus 22 plus 12 plus 5 plus 4 days. That last 4 isn't actually necessary, so 33, 43, 45, 50. 50-day journey. Now, I wouldn't mind 50 days on a particularly nice ship, but a ship that only has a capacity for 40 people is probably not well decked out. And maybe it's just 40 people kept in great luxury, but I don't know. The ship that I was on most recently, taking me from Stockholm to Tallinn and back again, had a capacity for thousands. Granted, the sleeping quarters... Well, my sleeping quarters are great because I said they had NAFIT. I took premium class, not first class. That was a level of decadent beyond even me. But I did get a nice double bed and a decent room. But when I was heading over to Estonia, it was me and some of my friends just bunking up in a room. That was significantly less than comfortable. Especially since one of them, and she knows her name, she had her alarm going off constantly, and she kept snoozing it! Ah, Christ, why? We all agreed no alarms. Well, in my head we all agreed no alarms. Anyway, she's never going to be watching this, so that's okay. Who needs alarms on a exactly. What was nice was getting up and seeing the approach into the mainland, though. Alright, how are you looking at Greenland? My golden jewel. My 3,000 populace. It's actually shrunk a wee bit, but it's definitely just continuing to grow. We are seeing to the hotel, right? Yeah, and that's just cranking out the passengers that want to go and spread the good word. This is a slight problem. And that's going to back trains up for a long, long time. Right, I should have considered this. They actually need to have a bit of signaling here. Otherwise they're only using one of these at a time, which is bad. What a weird... Oh, I'm on the wrong railway construction. That's a bad start. I didn't even think they'd need that. Why the hesitation? Well, even now, they're not going to use all of them, are they? What if I do that? No, the problem is coming out here. Then I probably should have set this up as a terminus when I started off. Is it possible people don't want to go to California because the rails connect to Arizona, even though it's one station? Then it would say they want to go to Arizona and change there. We pause and examine these people. For example, it's not telling them where they want to go here. They want to go to Nunavut so that they can then go further on. Although I don't know why it would say Nunavut and then everything else. I just contradicted myself there. Even so, I'm not seeing anyone wanting to go to California. What if we expand everything? Then it just shows where they're coming from. Okay, how about rather than via, we look for their destination. That'll tell us everybody's final destination desires, and even there, nobody wants to go to California. Hell of a lot of people want to go to Missouri. Tons want to go to Edmond. Anyway, I don't like doing that because the list gets very cramped very fast. I like the via though. It's weird that Nunavut is a via though. Don't go via that. That would be different. That would be different if it was an implicit order, but it's not. Damn. Okay, I knew there would be a price to pay for this mod, and the price is implicit orders. This still isn't good enough. We're only using 2 of these stations, not 3. I think it might be sensible to rejig this line temporarily. Still not great, but it's going to be better than what we have right now, which is everything backing up like crazy. So what are we going to do here? We'll just have everyone come out a bit further before they swing around, because then I can actually fit some signals on them. Actually, couldn't I put them right on here? There we go. That should allow them to use all these stations now. There we go. Bit slow on the coming out, but it always would be because they have to merge anyway. And that should start slaughtering our way through these passengers. How many of them want to go to other places in Greenland? Actually, a lot of them wanting to go out to this plaza. Of course, those are people that want to go to the hotel, which tells me we actually need even more PAX service for Greenland. That's awesome. Oh, I'm pretty chuffed with that, honestly. And they're going around the wrong way, but they can figure it out. I reckon after their first service they'll have it all sorted out, but that should take care of... There we go, just like that, Greenland is cleared up. Boy, yeah, they should put me in charge of freaking Stockholm packs. I have been jammed into those Pendeltogs all too many times. Not only that, but there's some real money to be made here. Well, you're a bad example, you're a fresh new train. You're a similarly bad example. Come on, show me the profitable ones. The ones that are new and brought in show a loss because they've been sitting in that queue for a while and it's a new year. But altogether, there's dosh to be had here. The YouTube upload description says Avalask. Oh, you're asking about the mod list. Yeah, that's on the YouTube description and first pinned comment, as I recall. But while you're here, Jonathan, I have no problem telling you about the mods. Hell, it's a live stream. we don't care about those viewers in the future that are going, oh, he's going through the mods again. One of the most important ones, but not the most important, is this one, renewed village growth. It means that when you want to grow a city, you actually have to give it goods and services. In vanilla, you just put down 5 stations that barely do anything, and a city will grow forever. Here, they'll grow if you move passengers and mail out the city, and then beyond there you actually need to bring them some goods of various types that they need. I love me renewed village growth. Other than that, we're using Shark to bring in a lot more different kinds of boats, Furs for a lot more different kinds of industry, and it is good. Roadhog for new types of road vehicles, aircraft for, you guessed it, aircraft, and Iron Horse gives us a lot, perhaps even too many, different kinds of trains. On top of that, I'm using the JGR patch, which adds an unbelievable amount of quality of life features to the game. Not least of all, checking out exactly what's causing the ratings of any given station, as well as the history of goods that have been backed up here. For example, I can see all the passengers that we used to have lying around here until we improved the inner city network, and now there's not loads of people hanging around. And departure list, and that's just one of the many things. The big thing for me is automated, auto-separated timetables. You don't have to manually do these anymore. Oh boy, it's good stuff. By the way, that train track in Greenland is not connected. This one, it's not meant to be connected. I mean, I suppose it wouldn't do any harm being connected, but the eventuality is that Greenland will link into Europe in a very cursed set of train tracks that will probably lead into Iceland. That's why mums go to Iceland. Into Ireland, and then cut its way down in, oh my god, Iberia? Greenlanders deserve better than that. Well, the only alternative is ploughing our way through Wales. Yeah, well, into Iberia it is, I guess. Vanilla's good to start, yeah, but if you play vanilla, you're going to find the issues with it, and then you're going to want these improvements. So yeah, you're right, good place to start. Iceland to Norway, ooh. Yeah, but I imagine there's going to be a lot of people that want to travel through around here. There's also another train of thought that says that is ridiculous, don't do that. I'm not sure I can actually justify a train line that runs down into Europe here. It would make me sick. It would actually be nicer to have a lot of boats that have to sail between these areas. Should I just call the terminus at Greenland? Actually, no. One of the problems of Iceland is that there's not a lot of space here for a country. You just pave over England. If it were up to me, they wouldn't use any trains for freight either. America moves 70% of its freight by train. Not many people, though. Yeah, there's a huge freight network, so I'm betraying that by actually having a huge amount of freight moved by truck. But that's mostly because I want to enjoy how usable road vehicles are with this mod. And man, they do make me the good money. Road vehicles make 26 million of the dollars. They have been overtaken now by trains, though. Telling you the power of the trains. Trains use about 15% as many vehicles. Although if you count each individual thingamajigger here, then they do a whole lot more. Sort by total profit last year, please. Which PAX network is this? Aha, this is Alaska Yukon. So, would you believe it, the West Coast truly is the best coast. But when it comes to the road vehicles... not nearly the same numbers. I'll take it. And then the boats come along. See, everyone's doing reasonably well. I like that. We don't use any planes, but planes are a difficult one. It's so easy to get overladen on the planes, since so many people want to use them. It was a real problem in the Hanseatic run. Alright, question chat, where do we go from here? We have Central Canada as a reasonable place that we can go to. We can make our way down into South America and start dealing with Brazil. The Caribbean islands also need to be seen to, although, I mean, what can we reasonably get? A tiny Jamaica, a Cuba, a Dominican Republic, and a Haiti. And, oh Christ, which one's this again? Puerto Rico. They'd all just be tiny little towns serviced by crappy little boats. Yeah, which one should we go for, chat? I'll just put a finger in the air. Cool countries first, says Nemi Blob, but we already put in Hawaii. And I'm kind of glad we spotted it. I didn't actually know that Hawaii was on the map here, but it makes sense that it is. Could the Dominican Republic and Haiti be combined? I don't think people from either place would like that. What we should do is put down both of them and have a competition to see, well, competition. We should see who becomes the largest. We need more space around here though. I need to flatten this out. I don't want to ruin the coastline that we have here. Although I think I just ruined some of it. But yeah, I certainly did. You need to go down a touch there and there. Bring that water back in. I just need more space to work with, because space is not what we have much of. Life in Dominican Republic is way better than Haiti. What, fewer earthquakes? Oh, I'm almost sorry for this. Why does the sad banished music have to kick in whilst I flatten this country? Goodness, that would be very non-PC if this were a few years ago. Fortunately, we don't worry about that. When was that big Haitian earthquake? Christ, that was just one disaster that kept getting worse and worse. Feel bad for the lack of trees here as well. Central Canada, EU, Panama, Brazil. We're not getting much of a consensus here. And when that doesn't happen, you know what happens? Arbitration. And arbitration says that we have nowhere to go but away for dinner. So I'm going to save up as we are. It's been quite the run. Been at it for 8.5 hours. And you know what? I want another 8.5 hours of this tomorrow. But for now, I gotta stop. I gotta eat. I gotta go, I think. So, what's there to say? It continues to grow. Whereas we've only made one country last time. Here we've made, well, actually only one country, I suppose, but a lot of states for Canada, and folded in Alaska and Hawaii. So next up, we'll see where we go. Maybe we can get more of a consensus in the chat. New world or old, it matters little. The USA continues on, and we'll continue our colonization efforts. But until that continues tomorrow, it's a cheers and a cheerio.